The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows. Well, man, it's another night, another batch of old-time radio shows. You got that right. It is July the 20th, 2024. Here is what happened on this day in history. In 1881, Sioux Indian chief Sitting Bull surrenders to federal troops. In 1921, Congresswoman Alice Mary Robertson becomes the first woman to preside over the floor of the U.S. House of Representatives. In 1969, Apollo 11 lunar module carrying Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin lands on the surface of the moon. Aldrin and Armstrong walk on the moon 7 hours later. Michael Collins remains in orbit in the command module. USA! 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 Sorry, I get really excited about this kind of stuff. Also in 1969, Apollo 11 U.S. astronaut Neil Armstrong becomes the first person to step on the moon at 10:56 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And by the way, his words were, "That is one small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind." Everyone misquotes that. Yeah, I'm very glad you corrected that minor misquote. But it's not so minor, man. If you leave out the A, he's actually contradicting himself since he's talking about all of mankind both times. Whatever. 1976, U.S. Viking 1 lands on Mars at Chrysalis Plantania, first Martian landing. In 2017, China announces a plan against foreign garbage, banning 24 categories of plastics and recyclable waste from 2018. In 1940, Billboard publishes its first singles record chart, "I'll Never Smile Again" by Tommy Dorsey, with vocals by Frank Sinatra as number 1. In 1950, Arthur Murray Party premieres on ABC TV. In 1976, Hank Aaron hits 755th and last home run off of Angel's Dick Drago? Okay, giving your kid that name is just child abuse. Knock it off, people. I know you're trying to be trendy, but why? Angel's Dick? Angel's Dick? Yeah, I agree with you, Sid. Let's get on with the shows before I have an aneurysm. Hey, Matt, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
Abbott, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock, Costello. We're on the air for PBQ Gasoline, here in Hollywood. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go with the Abbott and Costello Show.
it's the new transcribed Abbot and Costello show with their new singing discovery, Susan Miller and Matty Melnick's orchestra, and yours truly, Michael Roy. So hold on to your chairs, folks, for here they are, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
All right, Costello, listen to me. Do you know if tomorrow's Lincoln's birthday?
Oh, sure. I already called him up and I congratulated him.
Why, you dope, Lincoln has been dead for over 75 years.
No wonder he didn't answer the phone.
You don't know the first thing about history,
Oh, no? Ask me a question.
All right. What happened in 1809?
Abraham Lincoln was born.
Right. And what happened in 1861?
Well, now, let me see now. Ferguson, 18... I got it. Lincoln was 52 years old.
All right. Who wrote Lincoln's Gettysburg Address?
Don't look at me. I didn't do it.
Certainly you didn't. Certainly you didn't.
Well, give me credit. I may not be smart, but I'm honest.
All right. I'll try it with a question about Lincoln. Now, whose picture is on the $5 bill?
Truman?
No.
General Myers?
No.
Hands are on it.
Wait a minute. Still, I insist that you answer the question. Whose picture is on the $5 bill?
I'll find out. Give me that phone. Hello, operator. Give me London, 6173. Hello, Mr. Atley. This is an American citizen. I'd like to have you look at one of our $5 bills and tell me whose picture's on it. Well, is that so?
Well, did you find out?
No, he ain't got nothing smaller than a 20.
That's just the beginning, folks. 27 odd minutes of Abbott and Costello still to come. But first, hear this.
What's new in Compton? It's Frank L. Atkinson. And in Los Angeles, Jack T. Shimatsu. Up in San Jose, we have Jack Walsh and Tony Tomasello. And down in Long Beach, Charles Simmons. More new PDQ dealers. Each decided for himself that PDQ was the name and the reputation and the quality to stake the dream of personal business success and independence upon. If all goes well, these men in 1, 2, or 5 years from now will have a lot more than a lapel button for good conduct to show for the long hours, the hard work, the confidence and experience that they will put into their filling station business. For they will have proven, each in his own community among his customers and neighbors, that an independent automotive expert conducting his own business, offering automotive products of unbeatable quality, will give the motorist more for his dollar. We think this is a very sound recommendation for the quality and the reputation of PDQ products. And now, the Abbott and Costello Show.
Where have you been? I haven't seen you all week.
Well, I've been moving, Abbott. I bought a house way out in the country. It's about a mile from Uncle Mike's place. What a beautiful ranch, Abbott. I call it the Lumbago Ranch.
The Lumbago Ranch. Why did you name it Lumbago?
Because it's got a creek in the back. You get it? Lumbago. Creek in the back.
I got it.
I'm glad somebody got it. Just don't sit there, folks. You got in for nothing.
Quiet, Chester.
Just gave you chocolate, didn't I?
Tell me, what do you want with a ranch?
Well, I'm going to raise monkeys.
You bought a ranch to raise monkeys? You're a nut.
What's better for a nut than a monkey ranch? Here's a picture of the farmhouse, Abbott.
What's that little house in the back?
That's the garage. I'll bet you thought I was going to say smokehouse.
So you bought yourself a new house. What condition is it in?
Wonderful condition. I just had it painted, and it didn't cost a cent. A doctor painted it for nothing.
A doctor painted your house for nothing?
Yeah.
How do you know it was a doctor?
He signed his name on the roof in big red letters. It says Dr. Pepper.
Just a moment, Costello. Who sold you this house?
I got the house from a Mr. Crow.
Mr. Crow?
Yes, in order to get the house, they told me I'd have to go to E.S. Crow.
E.S. Crow? That's escrow. That means you bought the house through the bank. Does the bank have a lien on your house?
Does the bank have a what?
A lien on your house.
If the bank ever leaned on my house, it would fall down.
No, I'm talking about a mortgage. Who holds the paper on your house?
Nobody. The paper is stuck on the house with glue.
Oh, never mind that. What kind of a place did you buy? Do you have a large patio?
Let's not get personal.
I mean a patio with a barbecue. I do all my cooking in my patio.
I knew you when you didn't have a patio to cook in.
Look, Costello, don't you know anything about your new house? Don't you have it inspected? Did you have it inspected, Lou?
Inspected for what?
For flaws. You might have flaws in your house.
Certainly I got flaws. What do you think I walk on, a ceiling?
Never mind that. What period is your house?
What period?
Yes. Did you buy a period house?
No, I bought a house, period.
Look, Costello, I'm trying to find out if your house is Spanish, French, or English.
It's early American.
How do you know?
I found a couple of dead Indians in the attic.
Who designed the house?
Oh, the same architect that designed the pyramids in Egypt.
The pyramids were designed by a man 4,000 years ago.
There's nothing like getting a man with experience, you know.
Look, Costello, you can tell what kind of a house it is by the roof. Now, is the roof shingled or tiled?
Of course. It's one of those... What did you say?
Is your roof shingled?
Certainly it's shingle. Whoever heard of a married roof?
I'm talking about your rooftop.
My what top?
Rooftop. Roof.
Yeah, but I can't hear a thing you're saying. There's a dog barking someplace.
Look, Costello, did you notice if it was tiled on top of your roof?
Now, what would a tile be doing on top of my roof? He's liable to fall down the chimney and tear the teeth of his houses.
No. I'm talking about a tile roof. A tile roof is held together by mortar.
By what?
Mortar. Don't you know what mortar is?
Certainly, my mortar is the woman that married my father.
If it's tiled, the mortar keeps the house dry.
At my house, it's the mortar who keeps the tile dry. And my mortar knows.
Costello, I'm trying to tell you that the mortar holds the tile on the roof.
What kind of a mortar would hold a tile on the roof?
Look, of all the stupid idiots, I'm trying to tell you the tile is plastered on the roof.
Now, there's a pretty picture. A little tile plastered on the roof.
Well, let me explain, please. I have a tile roof on my house.
You also have a tiled head on your shoulder.
Now, wait a minute. Now, don't interrupt. Now, when the roof is tiled, they spread the tile on the roof and plaster it with mortar. The tile runs across the roof and down the gutter, so that in case of a shower, the tile drains into a pipe or spout and keeps everybody in the house from getting soaked.
That's enough, Abbott. This time you've gone too far. And I'm glad I found you out.
Found me out?
Yes,
What do you mean?
I'm glad I found you out.
What do you mean by that?
I didn't mind so much when you said that a shingle roof could have a child. I didn't even care when you said that the tile was on top of my house. But when you said that that poor little child was taking a shower with a pipe in his mouth and running down the gutter to get plastered with his mortar, not only have you attacked the sanctity of the American home, but you have impugned on the Bill of Rights and cast asparagus on the Atlantic Charter.
Come on, Costello. We're going out and look at that house.
Boy, well, here we are, Abbott. This is my new home. And since you and me have been pals for so many years, I'm going to ask you to move in here with me.
Well, Costello, that's mighty sweet of you. I want you to know that I will be only too happy to live here with you for the rest of my life.
Okay. Now will you carry me across the threshold?
Oh, get down and stop acting silly. Let's go in and look the new house over. Come on.
Oh, welcome home, Mr. Costello. I'll be check your hat. Welcome home, Mr. Costello. Me checking your coat?
Who are you two guys?
Oh, just a couple of Chinese checkers.
Now they're starting to come in pairs.
Never mind them, Costello. Now about my room. I'd like a room with a bath.
Abbott, this is a farm. All you get is a room with a path.
Costello, are you crazy? Do you mean to tell me that you bought a house without a bathtub?
What do we need with a bathtub? We're only going to stay here during the winter.
This place is in a deplorable condition. You'll need a full staff of domestic help.
I can't afford a full staff.
Then get a skeleton staff.
I will, as soon as I can find a skeleton that will work for 7 bones a week. Costello. I'm the owner of this new house.
Well, congratulations on the acquisition of this beautiful, 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 beautiful...
Beautiful what?
Jump!
What's on your mind, miss?
For your information, my profession is decorating.
This dame sounds like she swallowed a tobacco auctioneer.
Quiet, Costello. Miss, this place could stand some decoration. What would you suggest?
Well, after careful consideration and a thorough examination, my suggestion for your protection would be to get a new foundation.
Naturally!
Quiet, Costello.
Miss, do you always talk like that?
Oh, only when I'm holding a conversation.
Miss, how would you go about decorating this house?
Well, I'd start with the kitchen.
What is the kitchen?
Oh, you know, the kitchen where you have your electric refrigeration. And you keep your victuals and provisions and dishes.
Dishes?
Wait a minute, Louie. She means dishes, plates. Aren't you going to get some new plates?
She's the one who needs new plates.
Well, I must make my departure, and I hope you call me in the near future.
You bet you're, and I'm glad to have met your.
And I consider myself very fortunate to have met the upper kids.
You know, Abbott, there goes a nice girl.
You bet you are. She's an inspiration and quite an attraction for this radio station.
Now, cut it out. You have enough trouble with the straight stuff.
I won't live in this house unless I have a bathtub. Now, get on the phone and call the plumber.
Okay.
Plumbing shop, squirts and tips. We fix zips.
Look, lady, this is Lou Costello.
Oh, Lou Costello, the radio comedian. I'm glad you called up. I got a funny joke for your radio show. Why does a faucet go drip, drip, drip?
I don't know. Why does a faucet go drip, drip, drip?
Because it can't go.
Look, lady, I just bought a house out in the country, and it ain't got no bathtub.
Well, if the house is in the country, why don't you bathe in the spring?
I can't wait until spring. I'm going to a dance Saturday night.
Oh, all right. But remember, there's a terrific shortage of bathtubs. However, I'll let you talk to our Mr. Fawcett, but I'm afraid you'll find him pretty cold.
Hot or cold? Connect me with Fawcett.
One moment, please.
Hello, Fawcett speaking.
Hello, this is Lou Costello. I'd like to have a bath.
Well, how long has it been since you've had one?
Look, Fawcett, I didn't call you up to hear you dribble. I'm trying to get a new tub.
Well, I'm awfully sorry. The only tubs we have are wash tubs for commercial purposes. You take in washing?
What do you mean, taking washing? I never washed in my life.
Oh, you dirty thing.
Costello, we'll never get a bathtub.
Oh, no? Just stick around.
Jack's Plumbing Company.
Is this the plumber?
No, this is the plumber's friend.
Is that so? Well, I'm quite a plunger myself. Now, by the way, have you got a used bathtub down there?
No, we haven't. Why don't you look in this morning's paper?
Why, did somebody advertise a bathtub for sale?
No, but Dick Tracy is in a terrible mess.
Before Abbott and Costello bring you more laughs, listen to 55 seconds of discourse on a different subject.
Thank you, sir. Friends, before you plunge headlong into an expensive overhaul job, consider this. The endless annoyance of the ping, the stuffed-up logy feeling so often associated with unwise gas-buying habits, may be caused by one of two conditions. Either your car needs working on, or you are not buying PDQ gasoline. So why risk the delay any longer, the danger, the needless expense, when you may find, as many thousands have found, that taking the ping from your motor is as simple as changing to PDQ gasoline. This famous home remedy for shortness of mileage may be purchased at your neighborhood PDQ service station. Be sure you ask for it by name, Genuine PDQ gasoline, not just gasoline alone. Take 10 gallons or more of PDQ gasoline each time your tank gets low. Notice how PDQ gas goes to work instantly you take it to give you quick relief from slow starting. In cases of persistent or reoccurrent backfire, consult your family mechanic. And now, Abbot and Costello.
I'm in the mood for love. Here's Susan Miller singing it better than I can explain it.
I'm in the mood for love, simply because you're near me. Funny, but when you're near me, I'm in the mood for love. Heaven is in your eyes, bright as the stars we're under. Put our hearts together. Now we are one. I'm not afraid if there's a cloud above. If it should rain, we'll let it. But for tonight, forget it. I'm in the mood for
here's where we'll get a bathtub, Costello. This is a swap shop. Come on in, Lou.
Oh, come right in, gentlemen. Welcome to ye olde swappy shoppy. Could I interest you in a beautiful imported painting? It came all the way from Buffalo, Rome.
Now, just a minute, mister. Buffalo is in New York. There is no Buffalo, Rome.
You mean you've never heard, oh, give me a home where the buffalo roam?
Where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and they break you on income tax day.
Cut it out, please. Mr. Slop, have you got an old tub around here?
Yes, but she's busy doing my laundry. And she's in the kitchen ironing.
Oh, you want to get her to iron you. You're all washed up.
Mr. Slop, Costello needs a bathtub for his new house. Do you happen to have one?
Have I got a bathtub? Gentlemen, just step over here and gaze at this beautiful piece of merchandise.
You mean that broken down thing? That must be 100 years old.
Costello, how can you tell the age of a bathtub?
I counted the rings around it.
Now, Costello, that's a pretty nice tub.
Oh, yeah? Look at the funny-looking legs on it.
Tut, funny-looking legs. Are you going to wash in it or dance with it?
Just the same, it's an old model, and I don't like the shape of it. Look at the way it bulges around the keel.
Bulges around the keel, huh? Now, when you're that old, it'll happen to you, too. This tub is a genuine antique. It was handed down from the Revolutionary War.
Handed down. Looks like somebody dropped it.
Costello's right, Mr. Swap. There's a big crack in the enamel.
Well, the crack proves it's an antique. Read that plaque on the tub.
Okay. George Washington slipped here.
You see, you don't have to worry, Costello. The lady that owns that tub said she'd have the crack fixed.
Cement it?
Of course she meant it, or she wouldn't have said it.
Costello, we're wasting time. How much do you want for the tub, Mr. Swap?
$14.
I'll give you $8.
$8? $8 for this magnificent tub? Why, I wouldn't even sell it to my own brother for $8.
I'll give you $8 for that tub.
No!
Who's that?
My brother. I said $14, and $14 it is. I only have one price.
I'll give you 10.
That's my prize. Oh, for $10. And there'll be a $35 charge for delivery.
$35 for delivery? Oh, no, you don't. Oh, no. I'll take the tub home myself on top of my car. Come on, Abbott. Help me carry it out on the car.
Wait a minute, Costello. How can we carry this tub out to the car? It weighs over 1,000 pounds.
We'll make 2 trips.
In order to save himself $35, our hero, Costello, is hauling his second-hand bathtub home on the top of his car. As we look in on him now, Abbott is at the wheel, and Costello is on top of the car, sitting in the tub to balance it. What a picture! One tub sitting in another.
Hey, how are you getting along up there? Are you having trouble? Are you having trouble, Lou, holding on to the tub on the top of the car?
Yes, Abbott. But don't drive so fast. The tub is liable to fall off, and I don't want to put another crack in my enamel.
Are you comfortable sitting in the tub?
No, it's awful chilly up here. Hand me the stopper for the tub.
The stopper, what for?
Feels a little drafty around the drain. Hey, Abbott, what's the idea of driving over all those bumps?
I'm trying to knock the ashes off my cigar.
Watch where you're driving. Look out.
What happened?
Low bridge.
All right, you two, pull over there to the curb.
What's the trouble, officer?
7 years ago, our fathers brought forth...
Just a minute. What's the idea of reciting the Gettysburg Address?
This happens to be the Lincoln Highway.
Officer, do you happen to know my Uncle Mike? He's the chief detective in Glendale. Here's his picture. See if you recognize him.
Oh, yeah, cockeyed Mike Costello. How did a man that's so cross-eyed ever get to be a detective, huh?
Well, look at him. Can you tell who he's watching?
Oh, a wise guy, huh? What's the idea of riding around the streets sitting on the top of your car in the bathtub?
Have you tried to find an apartment lately?
Oh, get fresh with me, young lad, or I'll come up there and scrub your back with this club.
Oh, yeah? Just because you got a uniform, you think you're tough? Just take your coat off once.
Okay. There, the coat's off. What about it?
My, hasn't he got beautiful suspenders?
Quiet, Costello. Officer, we just bought this bathtub. We're in a hurry to get it home.
I can't help that. I'll have to give your fat friend a ticket for indecent exposure.
What do you mean? I'm sitting in the tub and all you can see is my face.
With your face, it's indecent exposure. Now get along with it.
Well, Costello, here we are, home at last. Now, how are we going to get this big tub into the house?
I'll back the car across my neighbor's lawn and put the tub in through the dining room window.
But the tub is too big. It won't go through the window.
Abbott, please, let me handle this.
I told you it wouldn't go through.
Hey, just a minute. What do you two hoodlums think you're doing? Driving across my lawn with that car. You ripped up my grass. You crushed my petunias. And you shattered my gladiolas.
Get back in the house before I fracture your hollyhock.
Now, Costello, don't talk like that. This woman is your neighbor. Remember the old saying, you should love your neighbor.
Well, okay.
You brute! Put me down!
Costello!
You want me to call my father?
No, thanks. I don't think he'd appeal to me.
Oh, come on, Costello. Let's get into the house and set up the bathtub. Now, the first thing we have to do is to hook the pipes to the main.
The main what?
The main, the water main. Where's the water main?
I don't know where the water main is, but I know where the milk main is. He'll be here in the morning.
No, I'm talking about the water main. What runs under the ground from the street to your house?
Go for it.
Oh, Uncle Bud. Hello, Mr. Costello.
What do you want, Norman?
Well, I heard you bought a bathtub, Costello, and I thought I'd help you install it. You know, we Abbots are a very mechanical family.
Mechanical family is right. You're all wound up and jerky.
Oh, break it up, Costello. Look, I'm going down in the basement and connect the pipes. I'm going to connect the pipes in the tub to the hot water heater. You bore a hole in the floor and shove the pipe down.
Okay. Norman, hand me that drill. I've got to bore this hole.
Hey, Mr. Costello, you must do a lot of this work, huh?
Oh, not a great deal.
Then why is it people always say they find you boring? Boring, that is.
Hey, Costello, what are you doing up there? Bore a hole and put that pipe through.
I don't have to bore a hole, Abbott. I found a couple of holes in the floor already.
Oh, you can't use those. They're not holes.
What do you mean they're not holes? They look like holes to me.
Costello, they are holes, but they're not holes.
How can they be holes if they're not holes?
Look, Costello, a knot hole is a hole, but it's not like a hole that is not a knot hole.
How do you like that? He can even go down in the basement without starting a routine.
Listen, I'm busy. Costello, will you please shove those pipes down through the hole in the floor?
Where are you, Abbott?
Look through the hole in the floor and you can see me.
Oh, how you changed. Where did you get those beady little eyes and that mustache?
You're looking in the wrong hole. That's a rat.
Well, there is a family resemblance. Here come the pipes, Abbott.
Okay. I'll connect these to the hot water heater.
Right.
You
Okay.
can get ready to take your bath.
Oh, boy, my first bath in my new house. Now to remove my clothes and get in the tub. Are you ready, Abbott?
Yeah, all ready. You can turn on the water now.
I'm singing in the rain. I'm sliding down the drain. I'm
Hey, what's the matter, Costello?
Hand me a towel, Abbott.
But I can't see you, Costello. Everything has suddenly gone black.
The black is me. You dummy, you connected the tub to the oil tank on the furnace. Get me out.
And that's not all. The boys will be back in just a minute after a few wise words from this fellow.
If Johnny brings home a pretty good report card, you just naturally like to talk about it. So please forgive me if I mention what nice report cards PDQ has been getting. You see, every gas that's sold hereabouts is reported on by an independent testing outfit that issues industry-wide monthly reports on all branded gas. It's a pretty scientific analysis, but if you happen to be a petroleum engineer, you'd tumble right away that this PDQ gasoline is a mighty, mighty fine grade of gas. And you'd be impressed that month in, month out, year after year, PDQ quality is consistently top, doesn't drift around. One important reason, PDQ gas is made in PDQ's own refinery by PDQ's own experts, whose first and most important assignment is to make PDQ the first and finest automotive gasoline in mileage, power, and dependability. Lots of motorists find that taking the ping from their motor is as simple as filling up with PDQ. And now, a little more of the Abbott and Costello show, Mr. Vanda, and make it PDQ.
And now here are Abbott and Costello with the final word.
Well, Costello, I don't think much of your new house.
Oh, I ain't going to stay there, Abbott. I'm going to build me a big house, a house with 7 Grables.
Not Grables, you mean Gables.
I mean Grables. When I build a house, it's got to be well built.
Oh, good night, folks.
Everybody in politics.
Listen each Wednesday night at this time for another great Abbott and Costello show, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by Charles Vanda and featuring Susan Miller and Matty Malnick's orchestra. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Within a lifetime, no single encounter can compare with the reality of terror.
Everybody, get the hell out!
An international nightmare. A worldwide tragedy. An actual event. At 4:09 on the morning of September 5th, 1972, during the games of the 20th Olympiad, a band of Arab terrorists captured and held prisoner 11 Israeli athletes.
They control an armed fortress.
I just want to get my brothers out of jail.
For 21 hours at Munich, the world watched, waited, and only now can we see what really happened.
We know we are dead men.
The demands and deadlines.
Now, each hour will cost them one hostage.
The broken negotiation.
You said you didn't want to kill. You didn't say you didn't want to talk.
The final outcome.
No more talking.
Filmways presents the motion picture suspense experience of the year.
We have no intention of letting them leave Germany.
Chief of Security, Olympic Village. Spokesman and leader, Arab terrorists. Special agent, Olympic Police. General, Israeli Security Forces. And Chancellor, Republic of West Germany. In 21 hours at Munich. The film that reveals what really happened.
We're flying you to Fürstenfeldbruck by helicopter at 9 o'clock. Have your hostages ready.
The most exciting recreation of an actual event you will ever see. Filmed on the exact location where each event took place. The story of an act of international terrorism that no one could stop. This is the motion picture suspense experience of the year. 21 hours at Munich. A shocking exposure of total terror.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Thank you, Durwood. Now that you and Gary have delighted the listeners, Rosie and I will do our very best to keep their spirits on the same high level.
Oh, you're going to sing a song for us.
Nope. You.
Oh.
When you see a field where grass is blue and everything looks good to you, you're in Kentucky, sure as you're born, where a million sunbeams light your way. Come on, stranger, won't you stay? You're in Kentucky, sure as you're born. When the shadows creep, you can go to sleep on a carpet of moonbeams. You can dream your dreams neath the blanket of gleaming stars. If you wake at dawn mid glistening dew and find old Dixie kissing you, you're in Kentucky, sure as you're born. You're in Kentucky, sure as you're born. You're in Kentucky, sure as you're born. When the shadows creep, you can go to sleep on a carpet of moonbeams. You can dream your dreams neath the blanket of gleaming stars. If you wake at dawn mid glistening dew and find old Dixie kissing you, you're not in Texas, you're not in Memphis, you're in Kentucky, sure as you're born.
You know, the big thing in the electrical appliances these days is that they should do 2 or 3 jobs.
That's because appliances, no matter how small, take up valuable space, so the thing to do is see that they have more than one function.
Yes, ladies. Are your appliances applying themselves now, are they?
Are your gadgets laying down on the job?
Well, actually, there's a vacuum cleaner now that scrubs and dries hard-surfaced floors, which makes 2 jobs for this particular cleaner.
That's right, a vacuum cleaner and a floor polisher.
And there's a steam-dried travel iron out that works both on alternating and direct current.
Oh, the ladies are going to love that. An iron that works on AC or DC. Terrific. Just out of this world.
What are you carrying on so about AC and DC? What's so big about that?
I would like to see you do it, is what I would
I wonder what current I do run. I think I'm alternating, I'm sure. That's AC or DC. Yeah. I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Oh, say, here's a 3-for-1 gadget. It's a new sharpener. It sharpens scissors, knives, and pencils.
There's a sharpener that's sharp, very alert, most versatile.
You know what we ought to do to commemorate this wonderful step forward in Gadgetville, Rosemary? Why don't you and I combine, do the work of one person now?
Sort of a step backward in the march of progress?
Yeah, I was thinking we ought to sing a duet.
Well, to be in style, Bing, you and I should actually sing 4 or 5 songs simultaneously.
Oh, do you think that it would kind of confuse Mr. Cole? Mr. Buddy Cole over there? Not to mention the dilemma that would sweep through the ranks of the musicians.
Well, Les Paul and Mary Ford could do it.
Oh, true, and they cut the lawn at the same time. But for now, a 2-on-1 song in the old-fashioned, time-wasting, dated, inefficient way.
You'd be so nice to come home to.
You'd be so nice by the fire while the breeze on high sang a lullaby.
You'd be all that I could desire under stars chilled by the winter,
under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice.
You'd be paradise to come home to and love. By the winter,
under an August moon burning above. You'd be so nice.
You'd be paradise to come home to and love.
There's no business like show business.
Except when you're suffering from cold miseries.
Oh, and then performing can be torture.
That's why so many of us in show business insist on fast relief from cold discomforts.
And here's a way to get it. Listen.
Movie stars can't let cold and sinus congestion spoil their performance. So what do? Listen to Rod Cameron's answer.
When my head gets stopped up from cold and sinus trouble, I take the new medicine for those miseries. New 4-way cold tablets. Today's 4-way contains a decongestant to drain sinus congestion while it relieves cold distress. Then you feel better fast.
Tests show 4-way acts faster than any other leading cold or sinus tablet. In minutes, 4-way speeds pain-relieving medicine all through your body. In the same time, no trace with other brands. Only 4-way starts so fast to relieve muscular pains, reduce fever, relieve headache without upsetting stomach. And 4-way drains sinus congestion to restore free breathing, too. Right, Rod Cameron?
It sure is. With 4-way, I start to feel better right away.
To relieve cold miseries while you drain sinus congestion, get new 4-way. Fastest acting of all the leading cold and sinus tablets. New improved formula, same familiar package. Only 39 cents.
happened in Monterey a long time ago. I met her in Monterey, in old Mexico. Stars and steel guitars and luscious lips as red as wine broke somebody's heart, and I'm afraid that it was mine. It happened in Monterey without thinking twice. I left her and threw away the key to paradise. My indiscreet heart longs for the sweetheart that I left in old Monterey. It happened in Monterey a long time ago. I met her in Monterey, in old Mexico. Stars and steel guitars and luscious lips as red as wine broke somebody's heart, and I'm afraid it was mine. It happened in Monterey without thinking twice. I left her, threw away the key to paradise. My indiscreet heart longs for the sweetheart that I left in old Monterey. I miss my Chiquita, the lovely senorita that I left in old Monterey.
I was down at one of those beatnik places last night, Bing, and got a great idea.
Don't tell me you're going to raise a beard.
Well, no, hardly, but I heard him read poetry and decided to tell the shoe repair story in rhyme. Here I go. If you're run down at heel or sole, there's someone who can make them whole. Sing praises for the craftsman true, the man who turns old shoes to new.
Shakespeare will never recover from this blow.
I'm afraid I'll have to agree with Rosie, Ken. I'd just prefer the old-fashioned way.
You mean tell him straight out that the shoe repairer with his modern equipment and years of know-how could make a family's budget stretch further? Well, that's not hep, man.
No, it's not hep to discard shoes with lots of wear left. As a matter of fact, it's downright wasteful.
Well, especially when it's so easy to find a shoe repairer who gives you quality products and first-class service at budget prices. All you got to do is look for the famous Cat's Paw sign in the window.
Outstanding products like Cat's Paw Twin Grip soft, resilient heels and soles. And lighter than leather, lighter than rubber, microlight soles by Cat's Paw guarantee you the best underfoot.
What these squares are trying to say, Cats, is for shoes that look and feel divine, play it cool at the Cat's Paw sign.
Translation, folks, visit your shoe repairer who displays the famous Cat's Paw cat and add many miles of walking comfort to your shoes. Economically.
Be sure to ask for Cat's Paw products by name and look for Cat's Paw on new shoes, too. I've got a suspicion, a sad premonition that I'm losing control. It's kind of exciting. Your arms are inviting, and I'm losing control. Goodbye to the vows I took, 'cause I'm rewriting the book, and the feelings I have suppressed are a nest of wild emotion crash. There go my senses, smash, no more defenses for love.
writing a book, and the feelings I have suppressed are a nest of wild emotions. Crash, there go my senses. Smash, no more defenses, for love is taking its toll, and I'm losing control.
Rosie, you got that limerick look in your eye today. Could it be you have a good one ready?
You mean a Sarah Lee limerick, of course?
Naturally.
Well, that I have, and here it is. A miss named Janie McBook, when picnicking, always took a basket of cakes, the one Sarah Lee bakes. Not a minute she spent as a cook.
Well, you mean McBook discovered Sarah Lee does all the work with desserts all baked and ready to serve. Well, I must say she's a smart gal, McBook.
Of course she is, Bing. There are none better than Sarah Lee, so why bother to bake?
None better indeed, especially Sarah Lee chocolate cake and those chocolate brownies. What flavor?
They're both made with imported Dutch chocolate, you know.
Oh, well, that explains it then, Rosie. They're made with the kind of chocolate of which there's none more chocolatey. It's a mighty good reason for saying...
For singing, Bing, for singing. Merrily, merrily, only Sarah Lee tastes so good.
This is the theme song from David Selznick's epic motion picture Gone with the Wind. My own true love, my own true love, at last I've found you, my own true love. No lips but yours, no arms but yours will ever lead me through heaven's doors. I roamed the earth in search of this, and I knew I'd know you by your kiss, by your kiss. You shown true love. I'm yours forever, my own true love. Practically everything we had on the boards for today, but we're going to be back tomorrow, loaded, just loaded. See you then.
Thanks for listening, friends.
Bing Crosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood, produced by Bill Morrow and Murdo McKenzie. This is Ken Carpenter inviting you to join us again tomorrow.
Houston, this is Neil, radio check. Neil, this is Houston, loud and clear. Break. Buzz, this is Houston, radio check and verify TV circuit breaker in. Roger, TV circuit breaker's in. Base 5 clear. Roger. And we're getting a picture on the TV. You got a good picture, huh? There's a great deal of contrast in it, and currently it's upside down on our monitor, but we can make out a fair amount of detail. Okay, would you verify the position, the opening I ought to have on the camera? Stand by.
There's that foot coming down.
There he is. Yeah. There's a foot coming down the steps.
Okay, Neil, we can see you coming down the ladder now. Neil, we can see you coming. Okay, I just checked getting back up to that first step. That isn't collapsed too far, but it's adequate to get back up. Roger, we copy. It's a pretty good little jump.
So there's a foot on the moon, stepping down on the moon. If he's testing that first step, he must be stepping down on the moon at this point. 10.
Buzz, this is Houston. F2, I'm at the 1/160th second for shadow photography on the sequence camera. Okay. I'm at the foot of the ladder. The limb footbeds are only depressed in the surface about 1 or 2 inches, although the surface appears to be very, very fine-grained as you get close to it. It's almost like a powder. Ground mass is very fine.
Boy, look at those pictures. Wow. It's a little shadowy, but he said he expected that in the shadow of the lunar module. Armstrong is on the moon. Neil Armstrong, 38-year-old American, standing on the surface of the moon on this July 20th, 1969.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
I think that was Neil's quote. I didn't understand it.
No, one small step for man, but I didn't get the second phrase. One of our monitors here at our space headquarters is able to hear that. We'd like to know what it was.
The surface is fine and powdery. I can pick it up loosely with my toe. It does adhere in fine layers, like powdered charcoal, to the sole and sides of my boot.
His quote was, that's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
You can see the footprints of my boots and the treads in the fine sandy particles. Neil, this is Houston. We're copying.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Good evening, folks, a big hello. We're here to start the Bob Hope Show. To get your kicks, enjoy the fun. Light up a Chesterfield, everyone. Sound off for Chesterfield. Sound off for Chesterfield. Try a pack of Chesterfields. Do it today.
Chesterfield presents The Bob Hope Show, transcribed direct from Hollywood, with Les Brown and his band of renown. For Chesterfield's yours truly, High Averback. Our special guests, Tyrone Power and Marilyn Maxwell. And here he is, Bob Hope.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Here I am back in Hollywood for Chesterfields, and it's good to be home.
I've been doing so much traveling around the country that my kids don't recognize me anymore. This morning when I got home, I kissed my little girl Linda, and she said, "Mummy, here's another presidential candidate." But I got back in Hollywood just in time to see the unveiling of the new 1952 cars. I won't say the 52 cars are expensive, but the only way you can afford the new one is to use the old one for a getaway car. And the engineers are experimenting with an entirely new type of car. It's called a Harry Truman. No one knows if it'll run. And the weather has affected automobile design. I saw one model called the California Convertible. You press a button, it opens up into a canoe. Thank you, floaters. And some of the war orders must have gotten mixed up with the new cars. One guy ordered a Cadillac, and it arrived with a 16-inch gun mounted on the hood. Somewhere in the Pacific, there's an aircraft carrier with 4 white wall tires. But television is doing a great job selling cars. Why shouldn't it? It's done a great job selling radios. I was watching a silent movie the other night, and when a used car commercial came on, they were trying to sell the same car as the one in the picture. Television becoming a very powerful advertising medium. Yesterday afternoon, a jewelry store advertised a sale on diamond bracelets, and within 2 hours, it was held up. And new houses are going to have television in every room. In every room. Won't that be wonderful? If you don't like Crosby, you can throw a bath towel over him. But it can lead to a certain amount of confusion. One woman got so interested in watching young Dr. Malone, she sterilized the can opener and took out the turkey's appendix. And another item that made news is the development of high-frequency television, which will make it possible to open new stations all over the country. They haven't got room to put the movies on the regular channel, so they may assign them to a high-frequency band. A high-frequency band is a series of oscillatory impulses causing a convolution of electrons to supercharge an ionic cyclotron impulsivating a nuclear centrifugal action on a predetermined paniotropic isotope. There's more. Briefly, that means I fired that writer. They're also experimenting with telecasting new movies. I sat for 2 hours the other night and watched Quo Vadis on a 3-inch screen. It was an enjoyable experience. And besides, it's fun to have both your eyeballs looking out of the same socket.
Now, a voice well known to millions. Westbrook Van Voorhees.
In a recent decision, the Federal Trade Commission says of Brand X cigarettes that the use of diethylene glycol as a hygroscopic agent in the manufacture of X brand of cigarettes does not render such cigarettes non-irritating or less irritating than other leading brands of cigarettes using hygroscopic agents other than diethylene glycol.
If the federal trade decision has made you wonder about the contents of your cigarette, you can be glad if you're smoking Chesterfield.
Chesterfield gives you scientific facts and names its ingredients. Chesterfield uses tobaccos pre-tested by laboratory instruments for the most desirable smoking qualities and kept tasty and fresh by the only tried and tested hygroscopic agents proven by over 40 years of continuous use in USA tobacco products as entirely safe for use in the mouth. Pure natural sugars and chemically pure harmless glycerol. Nothing else. Chesterfield has the newest and most modern research laboratories and factories staffed by experts. Outside independent consultants include many eminent scientists from leading universities.
Chesterfield has, for your smoking pleasure and protection, every advantage known to modern science. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the workmen have finally finished remodeling Bob's home, and he's moved back in. Now, one of the first things he had to do was make a complete inventory for the insurance company. So let's go back to yesterday morning when Bob and I were hard at work making up the list. One reading lamp.
One reading lamp.
One end table.
One end table. Say, isn't this pretty guest room high? Gee, if these walls could talk, you have no idea how many celebrities have stayed overnight in this room.
One comb. One brush. A 1-pint bottle of hair tonic.
Oh, yes, Mario Alonzo likes to use that tonic on his hair.
One box of Figaro.
That's what Crosby uses on his. He won't give up.
One ashtray.
One ashtray.
One bowler hat. Bowler hat?
Yeah, Churchill was here the same time Crosby was.
Oh, why is the brim of his hat all chewed up?
Well, Churchill was a little nervous. Bing didn't want to approve the loan. Let's list those books on the shelf high. Read the titles to me.
Okay, The Loves of Casanova.
Loves of Casanova.
Yoo-hoo, anybody home?
Well, sounds like Marilyn Maxwell. Well, hello, Marilyn.
Hello, fellas.
Hey, go ahead, High.
Okay, Just We Two.
Just We Two.
From Here to Eternity.
From Here to Eternity.
Let's Build a Dream House of Love.
Where are you boys going on your honeymoon?
Marilyn, we're taking an inventory and we're listing the books and things. You can help if you want to. Start with that trophy case over there.
Okay. Gee, Bob, you've certainly got a lot of souvenirs and trophies here.
Hey, what's this baseball with 1949 written on it?
Well, I keep that to remind me of the date. That's the year my brother George got me to invest in the Cleveland Indians.
Oh, was it your brother George who got you to buy into the Cleveland Indians?
Yeah.
Gee, Bob, what a weird souvenir this is. Where did you get this shrunken head?
That's my brother George. Now we'll take inventory in my room, High. Be right back, Marilyn. We'll start with the wardrobe closet. One gray suit.
One gray suit.
Two dead moths.
Two dead moths.
One live moth. We got a new sound man, and he's so eager. Wait a minute. Where'd this suit come from, High? I don't have a powder blue gabardine.
Well, the cleaning man just delivered it, Bob.
Well, he made a mistake. This isn't my suit. It belongs to somebody else.
Well, look at the label. Oh, you're right, Bob. It says, tailored expressly for Tyrone Power.
Tyrone Power? Hey, that's a sharp sack, isn't it? I think I'll try it on. Maybe it'll make me look like him. I'll just slip off my trousers. There. Turn your back, please. There. Now I'll slip into these. Fasten the belt. Now the jacket. I'll just button this middle button. There. Hey, how about it, High? Well, High, say something.
It looked more like Tyrone Power when it was on the hanger.
But you're right, this suit doesn't belong to me. It was delivered here by mistake. It belongs to Tyrone Power. He must have my suit. I wonder if Ty will notice the difference.
Oh, Parkins. Yes, Mr. Power. I have to get dressed, Parkins. What's holding things up?
Oh, the cleaning man brought you someone else's suit, sir. Look, this is the one he left here.
That's the suit he left?
Yes, sir. If I may say so, who would wear a thing like that?
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a circus in town. I'll look at the label and see where this comes from. What a strange place to buy a suit.
What does it say, sir?
Civil War Veterans Rummage Sale.
It's a very strange garment, sir. What material would you say it's made of? Unfinished worsted?
Oh, it looks more like reconditioned pup tent. There's no name on the label. Parkins, how can we find out who this suit belongs to?
Well, sir, let's reason it out the Sherlock Holmes way. Let's just ask ourselves who would be a big enough idiot to wear a silly, jackass outfit like that.
Why, of course, Parkins.
Oh, yes.
Why didn't we think of that before? What's Bob Hope's phone number? Or maybe I'd better take it over to Bob's house myself.
Well, I'm afraid you'll have to wear it, sir. All your other clothes are still at the cleaner.
I suppose I could sneak through the alleys. Help me into it. Well, these mix-ups sometimes happen, Bob.
Yeah, I'm glad we got it straightened out, Ty. I think I look pretty good in your suit. How do you like wearing mine? Did you notice I've got it fixed so when you pass a pretty girl, the buttons light up?
Yeah. I guess I shouldn't have gone by that Jane Russell billboard. The wiring blew a fuse and melted my garters.
I know what you mean. I met Dagmar on the street one day, and I blotted out all the television programs this side of Denver. Anyway, I like this suit of yours, Ty. Marilyn here tells me it looks very well on me.
Oh, it does, Bob. Why don't you get the name of Tyrone's tailor?
Oh, I've got a swell idea. Listen, Ty, if you'll get your tailor to make a suit for me, I'll get my tailor to make a suit for you. What do you say?
I don't like the odds.
By the way, how much do your suits cost?
Oh, they're fairly reasonable, Bob. My man makes them for $250 and up.
Well, that's pretty expensive. My tailor makes my suits for $47.50. The only reason he can make them that cheap is that I happen to use the same pattern as Cass Daly. But, Ty, Marilyn and I were about to rehearse our song for the radio show. Why don't you stick around?
Well, Bob, I'd like to hear it.
Okay, let's go, Marilyn.
I wish I was a clinging, swinging vine. I wish I was a clinging, swinging vine. If I was a clinging, swinging vine, I'd cling right to that man of mine.
He wishes that she was a clinging vine. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, tell you what she'd like to be. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, that's the dream she wants to be.
I wish I was Maureen O'Hara's cat. I wish I was Maureen O'Hara's cat. Then every time she stroked my fur, I'd just stand there and purr and purr.
He'd like to be Maureen O'Hara's cat. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, tell you what he'd like to be. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, that's the dream he wants to be.
Come on and join the party, Ty.
I wish I was a little orange tree. I wish I was a little orange tree. On freezing nights, how warm I'd be, they'd shove a smudge pot under me.
Little orange tree.
I wish I didn't look like Errol Flynn. Don't you think I look like Errol Flynn?
You may have Errol's manly chin, but your nose looks like the shrimp boat's in.
You look like Errol Flynn. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, tell you what he'd like to be. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, that's the dream he wants to be.
I'd like to be as popular as Bob.
Here.
But I'll never be as popular as Bob.
Well, you can't have power and everything.
Why, Bob's a man that girls forget.
I know, but he hasn't paid me yet.
Da-da-dee-da, da-dee-da-dee-da-dum. I wish I was a moonbeam in the sky. I wish I was a moonbeam in the sky.
If I was a moonbeam in the sky, I'd fit right down in Crosby's eye.
I wish I was a moonbeam in the sky. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, tell you what I'd like to be. Hi-ho, fiddly-dee, that's the dream I want to be. That's the dream I want to be.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as a result of the mix-ups and suits, Tyrone Power stayed to dinner at Bob's house. We now find Bob and Ty in the living room having an after-dinner chat.
So you see, Bob, when I was lucky enough to bag a Bengal tiger, I was glad I joined the African Explorers Club. Do you happen to belong, Bob?
No, I don't, Ty. No.
Or do you belong to the International Big Game Hunters?
Well, no, but I am a member of a very exciting club.
Oh, what club is that?
The Upper Glendale Crocheting and Yummy Yogurt Society. Very exciting, I swear.
Well, you're always kidding, Bob. But, you know, I'm glad I got the chance to talk to you alone. I've been wanting to ask you something for a long time.
Well, was it, Ty?
It's a little personal. You're sure you won't mind?
No, Ty, not at all. What is it?
Tell me, Bob, where did you learn the wonderful technique you have that gets all the beautiful women?
Me?
Yes.
Are you sure we both got the same script?
No, I'm serious, Bob. It's all over town. Wherever lovely women gather, you're the one they talk about.
Now, don't tell me you didn't know.
Well, actually...
I guess I'm embarrassing you. I can see you're the type of man who doesn't like to brag about himself.
Yes, but force me.
Bob, I don't know why you're being so modest. You're the number one boy with the women. I hear your name is written in kisses on the wall of the powder room at Ciro's.
Yeah. How did you find out? That's what I want to... I hear, yeah. Well, that's probably that group of Ziegfeld Follies girls.
Well, then you'll agree, Bob. When it comes to women, you've got more on the ball than I have.
Well, if you insist.
Now, that's what I told the committee. I told them that you'd be much more capable of judging the beauty contest than I. You won't mind taking my place, will you?
Judging a beauty contest? Oh, I'd be glad to.
Swell. A car will pick you up tomorrow afternoon, and I'm off the hook. Well, good night, Bob.
Oh, good night, Ty. Hey, by the way, do you know any of the gorgeous babes in the beauty contest?
What gorgeous babes? It's a contest to pick the shape...
I like that guy. All those compliments were just a sneaky way to get out of something he didn't want to do. Well, I'm tired. I think I'll stretch out on the sofa here and take a little nap. Him in this contest. I can tell him who the shapeliest grandmother is right now. So why should I give Arthur Godfrey free publicity? I'm tired. My Throne Power is just jealous because I look better in his suit than he does. What does he know about style? On my suit, he couldn't even find a place where you blow up the shoulders. If I'd spent as much time in Europe as he has, I could be a continental lover just like Tyrone.
Mr. Power! Mr. Power! Huh?
What?
Wake up, Mr. Power. Your breakfast is ready.
Mr. Power? Oh, am I Tyrone Power?
Why, of course you are, sir. Are you sure you didn't have too many pink champagnes at the Countess's reception last night?
Oh, yes, it all comes back to me now. I am Tyrone Power, the greatest continental lover in Europe. What's for breakfast, Parkins?
Caviar, truffles, poached swan eggs, Benedict, Chinese pheasant holding a strawberry in its beak, and frog legs sandpapered smooth and served on tiptoe.
Gad, every day the same thing. And Parkins, what's wrong with this coffee? It doesn't taste right.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. I had to make it with water. We were all out of champagne.
How can you be such a peasant? I sometimes despair that you... Oh, come in.
Oh, there you are, Tyrone. Kiss me, my darling. Oh, I love you. I love you.
I love you too, my sweet.
Just the thought of you, such a flame burning inside of me.
Yes, darling, you're all I live for. Kiss me.
Oh, farewell. Until later.
Who was that, sir?
I was hoping you knew. Any mail, Parkins?
Tons of it, sir, from your admirers.
Well, I keep searching because I know someday I'll find my dream girl. She must have the dainty feet of Pierre Angela, the legs of Marlene Dietrich, the eyes of Jean Tierney, and the lips of Hedy Lamarr.
What progress have you made, sir?
Well, so far I've got the shoes of Marjorie Main. But let's get to the mail. Here's an interesting envelope written in lavender ink. Let's see what it says. I can't go on without you. Meet me tonight at the Continental Cafe. I'll be the blonde wearing the white gown with green sequins in my hair.
Is it signed Anxious?
No, but it's signed Taft, and that's the same thing. The intrigue of a new romance. Lay out my best evening suit, Parkins. The powder blue gabardine. Tonight, I live. There you are, my mystery girl.
So, sweetheart, we have found each other.
Yes, it was easy. You're the only one here with green sequins in her hair. How did you find me?
Well, you are the only one here with red sequins in your hair.
I have have to wear those red sequins. I don't have a taillight on my bicycle. You're ravishing, my dear. What is your name?
Oh, I have so many names. I am the Countess Maria Fuscelli, Angelina Sheila, Maritz Vita, Gloriana Consuela, Florencia, Marlene de Meur. Which one do you like the best?
I don't know. It all looks so good.
You know, Tyrone, I'm very rich. Make me your favorite and I'll build you a mansion.
Oh, no thanks.
I'll give you expensive racing cars. Shower you with precious jewels.
Oh, no thanks.
But it must be something you want.
Well, I could use a taillight for my bicycle. Shall we dance?
Oh, I would love to, but look, the floor show is about to commence.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Cafe Continental has a wonderful surprise for you. For the first time on the Riviera, we present the famous American comedian, Bob Hope.
Oh, thanks for the memory. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much, so much, so much, so much, so much. I thank you so much.
I don't like the tune, but it's got swell words.
Quiet, tell me, it's very funny.
How do you do, everybody? This is Bob by and by the Carton Hope. Saying, pardon me if I strut, I can't keep my mouth shut because about Chesterfield, I'm really nuts. I smoke 'em down as far as I can and then wash and iron the butt. Yes, 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 yes.
The first time I ever laid an egg with someone else's layer.
If you think that's funny, listen to this one. I was walking down the street, and a tramp came up to me. He said, "Mister, I haven't had a bite for 2 days." So I bit him. As the farmer said to the cow, I'm really pulling him.
Boy, if I sound like that, I'll throw myself off the highest cliff on Sidney Green Street.
Well, that's the end of my routine, folks. As the baby bear said when it sat down on the cake of ice, my tale is told.
What material? Milton Berle wouldn't touch that stuff with a 10-foot airwick.
Oh, I think this Bob Hoops is cute, and I'm going to dance with him.
Hey, come back here.
Oh, Mr. Hoops, you're so interesting, and you dance very well, too. Will you dance with me again?
Sure I will, babe, as long as you keep putting quarters in the meter.
Pardon me, Countess. Could I have the honor of cutting in?
Why, of course, Tyrone.
Well, here we go.
Oh, Tyrone, you're the best dancer I've ever danced with. You're so wonderful at the waltz, the rumba, the samba, and the tango. Oh, what a dancer.
Thank you.
But by the way, what are those things sticking out of your sleeves?
Arthur Murray's hands. He's in the suit with me. Ah, Countess, you're lovely tonight.
Okay, I'm cutting in. Bobsy Boy is back.
Out of the way, peasant, or I'll run you through with my sword. And everyone knows that I, Tyrone, am the greatest swordsman in Europe. On guard.
But I ain't got a sword.
I have a weapon in my purse. Here, take this ruby-handled dagger.
Okay. Ha-ha! Touché.
Oh, he got me.
Oh, Tyrone, can I ease the pain? Turn over and I'll pull the dagger out of your back.
No, leave it there. I want the ruby handle sticking out of my back.
But why?
This way I won't have to buy a taillight for my bicycle. Oh, thanks for the memory of the UN's fight for peace. We know they'll never cease till they guarantee a world that's free and sign a long-term lease. And we thank them so much. That about wraps it up for tonight. I want to thank Tyrone Power for a fine performance. Love the way he did those monologue jokes. I should have let him handle the first monologue, don't you think? Huh? Also thank Marilyn Maxwell. Fine show. And remember, folks, to sound off for Chesterfield, and do it today. For the first time, you'll get the cigarette that's much milder with the added protection of no unpleasant aftertaste.
Remember, that added protection, no unpleasant aftertaste, is confirmed by a leading research organization. Next week, Chesterfield presents the annual Look Achievement Award winners in a special Bob Hope Show with Danny Thomas, Vivian Lee, Mitzi Gaynor, Sam Goldwyn, George Stevens, Arthur Freed, Eddie Mayhoff, Bob O'Donnell, and others. That's next Tuesday at the same time on the Bob Hope Show. Tonight's appearance of Tyrone Power was made possible through 20th Century Fox Studios, whose current release is Phone Call from a Stranger, starring Shelley Winters, Gary Merrill, and Betty Davis. Be sure to listen to the Bob Hope Show next week, featuring the annual Look Achievement Award winners. The Bob Hope Show was written by Norman Sullivan, Marvin Fisher, and Larry Klein, and transcribed in Hollywood.
Columbia, this is Houston, ALS, over. Houston, ALS, over.
They've got a core, a piece of pipe, in effect, that they attach onto this handle, and then
Neil Armstrong's been on the lunar surface now almost 45 minutes.
They can hammer that into the surface and get a sample down below the actual surface, which they already have contaminated with the descent engine and by their presence. Then get down below that contamination and also get a sample of core down to almost a foot or so, I think it is, Newell, isn't it?
16 inches.
16 inches.
Exactly.
Get a little something more than they can get by scraping on the surface itself.
Columbia, gain over. Columbia, this is Houston, reading you loud and clear, over. Yeah, this is Houston reading. Yeah, reading you loud and clear. How's it going? Roger, the EVA is progressing beautifully. I believe they're setting up the flag now.
You know, they started out behind time on this,
I
and
guess
then
you're
caught
about the
up.
only person around that doesn't have TV coverage of the scene.
Yes, this is the flag, not the core sample.
That's all right, I don't mind a bit.
Hank Collins says he doesn't mind a bit not having television right now.
How is the quality of the TV? Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
There it is, a U.S. flag on the surface of the moon.
Yes, indeed. They've got the flag up now, and you can see the stars and stripes on the lunar surface. Beautiful, just beautiful.
That flag is on a frame. There is no wind to hold it out like that, of course. It's a 3x5 flag, and it's got a frame of its own to hold it out.
See if you can pull that in off a little bit.
Nothing more really is needed here, but it does seem that there ought to be some music.
Very good.
It won't go up. Okay.
I think they're having a little trouble getting that driven into the surface.
Lithely he moves back.
I think they're taking pictures of each other with a Hasselblad camera.
Yep.
Exactly what they're doing. The first tourists on the moon.
True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
Sound off for Chesterfield. Chesterfield, first with premium quality and best for you. Chesterfield brings you Dragnet.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. You arrested one member of an organized ring of thieves. You're after the head man of the gang. Your job, get him. Here is Chesterfield's record with smokers, and important to you.
No adverse effects to the nose, throat, and sinuses from smoking Chesterfield.
That's the report of a doctor who has been examining a group of Chesterfield smokers for a full year and 2 months. Don't you want to try a cigarette with a record like this? Chesterfield. First with premium quality. Chesterfield. First choice of young America. And that's from a survey made in 274 colleges and universities. Try Chesterfields today. Chesterfield. Regular or king size. They're much milder and best for you.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Wednesday, June 24th. It was warm in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of auto theft detail. My partner's Frank Smith. The boss is Thad Brown, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. We were at the main jail, and it was 8:14 a.m. when we got to the second floor, the interview room. Sit down, Sloan.
Yeah.
Right there.
You guys start pretty early in the morning, don't you?
Yeah, once in a while.
You got a cigarette?
Yeah, there you are.
Thanks. I never feel like I'm alive until I've had a cigarette in the morning. How about a match?
Here.
There's nothing like it, that first cigarette. All right, what's this all about?
You know that as well as we do. A few questions we want to ask.
All right, go ahead, ask.
What's your part in the setup?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it won't work, Sloan. We got the whole story from Summers.
Well, then what do you need from me?
Just like to check out a few things.
What do you mean you got the whole story from Summers? What did he say?
Told us everything he knows about the setup. From what he says, you're the key man. Everything goes through you.
He said that?
Yeah.
You believe him?
Got no reason not to. That's why we're here. Get your side of the story.
How much he tell you?
Said everything he knows.
Yeah, that figures. You get a guy with a yen like that, and as soon as the roof starts to drop, they spill their insides out. That's the trouble with doing business with hypes. You always run into it.
Yeah, well, let's hear your side, huh?
Sure. I knew going in if you locked Summers up, he'd break. Just a matter of time before he started seeing things and talked all over the place.
Why don't you do a little of the same?
I got no choice. Where do you want me to start?
How about the beginning?
It's as good a place as any, I guess.
All right, who's the big gun in the setup?
Now, you're not going to believe
Well,
this.
why don't you try us?
I don't know who he is. I haven't got the slightest idea, and that's the truth.
You're asking us to buy the fact you work for a guy you don't know.
I don't care if you buy it or not. That's the way it is. I don't know who the big man is.
How'd he get your orders?
He calls me.
Where?
My place.
When?
When I got something for him.
How does he know?
We got a set time each day. He calls in. He tells me what he wants done. I tell him what's going on.
What happens if you want to talk to him and it's not the time?
Nothing. I got to wait.
How do you get paid?
He calls me and tells me where to go. I show up there and the doors wait.
All right, now you start at the beginning. Give us the whole story.
All right, I got in town about 6 months ago.
Where from?
Outside of Chicago.
All right.
I laid around town for a few days, and I get this rumble that maybe I can pick up a job.
Where'd you hear it?
Oh, just around. I couldn't tell you where it was. A word here, another one there. Just around.
All right, go ahead.
Well, I'm home one day, and the phone rings. I answer it, and the guy asked me if I wanted to go to work for him. I'm on my uppers, so I asked him what he wanted me to do, and he springs this car heist thing on me. I told him I wanted no part of it.
Yeah.
He kept on talking, kept telling me how it was such a sweet, clean racket, how we could work it without being tagged. Finally, I told him I might be willing to sit down and talk to him about it.
Mm-hmm.
He says no go. Said he didn't want anybody to know who he was, and that went from me, too. He told me he'd swing the operation on
What do
me.
you mean, swing it?
Well, he said he'd tell me how to set it up, how to make it work, who to contact. Said he had the organization already, but he needed a man to take charge of the L.A. part of it. He told me that I was the guy he wanted.
Well, Sloan, how'd he happen to come to you?
I don't know. I did time when I was a kid for Grand Theft Auto. First time, I got off light.
Where'd you do the time?
New York State.
All right, go on.
Well, maybe he got a rumble about that. He knew that I was down. Maybe he figured that I was the guy to handle it for him. I don't know why. He just called.
Do you have any idea who this man on the phone was?
No. I thought about it a lot. I tried to come up with an answer, but there just wasn't any. At least none that I could find.
Might have been somebody you met back east.
I don't know. Could be. I got no way of knowing. The way the deal worked out, I didn't have any reason to get nosy. This guy really had it figured out like a charm. I still don't know how you tagged us. How about it? You tell me?
You know better than
Yeah, I suppose so.
All right, go ahead. What happened after you talked to this guy?
Well, I wasn't real anxious right off. I told him I'd have to think about it, you see.
Yeah.
Next day, he calls again. Told me he wanted to tell me the deal, lay it out for me. If I thought it was good, I could go along with it. Otherwise, we could call it quits. I was just about to get bounced out of my room, so I listened. We must have talked for about an hour.
Yeah?
That's when he laid it out for me. The way it looked, the plan couldn't miss. Wasn't anything he hadn't thought of all along the line. He had the leaks all plugged up tight, you see.
All right. How'd this deal work?
I thought Summers gave you the lineup.
Yeah, he did, but we'd like to hear it from you,
You
all
sure
right?
you ain't trying to con me into something?
You said it yourself. You got no choice now, have you?
Well, the way it'd work was smooth, real smooth. The boss, that's what I called him. He'd call me, tell me what kind of car he wanted. I'd get in touch with one of the boys and pass the order on, you see.
Yeah.
Hype would steal the car, call me.
Who?
Some hype would steal the car and call me right away, tell me where he had the car. Then the boss would call and I'd tell him. He'd drive by, look at the car. If he okayed it, he'd call me and I'd tell the fellow that stole it to get it rolling.
They drive it to Mexico, huh?
Yeah. First off, I'd meet him and give him enough money to get back here, though. And after that, they'd switch the plates in the car and then shove off.
Where'd you get the plates?
Oh, the boss would get them someplace. Then they'd be delivered to me. Always cold plates. I think he probably got them off of used car lots. I don't know, but that's the way it looked like to me. You see?
Yeah. What happened then?
Well, the guy'd drive the car straight through. He'd deliver the car to a contact down in Tijuana.
What about the payoff from Mexico? How'd they work that?
Well, that went through me, too. I'd get a call from the boss. He'd tell me where the meat was. I'd show up and pick up a paper bag with the narcotics.
That the way the stolen cars were paid for? Narcotics?
Yeah. Heroin was the best, so by the time we cut it down, it went a long way.
What'd you do with the stuff?
Well, some of it I'd use for paying off the hype that lifted the car, and the rest went on to the boss.
How'd you get it to him?
He'd call me, tell me where to leave it. Maybe an alley downtown, a telephone pole on Central. Once in a fountain right in front of City Hall. Every time it was a different place.
Yeah. Is it possible any of the others might know who he is?
I talked to him. None of them know. I don't think they're holding out.
Yeah. This boss, he ever say anything that could let you know where he was calling from?
No.
How about his voice? You get anything from that?
What do you mean?
You have an accent, something like that?
No, nothing. He talked just like you and me. There's one thing, though.
What's that?
He's been around. He knows the tricks. He knows about me, everything I've ever done. The way he talks, you know he knows all the rackets.
Mm-hmm. He ever sent you anything through the mail?
Oh, what do you mean, like with the postman?
That's right.
No. A couple of times he sent me a batch of plates to use on the cars, but they come by messenger.
One of the companies here?
No, just a guy. I asked them who sent them, but they couldn't tell me.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I ain't sure, but I really don't think they knew. It's always a different guy each time. Never the same one twice.
You got some of the plates around?
No, we used the last one on the car last night.
When does the boss usually send them to you?
Depends on how many cars we've taken. He keeps track. When we're out of cold plates, another batch of them shows up. It depends on the cars, you think.
How about the other men working with you? The ones here in town? You give us a list of them?
If I do, it makes me a pretty big fink.
You don't, it's going to make you big trouble.
I suppose so. There's nothing you guys can promise me for this, huh?
You know the answer to that, too. We can see that the district attorney's office knows about the help you gave us. That's all we can do.
It's better than nothing. Okay, I'll give you the names.
Now, when this goes to trial, we can figure you'll be a witness for the state?
Against who?
Well, this boss, whoever he is.
Sure, if you can get him. I don't think you will, though.
Is that right?
Sure, it stands to reason. I worked for the guy and never got to see him. He ain't going to want to see the police.
Well, he's a little like you, isn't he?
Huh?
He's got no choice. We got the list of names from the suspect, and then we checked with Captain Carl Shy, Narcotics Division. He assigned 2 men to work with us on the case. We got in touch with the Sheriff's Department and filled Sergeant Judge Shelton in on the developments. A call was put into Al Gayton at San Diego, and he said that he'd get in touch with the Mexican authorities and line up the cooperation we needed from them. The name of the contact in Tijuana was given to them, but they were unable to locate the suspect. We asked the Stats Office to make a new run on the M.O. of the auto thefts in an attempt to come up with a new lead on the head of the ring of thieves. They turned up 6 leads that were checked out. They netted us nothing. We got in touch with the State Highway Patrol, and we worked out a system to intercept any cars that might be stolen in the future by the same gang. The plan was that in the event we received a call regarding a stolen vehicle, we'd put it on the air with the heading of the code word Alex. This would alert all police officers between Los Angeles and the Mexican border. The men named for us by the suspect Harry Sloan were all taken into custody. Further interrogation netted us no new information. In the meantime, the leader of the gang had apparently succeeded in setting up a new group of thieves and was operating again. The thefts continued through the next month. During that time, all precautions were taken to keep the stolen cars from getting to the border, but the speed with which the gang operated made apprehending them almost impossible. The radio operation with patrol units along the highway was tried, But by the time the cars were reported stolen to us and we were able to get a broadcast out on them, they were already across the border. Thursday, July 30th. Frank and I checked into the office. I'll check the book. Right. Anything?
No, call here from Faye, that's all.
You know, Skipper sure hacked about this thing, huh? Can you blame him?
No, I suppose not. He's got a lot of people leaning on him. I don't know, Joe. It's about time the brakes start falling on our side.
Well, we've been saying that for a long time, too. Doesn't seem to do much good. Even when we do nail the big gun, we're going to have to prove it, and that isn't going to be easy.
Yeah. The way he's got it worked out, it's going to be awful tough to build a case that'll stick.
Well, he doesn't handle the narcotics. He doesn't handle the money. All he does is okay the jobs.
Yeah, but there's got to be an outlet for the heroin. Or where's he getting rid of it?
That's a good question. You know, we've been trying to come up with the answer a long time. No rumbles, informants don't know anything. I get it. Auto theft Friday. Yes, ma'am. Well, maybe we can help you. Yes, ma'am, huh? Well, yes. Well, could we meet you? Oh, no, ma'am. You won't be involved. Yo, what's that address again? Yeah. Yes, ma'am. We'll be there. Oh, in about 10 minutes? What's that? No, ma'am. Just my partner. Yes, that's right. All right. See you then. Right. Goodbye. Well, maybe this is a break.
Who was it?
Woman. She wouldn't give us her name. She said that wasn't important. She wants us to meet her.
What about?
Something to do with used cars. 10:10 a.m. Frank and I left the office and drove to Hollywood to meet the woman who'd called in. She said that she wanted to meet us in one of the coffee shops along Vine Street. We drove out the new freeway to Hollywood Boulevard and then down to Vine Street. We parked the car and walked up to the coffee shop. The girl on the phone had refused to give us her name, so Frank and I had no way of knowing who she might be. She told me to take a booth at the back of the restaurant and that she'd find us. Frank and I sat down and ordered a cup of coffee, and we waited. There was no sign of the caller. 11 a.m. She still hadn't shown up. We were about ready to leave when a tall woman, well-dressed, in her middle 30s, came in. She stopped at the door, looked around the place, and then she headed for our booth.
Joe.
Yeah, it might be. No, she's heading for the next booth.
Are you from the police?
What?
Are you a policeman?
No, why?
Never mind. Are you from the cops?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm the one who called you and told you to meet me here.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Joe Friday. This is my partner, Frank Smith.
You got some way to prove it?
Ma'am?
Prove that you're cops. I don't want to talk to nobody who ain't a cop.
Yes, ma'am. Here's my ID card.
Oh, yeah. That's you, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
How about you?
Yes, ma'am. Here's mine.
Oh, yeah. Oh, say, that's a real nice picture. You put on some weight, haven't you?
Would you like to sit down, ma'am? We can get started on this.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Now, what was your name?
You don't need that. It doesn't make any difference.
All right. We order you something, maybe?
Yeah, I'd like a Coke.
All right.
I'll get it, Joe.
You make sure it's a real Coke, though. Genuine.
All right, ma'am.
I'm sorry I'm late. I got tied up.
That's all right, ma'am. What if we can get started?
Well, I was across the street, waiting by the radio station.
Yes, ma'am.
Waiting for that singer. What's his name? You know who I mean. The cute one with the curly hair. Oh, I never can think of his name. Anyway, I was waiting for him to come out. He's doing a show over there, you know. He's a wonderful voice, and he's so cute.
Now, what's this all about, this thing you want to tell us?
Crazy kids and their autograph books. I couldn't even get near him. Miserable.
I wonder if we could get down to business here, ma'am. You said on the phone that you could give us some information?
Yeah, I think I can help you out. It seems to me that you might want to talk to this man.
What's his name?
Well, maybe I ought to tell you about him first, and then if you want to know his name, I can tell you that.
All right, ma'am. Go ahead.
Here's your Coke, ma'am.
Oh, thanks. All right, that's good. It's cold.
Do you want to go on?
On?
Yes, ma'am. About the man?
Oh, yeah. Well, there's this fella, and he's got an office in the building where I work.
Where would that be?
A corner of Hollywood and Dick Street. Right on the corner. 9th floor. Elevator's always out of order.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, he's got this office, and I see him a lot. You know, at the elevator? Maybe down at the magazine rack in the lobby. Anyway, I see him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Well, about a week ago, he asked me for a date. Just like that. Come up to me while I was looking at TV Stars Parade. That's a magazine.
Uh-huh.
All about television stars. Where they work, what they're like. All interesting things like that. Like, do they like garlic and what kind of knot do they use in their ties? All interesting things like that.
So this man asked you for a date, huh?
Came up just like brass and asked me out. Well, first off, I was kind of flattered. You know, he's pretty nice. Drives a nice car and all, but I told him I couldn't go out with him. And then I told him that I thought he should be ashamed of himself. I told him he should be ashamed of himself.
Yes, ma'am.
Sure. See, I knew he was married. Nice little wife, real cute. I saw her a couple of times around the building. Lately, she hasn't been too well. She's real cute. Imagine him asking me out and him a married man.
Well, yes, ma'am, but why do you think that the police might be interested in him?
I'm coming to that. That was good. Well, I kind of checked around, to see what this guy did and what business he was in.
Yes, ma'am.
He's in the used car business, sells old cars.
I see.
That's it. Sells used cars in an office building. Not even a lot. Nothing. There's a glass door.
Is there any lettering on it?
Yeah, I thought about that, too, but there isn't. No, that's all he's got. Just this little tiny office desk and a couple of chairs. Glass door.
Well, ma'am, there's nothing illegal in that,
Oh, yeah, but he doesn't have a license. No, sir, he doesn't have a license.
Beg pardon?
I work for a lawyer. Alphabetical filing, G to O. I asked my boss if you didn't have to have some kind of license to sell cars, and my boss says you do. This man doesn't have one. He goes out and buys these old cars and then fixes them up and sells them, and he doesn't have a license. Well, not only that, the men he sells the cars to. Oh.
Why do you say that?
No, because I do, that's why. Always come in the office, and they sit there and talk, and then they leave. I've been in the hall sometimes, and they laugh, and they're real spooky guys, real spooky.
Well, what's the matter, ma'am?
Man that just came in. The one with the kind of blonde hair, you see him?
Yes, ma'am. What about him?
Isn't that... Oh, what's his name? I know it as well as I know my own. He stars in all those space things, like the Saturn Saga and the Martian Maniac that was on last week, and this fella, that one that just came in. Well, he had on this kind of suit all covered with lights, a space suit. He was so cute.
Yes, ma'am. Well, if you'll tell us the name of the man in your building, we'll check on him.
Oh, there's more to the story.
Ma'am?
There's more. I'm not finished.
All right, would you like to sit down and go on?
Oh, yeah. Well, day before yesterday, I'm standing by the elevator, and one of this man's customers come out of the office. He walked over to the elevator.
Mm-hmm.
He reached into his pocket and took out a cigarette, kept the pack up here in the pocket up here. Here, with the handkerchief.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, when he pulled the pack out, he dropped a little package. Fell right on the floor, and he didn't see it. Right away, he got into the elevator and went down, and I went over and picked it up. Little tiny thing. Got it right here in my purse. I was going to give it to the man, and then I thought maybe I better come to you. I saw a picture of a thing like this in the newspaper once. Here it is. Will you just look at that? There, you see?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it, Joe?
Heroin. 11:40 a.m. We continued to talk to the woman. She gave us the name of the man who ran the used car agency in her building, Ralph Holland. She also gave us a description of him and a description of the man she'd seen drop the narcotics. We went back to the office and checked the name through R&I. Holland had a record listing one arrest on suspicion of violation of the State Narcotic Act. The date of the arrest was August 17th, 1937. He'd been released for lack of evidence. We checked the name in the phone book and came up with a business and a residence address. He lived with his wife in a large tract out in the San Fernando Valley. 1:15 p.m. Frank and I drove out to talk with Holland's neighbors. They told us that the family was known and respected throughout the area. None of them could recount any actions that might cause suspicion. They told us the Hollands had lived in the house for the past 5 years, but that Mrs. Holland had said that the family was planning to move into town. From the neighbors, we found out that Mrs. Holland was a semi-invalid and rarely left the house. We called the office and arranged for a stakeout on the house, and then we drove back into Hollywood to talk with Holland's business associate. From them, we got the same story. Ralph Holland was a respected member of the community and was a member of several civic clubs. None of his friends could tell us much about his business activities. We did learn, however, that many of his friends couldn't figure how the family could live at the scale that they did. They said that Holland had a good business, but they couldn't see how he could afford the new cars that he drove or the new house he was planning to move into. 5:46 p.m. We checked back into the office and talked with Captain Nelson. Well, it should take us a couple of days to get the information back from the banks.
Yeah. In the meantime, we got a lot of walking to do.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
Well, Skipper said we could have all the help we needed.
You get in touch with narcotics?
Yeah, I called him this morning. They'll give us a hand.
Yeah, rough duty, isn't it?
What do you mean?
Well, we figured the guy's guilty, looks good for it. Now the big job.
Yeah?
Got to prove it.
You are listening to Dragnet, the authentic story of your police force in action. Years ahead of them all.
Chesterfield is years ahead of all cigarettes.
Chesterfield quality is highest. Here's the proof.
Recent chemical analyses give an index of good quality for the country's 6 leading cigarette brands. The index of good quality table, which is a ratio of high sugar to low nicotine, shows Chesterfield quality highest.
Chesterfield quality highest.
15% higher than its nearest competitor.
Chesterfield quality highest.
31% higher than the average of the 5 other leading brands. Don't you want to try a cigarette with a record like this?
Chesterfield. First with premium quality and best for you.
Try Chesterfield today, regular or king size.
Friday, July 31st, the legwork started. 2 teams of men were assigned from auto theft detail to help us, and narcotics sent 2 more teams to work with us. For the next 3 weeks, Ralph Holland was kept under 24-hour surveillance. A stakeout was maintained on his house and on his office. His business records were checked. From these, we came up with an estimate of what the suspect's income was. Then we began to check his expenditures. As a result, we found that he had control of at least $250,000 that his business could not account for. Everyone who visited the Hollands, either at their home or at his office, was checked on. Among his visitors, we found several known narcotic dealers. The auto thefts continued, but by now the code system had begun to work. From July 31st to August 25th, 16 cars were stolen that we attributed to Holland's operation. All of them were recovered between Los Angeles and the Mexican border. All of the drivers of the cars were taken into custody, but none of them could give us any information to aid us in obtaining a conviction. During that time, Holland didn't make any attempt to handle any narcotics. A dictograph had been placed in his office, and all of his conversations were monitored, but nothing incriminating was said. We got the address of the new home the suspect had bought, and a complete set of listening equipment was installed there. From the time the couple moved into the house, their conversations were monitored 24 hours a day. The recordings were played for Captain Nelson, Captain Shy of Narcotics Division, and for the men from the district attorney's office. They agreed that there wasn't enough evidence to issue an indictment. Friday, August 28th, Frank and I checked into the listening post. Well, you might as well sit down, Frank. We got a long night.
Gonna be better with a speaker.
What?
Fellows downtown putting a speaker, see? Earphones get too heavy.
Oh, yeah.
I was talking to Guy Anderson. He was out here. Said by the time you sit with those things on your head for a couple of hours, feels like somebody shot your ears full of Novocaine.
Yeah.
Speaker's better.
Yeah, I imagine so.
Easier, too.
Well, better turned on, huh?
Yeah.
Holland come home yet?
Just walked in before we got here.
Here they come. Sounds like they're in the living room, huh?
Yeah.
Want to take a trip with me?
Where to?
Oh, I thought maybe we'd drive down south.
You're not figuring on going to Mexico.
Oh, I got it, honey. And anybody else that's said things been rough lately. Been picking the boys up as fast as I can find them.
Why did you call it quits? You've made enough.
Just about to do that, honey. That's the last trip.
I'm glad of that. Honey, I don't like it. Maybe I'm just getting jittery, but I swear there have been men watching the house.
Here, take the drink. Oh, you're just getting jumpy, honey. There isn't anybody watching and anybody who knows about us.
Well, I'm glad you think that. I'm not too sure anymore.
There's nothing to worry about. We're clean. This is the last trip. After that, we call it quits, okay?
I'll be glad when it's over.
You go with me, then. It'll be good for you. Get out of the house, see the country. Get you over this case of nerves you got.
Might be kind of nice of that.
Sure it would. Best thing in the world for you. See some new things.
When do you figure to go?
Oh, I'm going to pick up the car in the morning early. I thought we'd get away about 8. We can stay down there for a couple of days and get back Tuesday. Take our time. Have a few laughs.
Who's going to pick up the car?
A kid named Jimmy. We're going to meet him halfway, just outside of Del Mar. I'll take the car from there.
Well, like I said, I'll be glad when it's over.
I know how you feel, honey. I give you my word. Tomorrow, that's the end of it.
Well, let's hope he's not kidding. The following morning at 6:30 a.m., Frank and I, along with the men from Narcotics Division, were parked down the street from the Holland home. At 8:36 a.m., we saw the couple come out of the house and get into Ralph Holland's car. They drove out to Sepulveda Boulevard and they turned south. All units of the state police had been notified to watch for the car. Members of the sheriff's department were stationed along the road just outside Del Mar. If we could take Holland into custody while he was in the possession of a stolen car and confront him with the stories of the 2 suspects we picked up earlier, George Summers and Harry Sloan, we felt that there was a good chance that he might confess. In any event, we'd be able to bring him to trial on a grand theft auto charge. The meet was made with the man who'd stolen the car as scheduled, and Holland started to drive south to the border. Men from the sheriff's department took the thief into custody, and we followed Holland. About 4 minutes later, he pulled the car over to the side of the road in front of a small coffee stand. He and his wife got out of the car, and they went into the place. We drove by, and then we doubled back and parked about 100 yards up the road from the stand. All right, let's go. The boy should be around back by now.
Yeah.
All right, come on. Out the end of the counter.
Yeah.
You Ralph Holland?
Yes, what do you want?
You driving that green Buick out there?
Yeah, so what?
Wonder if we can see the registration papers on the car.
What for?
Police officers. We'd like to see the registration.
What are you doing to him? You got no right to hit him like that. We weren't doing anything. You got no right.
Come on, Holland. On your feet.
You guys play a little rough, don't you?
We didn't call it. You did. All right, hands are back here. Stand still. How about it? He's clean.
You guys sure got a lot of nerve to come in here and beat him up like this.
Who tipped you? Who finked out?
Well, don't worry about it.
Somebody had to, but there wasn't anybody that knew. Nobody at all. How'd you find out?
All right, come on.
It's perfect. All the way around. Where'd I go sour? When'd I make the mistake?
When you started.
The story you have just heard is true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On January 14th, trial was held in Department 89, Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of Los Angeles. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Next time you buy cigarettes, I wish you'd kind of keep us in mind and remember what we've told you about Chesterfield. First, with premium quality, highest quality, in both regular and king size. You smoke a couple of packs and you'll see what I mean. Chesterfields are milder with a wonderful taste. And you want to remember this. Chesterfield is America's best cigarette buy. See for yourself, won't you?
Ralph P. Holland was tried and convicted on 12 counts grand theft auto. His wife, Mildred R. Holland, was tried and convicted of 1 count grand theft auto. 7 other members of the gang were apprehended and brought to trial on the same charges. They all received sentences as prescribed by law. Grand theft auto is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 1 or more than 10 years. 4 suspects were apprehended and tried on charges of violation of the State Narcotic Act, a felony. They were convicted and received terms as prescribed by law. Violation of the State Narcotic Act, a felony, is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 1 nor more than 6 years. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors, Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Ben Alexander, Stacey Harris, Virginia Gregg, Vic Perrin. Script by John Robinson. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
For a million laughs, tune in Chesterfield's Martin and Lewis show Tuesday on this same NBC station. And sound off for Chesterfield. Either regular or king size, you'll find premium quality Chesterfields much milder. Chesterfield is best for you.
Chesterfield has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now, new Fatima has the tip for your lips. Fatima tips of perfect cork. King size for natural filtering. Fatima quality for a much better flavor and aroma. So remember, new Fatima has the tip for your lips. Fatima. See how smooth they are.
Remember, Fatima is made by the makers of Chesterfield, Liggett and Myers, one of tobacco's most respected names.
On the point of that knife, a man's life is at stake.
I'm just saying it's possible.
And I say it's not possible.
I want you to watch this because I don't want to have to do it again. I'll make myself about 6 or 7 inches shorter, okay?
It's about right. Maybe a little more.
Okay, a little more.
What's up? Here's what I think happened.
How can he be positive about anything?
I don't understand you people. I mean, all these picky little points you keep bringing up, they don't mean nothing.
You are going to try a man for murder. The awesome power to kill will suddenly be thrust into your hands.
Watch them and pray, for someday you may become one of them. 12 men with the smell of violent death in their nostrils.
What's the matter with you guys? You're letting them slip through our fingers.
Slip through our fingers? Are you his executioner?
You cut it.
Ever since you walked into this room, you've been acting like a self-appointed public avenger.
Shut up. You're a sadist.
12 men turned into 12 clawing animals.
Kill them all. Kill them.
Now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Waiter.
A special rebroadcast for the American Armed Forces and their allies. You're invited to drop in where the elite meet to eat. Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meet to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. Fancy you calling me here. Tonight, Ransom Sherman. The screwball. Yeah, the guy from radio. He what? Well, Duffy, you ain't a fair judge. You've heard him. Yeah. You know, he's going to have his own radio show. Yeah, the Nitwit Court. What part does he play? It's a dual role. Yeah, he's both the wit and the nit. Yeah, well, Duffy, we're going to close the joint. And, by the way, I want to state right here and now that I ain't coming back in the fall for no $15 a week. Don't forget what? Security, permanence, regular hours, free meals. Look, I can get all of them things in Alcatraz and meet a nicer class of people. Well, look, you better think things over, Duffy. Okay. Well, Eddie, come on now. If we're going to close this joint, we got to get busy. Did you sweep up the sawdust?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Well, then put it in a box and take it over to Brunschweiger the butcher. We're subletting it to him.
Yeah, but first, see, I'd like to filter it.
You'd like to filter it? Why?
Well, we still ain't located Mr. O'Rourke.
Oh.
Okay.
Hiya, Finnegan. What are you going to do? Just sit around in the heat and smelt it?
Oh, no. I expect to get away for a while, Arch. Out into the open.
Into the open, huh? Where you going?
Oh, I have been invited by some friends of mine to spend a few weeks on their fire escape.
Oh. Just gonna lap up a life of luxury, huh?
Oh, no. I'm gonna still keep up my business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What business was that again, Finnegan?
Dog walking.
Oh. You mean you get paid for walking dogs?
Well, certainly, Arch. What else? I get 15 cents for little dogs, 20 cents for middle-sized dogs, and 10 cents for great big dogs.
Yeah. How come you charge less for the big dogs?
I ride them home.
Oh, hi-ho, Fido. Look, do they make you wear a muzzle, Finnegan?
Oh, no, Arch. They know I'm too gentle to bite a dog.
Yeah, well, you gotta be careful not to, you know. You know, some of them dogs is very valuable,
Oh,
Finnegan.
yeah?
Yeah, sure. A friend of mine once had a Pekingese, was worth over $3,000.
$3,000?
Yeah.
Imagine a little dog saving up all that money. Oh, well.
Ransom Sherman has a new radio show, and there's a highly remote possibility that he might hire me.
Yeah, but you ain't no radio actor, Mr. Archie.
There's two schools of thought on that, Eddie.
But you never went to either one of them schools.
Well, Eddie, it don't take no brains to be a radio actor.
That's why you're so confident.
Sure. That's the difference between you and me, Eddie, you know. We both got talent, but where we disseminate is, I got confidence and you ain't.
No. Where we disseminate is you say you got talent and you got confidence. I say I ain't got talent and I got confidence that you ain't got talent.
Oh.
What kind of radio program is this, anyhow?
Why, it is called the Nitwit Court.
Oh, you got talent.
Say, Arch, what do they do on this program?
They solve problems for domestics and relations. You know, advice to the loved one.
Oh, yeah? Oh, I love them kind of programs. I always used to listen to the Goodwill Court.
You did, huh?
Yeah. My mother and father was on it 5 times.
5 times? Huh? What for?
Well, the first time my father hauled me mother up there was because she beat him up.
Yeah, huh? What about the other 4 times?
Well, my mother liked being on the radio so much she kept on beating him up.
5 times more and she can take it over to Hobby Lobby.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. Look, what are you doing with all them maps there?
I'm going to take a railroad trip on the Santa Fe.
The Santa Fe. Miss Duffy, that is the Santa Fe. You see, the A is pronounced like an E on account of that little French aperitif on top. What we United States citizens call an apostrophe.
Fee.
Fee, Fee, yeah, you should know that. Every time you see a he, you holler, hey. Anyways, what are you doing traveling non-essential train trips during wartime?
No, this is an emergency.
What's the emergency?
Have to meet a fella.
What fella?
Any fella. I haven't got one. That's why I'm looking at all these maps.
Well, Miss Duffy, it's a vicious circle, you see. You look at the map and go someplace, meet a fella, then he looks at your map and goes someplace else.
Oh, yeah? Well, I bet I get a fella on the Santa Fe.
Well, if you do, I bet they change the name from Sandy Fee to Sandy Claus. Look, Eddie, I'm going to get on Ransom Sherman's radio show, and my name ain't Mud. Nothing's going to stop me this time. When Ransom Sherman gets here...
Now, Mr. Archie, well, why don't you...
Look, I'm telling you, this time I'm serious. I'm concentrating on that job, and nothing or nobody is going to take my mind off of it.
Bonsoir, Archie.
Oh. See you later, Eddie. Well, Monsieur Yvette, you're looking très gauche this evening. But as for me, I am très, and I ain't kidding. I am très sad.
Mais pourquoi?
Don't you even want to know why? It's 'cause we're closing the Shade, Duffy, and I may not get a chance to see you.
Oh, that's why you're so sad.
Yeah. Yeah. Yvette, can't we work something out, some way that we could see each other? Maybe the beach? Huh?
The beach?
Yeah, I'm quite anxious to have you see me in a bathing suit. If I do say so myself, I got a very exquisite trousseau. Anyway, I'll call you up and fix up a date. Hey, wait a minute. You never gave me your number.
Oh, really? How careful of me.
Come on. You gotta give me your number, huh?
Well...
come on.
All right. Call me up at home tomorrow, and I'll give it to you.
Oh, all right. That's great. Now, how about a song?
All right, Archie. Here's a special French song just for you.
Oh, go ahead. Do something. Maybe you'll wake the folks up a little bit. Sing out loud. Good and loud.
Les souvenirs sont là pour m'étouffer de larmes, de pleurs, de baisers. Oui, je revois les bons matins d'avril. Nous vivions sous les toits tout en âge la vie. Vous qui passez sans me voir, sans même me dire bonsoir, donnez-moi un peu d'espoir ce soir. J'ai tant de peine, vous, dont je guette le regard. Pour quelle raison ce soir passez-vous sans me voir? Un mot, je vais le dire, je vous aime. C'est ridicule, c'est bohème, c'est jeune et c'est triste aussi. Vous qui passez sans me voir, sans me donner d'espoir, adieu.
Wasn't that a beautiful song, Eddie? What beautiful words. If you only knew what they meant in English.
What do they mean?
Woogie Popsy Summer Bar? It means that, well, it loses something when you translate it. Hey, wait a minute. Who was that peculiar-looking guy that just come in there?
I think that's Ransom Sherman.
Ransom Sherman? He looks very whimsical. Hello, Mr. Sherman.
Hello, lad.
Yeah, he's whimsical, all right. Mr. Sherman, may I say that the flora of your presence is exceeded only by our fauna in having you here.
Thank you, sir, and may I say that the courtesy of your manner is exceeded only by the dirtesy of your shirt. Incidentally, I like you much better without that mustache.
I never had a mustache.
Did you ever have a beard?
No.
Goatee?
No.
You mean your face was always out in the open like that?
What are you talking about?
Precisely.
Tell me, how many red points do you cost a squirrel?
Oh, you've got that. They've taken me off, except beef.
Oh.
By the way, we haven't met, have you?
No, you have. I'm Archie.
Oh, well, who isn't these days?
You ain't.
Naturally.
Sherman, not to be personal, but have you got bats in your belfry?
Bats? No, the only pets that I keep are dogs.
Yeah. What kind of dogs? Doberman Punchies?
No, I have 2 lovely autograph hounds.
Autograph hounds. What are they?
Oh, just Cocker Spaniels with a flair for penmanship.
You mean dogs that can write? Uh-huh. How did they learn how to write?
The older one taught the younger one.
Tell me, how did the older one learn?
Well, the younger one gave him a fountain pen for his birthday.
Well, that was nice of him, huh?
I thought so.
Yeah. Where did he get this fountain pen?
From Phil Baker. He was on Take It or Leave It. Oh, he's really a wonderful dog. Wouldn't you like to meet him?
Yeah, I'd love to meet him. Tell him to write me for an appointment.
I'll do that.
Yeah.
Well, so this is Duffy's Tavern.
Yeah, how do you like it?
I think it's a dump.
All of a sudden, he talks sense. What's wrong with the place, anyhow?
Oh, nothing that you can put your finger on without getting it dirty. Don't you ever use water around here?
Well, use water around here? Only as a chaser.
Did you call me Archie?
A chaser? Yeah, that's right. Miss Duffy, this is Ransom Sherman.
Ransom Sherman. Handsome Ransom.
Well, that's very flattering, Miss Duffy.
Well, you happen to be Miss Duffy's favorite type of man.
Oh, what do you mean?
You're alive. Now, look, Miss Duffy, I got to talk business to Ransom, so if you don't mind, blow. Get out of here. Scram, huh?
Okay, I can take a hint. See you later, Mr. Sherman, and don't forget, I'll be saving myself for ransom.
Well, huh?
Archie, you know, I like that girl, and I hate myself for it.
With me, it's just the other way around. Yeah. Look, Rance, now tell me, you're going to start this new Nitwit Court radio show, ain't you?
Yes, Archie. The kilocycles will once again reverberate with my pulsating stentorian tones.
Yeah. Well, why do you care as long as the sponsor likes you? And by the way, Rance, what would you think about putting me on your program?
You?
Now, wait a minute. You say you as though it was the most horrible thing that could happen.
Then I did give it the right inflection. Archie, do you think that you can cope with the earth-shaking human problems that the Nitwit Court will handle?
I can cope them as well as the next guy. I solve them problems all day long. Mm-hmm. For example, take Mr. and Mrs. Moriarty.
Yeah?
They busted up, you know. He hated her, she hated him. Who brought them back to welded bliss together?
You?
Right. And how? By intelligent, sympathetic reasoning. Mm-hmm. I convinced her that the worst trick she could play on the guy was to go back to him. Take another problem. O'Rourke's kid, little Dimitri.
Little Dimitri.
Yeah. When Dimitri was thinking of giving up his education, who advised him to stick in reform school?
You don't say.
Yeah, the very person. So what do you say, Rance? Do I go on Nitwit Court?
But there are 3 jurors. Where would I get 2 other nitwits to match you?
Oh, that wouldn't be hard. I got just the guys for you. Finnegan, Eddie. Man, here's your jury, Rance. What do you think of them?
Looks like what happens when Fibber Magee opens his closet.
Well, that's only what they look like. Well, you hear them. Eddie, you've met, I think, but I suppose you're wondering who is Finnegan here.
Not who. What?
Finnegan only graduated from Harvard.
No.
Class of 28, wasn't it, Finnegan?
28. 29 counting the teacher.
Hey, you know, that's a very funny joke, Finnegan.
No, but Arch, I wasn't...
We heard the joke, now shut up. Now, you see, Rance, I don't say that me constituent Finnegan here is a flash mind.
No.
No. His is the slow, sure, steady type of brain that never loses a grip on a thought, you know? Got the brain of a bulldog.
Arch, I'm just thinking. I think it was 30 counting the teacher.
You see that? Thorough.
Thorough.
Yeah. When Finnegan's on a thought, he don't stop thinking on that thought until it's thoroughly thunk up. but, Rance, we don't expect you to take 3 pokes at a pig.
No.
All we ask is that you give us a tryout.
Okay, we'll give you a tryout. We'll try you, and then you're out.
Well, that's fair enough.
Cathedral bells were tolling, and our hearts sang on. Was it the spell of Paris, or the London dawn? Who knows when we shall meet again? But when the morning chimes ring sweet again, sweet again, I'll be seeing you in all the old familiar places that this heart of mine retraces all day through. In that small cafe, the park across the way, the children's carousel, the chestnut trees, the wishing well. I'll be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you in every lovely summer's day, in everything that's light and gay. I'll always think of you that way. I'll find you in the morning sun, and when the night is new, I'll be looking at the moon, but I'll be seeing you.
Hello, Duffy. Well, it looks like I'm going on the radio with Ransom Sherman. Now, how about that raise? How much do I want? Well, I'm getting 15, and before this radio thing came up, I was willing to settle for a small raise. But now, $17 or nothing. Yes, sir. That's me alma mater. Okay. Well, leave us get on with the Nitwit Court, Ransom, huh?
All right, we'll do that. The Nitwit Court is now called to order. We present our 3 jurors who will answer tonight's problems. First, Eddie Green, the head and only waiter.
Thank you, thank you.
Clifton Finnegan, whose class at Harvard voted him the man most unlikely.
Oh, thanks. Hey, by the way, I'm just thinking, that was a class of 31. I forgot to count myself.
See, he's still thinking up that thought.
And nextly, and thirdly, and leastly, Archie, the miracle of Morons Creek.
I think he's one and all.
The court is now in session. We have a letter here from a girl who signs herself, quote, sick of tomatoes. She writes, I am engaged to a prosperous owner of a vegetable store. Instead of roses, he sends me tomatoes. He claims that tomatoes are more romantic than roses. Is this true? Juror Archie?
Well, I think roses are more romantic.
On what grounds?
On the grounds that nobody ever wrote a song called Moonlight and Tomatoes. And furthermore, if she marries this man, he's apt to liable to wind up calling her my wild Irish tomato.
Precisely. And thank you, Sick of Tomatoes, for a very interesting question. Next question.
Judge Sherman.
Yes, Miss Duffy.
I have a question.
You have a question? Well, pop it.
That's just the trouble. Nobody will pop it.
Miss Duffy, if you have a question, will you please state it simply so that these erudite jurors...
Just a second, Sherman. Who's erudite? We're just as smart as you are.
Flattery will get you nowhere. Now, for Miss Duffy's problem.
Well, I am an attractive young woman.
Just a second, Miss Duffy. Stick to the facts.
Well, I am a young woman.
That's better.
And I have 1 million fellas who are dying to marry me. Why don't I ever meet any of them?
Well, now, that's a nice question. Short, but not too interesting. How about a jury?
Well, sir, in questions of marriage, as William Randolph Shakespeare once said in his play, Othello, and, mark you, I quote W.R.S. verboten, marriage 'tis an institution, and whom wants to live in an institution?
Well, wait a minute, Mr. Archer. That don't sound like Othello.
Who does it sound like?
Abbot and Costello.
Please, order.
Your Honor.
Juror Finnegan.
Now, in my opinion, what is your problem?
You're all ready. I see your hand up. What do you think?
I'd like to ask these two fellow jurors a question.
Well, what is it, Eddie?
If it pays to be ignorant, how come you guys is broke?
Well, anyway, Miss Duffy's case is the sad one of a young lady who has floundered in the ocean of love.
Mm-hmm. Just a second. I would like to talk directly to the flounder. Miss Duffy, has any young man ever evidenced you with any evidence of his avariciousness?
Yes, my boyfriend, Breckenridge Hassenfelder.
I see. Was there a proposal of marriage?
There was.
Where did said proposal take place?
At my house. Papa asked him to marry me.
Well, thank you, Miss Duffy. Next case,
But
please.
I still have my problem.
Yes, you have, haven't you? Next case.
Hello? Oh, Duffy. You got a problem? You want to talk to Mr. Sherman? Okay, here, Rance.
Hello. Yes, Mr. Duffy. This is Sherman. Well, what is the problem? Well, look, you tell it to me and I'll present it to the jurors. I see. And you agree to abide by the jury's decision. All righty.
What is Duffy's problem, Rance?
Well, not to mention names, here is the problem. A certain employer has had a financial controversy with a certain employee. Now, this employee has been earning a salary of $15 a week for the last 10 years. Now, the employer has long been considering depreciating this amount. The question is, what is a fair amount of depreciation?
Well, Your Honor, I think a fair amount of depreciation would be $2, up to $17 a week. Right, Finnegan? Right, Eddie? Okay, the motion is carried. Hello? Hello, Duffy. Duffy, you will be unhappy to know that the jury has voted me a $2 depreciation. Huh? I now get $13 a week. Duffy, that ain't a depreciation, it's a cut. Well, I won't take it. No, sir, and I'm quitting you right now. Huh? If I come back, you'll raise me to 15? Well, that's a little more like it. Just shows you, fellas, the only way to get a raise is to scare a guy, huh?
Well, wait a minute now. What about the radio show?
The radio show? You think I'm leaving this kind of money? But, Rance, let me wish you good luck on the Nitwit Court. I know it's going to be a great show.
Well, thank you, Archie. I also feel that the Nitwit Court will be the greatest show in the history of radio. And I say this with all sincerity because I would say exactly the same thing about any other show of which I was the star. Good night, Archie.
Good night, Ransom. Good night.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
George Webber is a successful songwriter.
Elevator music. I'm very big in elevators.
And everything is going his way. With friends who respect him. And a woman who loves him. He couldn't ask for more. But George is about to discover that even a man who has everything doesn't have everything.
She was the most beautiful girl I had ever seen.
There's nothing more exciting than a fantasy. It can give life a new meaning. And most of all, it can make a grown man act like a child.
I think you're going to need a lawyer to help you with this one, Mr. Webber.
Yeah.
Marriage is a sacred commitment, designed on earth.
On a scale from 1 to 10, Blake Edwards presents a 10.
Whatever I was thinking wasn't anything special, and suddenly there she was, and I reacted.
You're becoming obsessed with a beautiful young girl.
Even though he doesn't know who she is, or where she comes from, he'll cross the hottest sands, climb the highest mountains, sail the deepest seas.
Aeromexico.
And travel around the world to make his dream come true. Because on a scale from 1 to 10, George Webber is about to meet an 11.
Tonight, I spend with you.
Dudley Moore.
Sir, can I get you anything else?
George!
Julie Andrews.
George!
Introducing Bo Derek.
Did you ever do a tour of Valsbolero?
In Blake Edwards, 10. A fantasy fulfilled for adults who can count.
Now it's time to spend a day with Jack Benny's favorite crooner. It's A Day in the Life of Denis Day, coming up next.
By transcription.
Ladies and gentlemen, Denis Day.
Every song that I sing, I'll sing to you, and I hope I can bring you a smile or two.
Denis Day is brought to you by Palmolive Soap and Palmolive Shave Creams. Palmolive Soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive Shave Creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. The Denis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Denis Day.
Here's Denis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Hand Holdin' Music.
I like mountain music, I like a simple tune. I like it 'cause my tonsils get the hang of it so soon. Then I get my nerve up, I'm out to take a chance. With mountain music back of me, I'm ready for romance. Give me hand, hold music, if it feel like a glove. Give me hand, hold music, the stars and moon above. Give me something with a swing, give me something I can sing. Give me hand, hold music, to start me making love. I've seen it work in barnyards, no kidding, that's a fact. The animals hear music and you should see how they act. The pig starts cutting capers, romancing all his sows, and bulls get very tender when they cuddle up the cows. Give me hand, hold music, it fits me like a glove. Give me hand, hold music, the stars and moon above. Give me something with a swing, give me something I can sing. Give me hand, hold music, to start me making love. Cousin Sue was dying, they thought her time had come. The doc got absent-minded and he started in to hum. The tune that he was humming really woke Sue from the dead. She threw the kivers off and yelled as she jumped out of bed. Give me hand, hold the music, it fits me like a glove. Give me hand, hold the music, with stars and moon above. Give me something with a swing, give me something I can sing. Give me hand, hold the music, start me making love. Oh, Uncle Fudd was 90, he married 7 times. He didn't like the women, but he sure loved wedding chimes. At 89, he wed a gal, and she was 28. And every time he danced with her, he lost his upper plate. Give me hand, hold the music, if it's me like a glove. Give me hand, hold the music, with stars and moon above. Give me something I can sing, give me something with a swing. Give me hand, hold the music, yes, hand, hold the music, to start me making love.
Men, do you shave with a lather or brushless shave cream? Palmolive shave cream comes both ways, and whichever method you use, you'll find the new Palmolive shave cream way to shave means more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Yes, 3 men out of every 4 get more comfortable, actually smoother shaves, the Palmolive shave cream way.
It's a fact, men, not a promise. 2,548 men tried the new Palmolive way to shave, and no matter how they shaved before, 79% found beards cut easier, 75% less razor pull, 69% closer shaves, 80% smoother feeling skin.
And 3 out of every 4 got more comfortable, actually smoother shaves.
Just get Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, and do this. Wash your face with soap and water. Rinse, then soap face thoroughly again. Do not rinse. Work Palmolive shave cream upward into beard to get the full benefit of Palmolive shave cream's beard conditioning effect. Then shave.
That's all. But remember, Palmolive shave cream, either brushless or lather, offers proof of more comfortable, actually smoother shaves for 3 men out of every 4.
Well, once upon a time, there was a young girl named Mildred Anderson who had a tremendous problem called Denis Day. You see, it's a little disconcerting when a girl has gone steady with a boy for 3 years, and the only time he ever held her hand was to show her the boy ranger's secret grip. And tonight, with spring and romance filling the air, Mildred's decided it's high time she did something about it. It started off like any other night. Mildred collected her allowance and took Denis to see a movie. But the movie's over now, and she's lured him onto the porch swing under the stars to let nature take its course. Let's see how she and nature are making out.
Denis, you can sit a little closer to me if you'd like to.
Oh, gosh, no, Mildred. We're so close now, we're almost touching.
Denis, did it ever occur to you that I'm a woman?
Oh, sure. You never had me fooled for a minute.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, we've known each other for quite a while now, haven't we?
Uh-huh.
Well, why haven't you ever kissed me?
You never asked me to.
All right. If I have to ask you, I will. Kiss me.
Why, Mildred.
Kiss me.
Please, Mildred, you're hurting my arm.
Denis.
Just because you paid for the movie tonight, do you think you have the right to paw me?
Oh, Denis, don't be silly. Kiss me.
No.
Don't you want to kiss me?
Of course I do.
Well, then why don't you?
Well, I might like it and become a slave to it.
The trouble with you is you're just the death of everybody.
I do not.
You do. You're afraid of men and you're afraid of women.
Well, maybe, but nobody else.
Denis, don't you know why I made you see that Humphrey Bogart movie tonight?
Was there a special reason?
Yes, I hoped you might learn something. In that movie, Humphrey Bogart isn't afraid of anything or anyone.
Yeah, he's brave, all right. Boy, the way he cleaned out those gangsters single-handed. Gosh, I sure wish I could be like him.
But you can, Denis. Deep down within you, somewhere there must be a Humphrey Bogart.
Yeah, but the trouble is he's covered with layer after layer of Dennis Day.
Oh, Denis.
Anyway, Humphrey Bogart has to be brave. Look at the tough characters he's always running up against. I just work in Mr. Jacoby's antique shop. I never even saw a strong-arm man till I met your mother. Well, I'd better get some sleep. I don't want to be late for work again tomorrow.
All right. Good night, Denis.
Good night, Mildred.
My. 10 o'clock and that honey boy hasn't shown up for work yet. He probably forgot again. Such a strange boy. So many things go through his head. But then, what's there to stop him? Good morning, sir. What can I do for you?
Hey, cousin, you own this store?
You said it, buddy. Lock, stock, and bagel. Son Jacoby's the name. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm here to sell you a little insurance, cousin.
Insurance? Listen, mister, already I'm carrying so much insurance that staying alive is a losing proposition.
Well, this is protective insurance, cousin, you see. Suppose somebody was to walk in here and, accidentally bust this glass case of yours.
I don't think that's very likely.
No?
You got it, you lowlife, you got it,
You see? You never can tell, cousin.
You put your right foot through my glass case.
Yeah. Now, you see, accidents like that never happen to our customers.
You mean you're forcing me to buy this insurance?
Oh, no, not at all, cousin. You see, occasionally we run across a foolish storekeeper. Doesn't realize the value of our protection, but he generally sees the light.
He does?
Yeah. Usually streams in through a big hole in his head. So think it over, cousin. I'll be back in a while for your first premium. $50. So long.
$50, or I'll have a bullet in the middle and a lily on top. And that's just the first payment. What do I...
Good morning, Mr. Jacoby.
Oh, honey boy, did you see that man that just left here?
No, sir, I came in the back.
He's a gangster, honey boy. A racketeer.
A gangster? Oh, my gosh.
Hey, once I should give him $50 or he'll shoot me. What'll I do, honey boy?
Well, don't let him bluff you, Mr. Jacoby. Be firm like Humphrey Bogart. He wouldn't pay him a cent.
So what's so brave about that? Who's going to shoot the star of the picture?
Mr. Jacoby, you just can't give in. Don't pay him anything.
But suppose he kills me?
Don't change your mind even then.
No, I'm going down to the police station for help.
Okay, I'll stay here and watch the store.
All right. He said he'd be back in a little while.
The gangster said that?
Yeah. If he does, tell him I'm out.
I'll tell him we're both out because we will be.
Now, don't worry, Mr. Jacoby. That's what the police are for, to protect you.
Don't worry, he says. I got in my stomach butterflies, and I got in my butterflies caterpillars.
Now, look, I'll station myself across the street from your store. I'll be wearing a derby hat and a tan coat. If the mobster comes back, signal to me.
Not me. I'm too nervous to go back to the store. I'm going home.
Okay, I'll watch your place. Goodbye, Mr. Jacoby.
Goodbye, he says. And he's so right.
Gee, why doesn't Mr. Jacoby come back? It's been hours. That gangster might come in any minute. Gosh, if he does, I don't know what else. I got you covered. Don't move or I'll shoot.
Dennis, put down that split gun.
Oh, it's you, Mildred. I thought it was the gangster.
The gangster?
Yeah, there's a gangster trying to sell Mr. Jacoby protection. And Mr. Jacoby went for the police. Only didn't come back, and the gangster is due here any minute.
Oh, my goodness. I noticed a tough-looking man across the street in a derby hat and tan coat when I came in.
Oh, gosh.
Well, look out the window. See him there near the... Oh, my golly, he's coming toward the store.
Hey, Mildred, what'll I do?
Wait a minute. Maybe you can scare him.
Maybe I can scare him?
Yes. Look, pretend to be another gangster. You're tough, and you don't want another crook muscling in. You've got to, Dennis. It's our only chance.
All right. Oh, Humphrey, if you're down somewhere inside of me, come up, Humphrey. I need you.
Oh, good morning.
Yeah, come outside and say that.
Who are you?
I'm a big crook, that too. I've committed every crime there is. Forgery, embezzlement, burglary, murder, jaywalking, arson, everything.
Yeah? What's your name?
I'm known to the underworld as Denis the Menace.
You don't say. Who's the girl?
That's my mole.
Your what?
My male. My mule.
He means his mall.
Yeah, she's my mule, Mildred. I mean my mom, Mildred.
So you're a crook, eh?
Yeah, and I don't want no muscling in on my territory, see? If Jacoby's gonna get shaken down, I'm gonna do it, see? I won't have no other crooks butting in, you see?
Did you ever do any time?
Did I ever do what any time?
I want to know if you've ever been up the river.
Certainly I've been up the river.
For long?
For hours. I lost the paddles and thought I'd never get back.
Look, I asked you a simple question, Bud. Have you ever been in?
In?
Yeah. I'm talking about a stretch.
No, I've never been in one, but my ma wears them all the time.
You know something? You don't sound like a crook to me at all.
Hey, don't be funny. Who do you think robbed the First National Bank of Middletown?
There is no First National Bank of Middletown.
See, when I do a job, I do it right.
Maybe you mean the Consolidated Middletown Bank. That was robbed a few months ago.
It was? I mean, of course it was. I did it.
Yeah? I happen to know who pulled that one, only they haven't been picked up yet. It was Pink Pants McNulty and his moll, Mattress Face Mamie.
Sure, Pink Pants and Mattress Face are in my gang.
They are, eh? I'd like very much to meet them.
If he wants to see the gang, let him see it, Menace.
Huh?
Take him up to the old Anderson place and show him the gang.
Oh, yeah, the Anderson place. Sure, okay.
That's more like it.
You two wait for me outside. I gotta phone the gang and tell them we're coming.
Okay, but no tricks now. I'll give you just 2 minutes.
All right. Hello, give me the police, quick. Hello? Look, this is Dennis Day. I just caught the crook who's shaking down Mr. Jacoby. Captured him single-handed with help. Yeah, we're taking him to the Anderson boarding house and we'll keep stalling him off till you arrive. Only for heaven's sake, hurry. Okay, goodbye.
How are you, cousin?
Oh, are we related?
I hope not. Where's my pal Jacoby?
Oh, you're his pal. Look, would you do me a favor?
Favor? What kind of favor?
Well, I gotta go out. Here's the keys to the store. Would you take care of the place for us?
Would I take care? Well, yeah. You bet your life, cousin. Oh, yeah. I'll take darn good care of it.
Awesome.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Denis to sing My One and Only Highland Fling.
When I went romancing, I gave no thought to any wedding ring. Every bonny lassie was my heel and fling. No chance was I chancing. I'm not the man you dangle on a string. I was only waiting for the real thing. Though I danced each girl in the twist and twaddle, nay one would do. And I went my way till the fatal day. In a fling I was flung with you. Oh, now my heart is prancing, gay as the Lord and happy as a king. The years I'll weather in the hame or on the heather, with my one and only heel and fling. She's the last for me, she's the last for me. I've never seen another face that could ever take her place. She has locked my heart and stolen away the key. She is, yes she is, she's the last for me. Now my heart is prancing, gay as the Lord and happy as a king. The years I'll weather in the hame or on the heather, with my one and only heel and fling.
Well, when a crook attempted to shake down his boss, Mr. Jacoby, for some protection money, and Mr. Jacoby had a detective assigned to the case, our young hero, Dennis Day, solved the problem in his usual interesting way. He left the crook to watch Mr. Jacoby's store and took the detective off to be arrested. We find him now in a car with Mildred and the detective approaching the Anderson house, which he has claimed is the hideout of his notorious gang.
So this is your secret hideout, eh?
Yeah, this is it, all right.
Right in the middle of town. Aren't hideouts usually way out in the country?
Well, we used to have ours in the country, but we gave it up. Nobody ever came to see us.
Well, let's go in and meet the crowd. I'm kind of anxious to see the pair who were in on that Middletown bank caper.
Yeah, pink face and mattress pants.
Mattress face and pink pants.
That's what I meant.
Well, don't be surprised if they act a little peculiar. They're very suspicious of strangers.
Yeah, they even claim they're married, and my Moll here is their daughter.
Sure, I get it. Well, let's go.
Oh, hello, Mildred. Denis.
Hiya, mattress face.
Mattress face?
It's okay, mattress face. He told me all about you.
Oh, he did he?
Sure. He says you and your husband are two of the biggest crooks in the world.
What? Herbert, come out here.
Anything wrong, neck or nose?
This man says Dennis Day's been saying awful things about us.
Why, Denis, I'm surprised at you.
Oh, cut it out. He told us all about you, pink pants.
My goodness, Denis, I didn't think you knew about that.
Look, mister, you go inside with my Moll. I'll try to explain the pink pants and mattress face.
There he goes again.
Well, make it snappy with the explanation, Day.
Look, Mrs. Anderson, that man who just went inside, he sells protection.
Buy all you can. You're going to need it.
No, you don't understand. You see, he's a crook, a racketeer. I just brought him here to stall him off till the police arrive.
My goodness.
Is this the truth?
So help me. You see, I told him we were all crooks, too.
Oh, so that's why you had to say all those horrible things about us.
Mattress face.
Shut up, pink pants.
Yes, Poopsie.
Look, we gotta go on acting like mobsters and mobsterettes until the cops get here. Do you think you can pretend to be tough, Mr. Anderson?
I can try, Denis.
Good. Mrs. Anderson, do you think you can... No, I'm being silly. Well, let's go. I told the folks all about you, mister. Everything is okay now.
Oh, that's fine. Kid was telling me you folks handled the Middletown bank robbery all by yourselves.
Oh, my, yes. That's nothing for us.
All in a day's work.
Boy, you must be tough.
Oh, yes, indeed. I shot down 7 bank guards that afternoon.
What?
Yes, killed them in cold blood. I'm ruthless.
I guess I've got all the dope I want now. Get your things on, folks. You're all coming with me.
Coming with you?
What for?
You know what for. This mob is finished.
So you're taking over, huh?
You might say that, here. Now open that front door. I'll back out first so I can watch the bunch of you. You follow me.
Okay.
Okay. Now, come on.
I did it. I locked him in the closet. The Bogart and me came up.
Oh, Dennis, you're wonderful.
By golly, you are.
Even I have to admit it.
Well, that'll hold the crook till the cops get here. I gotta get back to the store. Oh, my goodness, the store.
What's the matter?
I nearly forgot. I left it in charge of some stranger. A nice-looking fellow with a big scar across his face and no nose.
Oh, you're back again, eh, cousin?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry I was gone so long. Had to catch that racketeer who was shaking down Mr. Jacoby.
Oh, you caught him, eh? How?
I used my brain.
Shows you how a crook can get tripped up by the littlest bit of a thing.
That's right.
Well, looks like you saved us detectives some work.
Oh, are you a detective?
Oh, yeah. Didn't you know, cousin? Yeah. I'm here gathering evidence to take down to headquarters.
Oh.
Can you give me a hand with it?
Sure. What kind of stuff are you going to take?
Well, the safe, for instance.
The safe?
Yeah, sure. Might be fingerprints on it.
Oh, yeah. I noticed you were working on it with a saw.
Yeah. That's what we use to cut the fingerprints off with. But we'll examine it more thoroughly at headquarters.
Yes, sir.
So just let's pick it up and take her out to my car, eh? It's right outside the door.
Okay, I'll grab this end. Steady now.
Yeah. Boy, this thing is heavy.
Yeah, watch out for that slippery floor. There's glass all over it.
Hey, look out, Dope. Hey, you're sliding. You're knocking me down.
Oh, watch out! Watch out! Oh, my gosh. Mr. Detective, speak to me. Oh, golly, the safe fell right on his head. He'll be terribly irritated. Mr. Detective, I didn't mean to do honest boy.
Are you all right, Dennis?
Look, on the floor.
It's the crook, the racketeer. Dennis, how did you do it?
What happened?
Why, you caught the guy we were after.
This fellow you locked in the closet was a policeman, but now you've got the real crook.
Honey boy, how did you ever do it?
Oh, it was nothing much. I just figured what Humphrey Bogart would do, so when he reached for his gun, I let him have it.
You let him have it?
Yeah, I threw the safe at him.
Oh, that's wonderful, Dennis. We thought he might have you fooled.
Well, he did for a minute, but he'll never fool anyone again. It's easy to tell he's the criminal type since I dropped that safe on him.
Well, what do you mean?
Just look at that low forehead.
Here's wonderful news, ladies. Wonderful, wonderful news. Now there's something thrillingly new in Palmolive Soap's famous beauty lather. Yes, something thrillingly new. Palmolive's famous beauty lather now brings you new fragrance, new charm, new allure.
Millions of women will prefer Beauty Lather Palmolive over all other leading toilet soaps the minute they try it. For Palmolive Soap's famous Beauty Lather now has a new, clean, flower-fresh fragrance for new allure, new charm.
So, ladies, forget all other beauty care and use Palmolive Soap the way doctors advised for a lovelier complexion. Just stop improper cleansing and instead wash your face with Palmolive Soap 3 times a day, massaging Palmolive's wonderful beauty lather onto your skin for 60 seconds each time to get its full beautifying effect. Then rinse. That's all. All types of skin, young, older, oily, respond to it quickly. Don't wait another day to try Palmolive's beauty lather. You'll be thrilled by its new fragrance, new charm, new allure. Thrilled again by the fresher, brighter complexion doctors prove may soon be yours.
For new loveliness all over, use big bath-size Palmolive in tub or shower.
With the music of Charles Dant and his orchestra, here's Denis to sing 3 Wishes.
If I only had 3 wishes, here is just what I would do. First, I'd wish for for days of gladness with someone sweet and true. For my second wish, a dream house, cozy fireside for two, and the last of my three wishes. Please love me as I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last show of the present season, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank you for allowing me to come into your homes each Saturday evening. We return a half hour earlier on Saturday, August the 27th, and we hope that you'll all be listening. During the summer, I hope to have the opportunity to see some of you in person. Starting June the 30th, I'll be at the RKO Theater in Boston, and after that I'll be in Washington, Philadelphia, Camden, Columbus, Cleveland, Chicago, and Detroit. Don't forget, I'll be back on the air Saturday, August 27th, a half hour earlier. Good night, everybody, and have a swell summer.
Tonight, show him how much lovelier your hair can look after a Luster Cream shampoo. Only Luster Cream brings you Kay Dumit's magic blend. Glamorizes your hair as you wash it. Yes, tonight, you can be a dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl, crowning glory too. A Luster Cream shampoo.
Dennis Day will return to the air a half hour earlier on Saturday, August 27th, over your favorite NBC station. Until then, remember Palmolive soap, your beauty hope, and Palmolive shave creams for a smoother, more comfortable way to shave. This program was transcribed in Hollywood. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
In a town at the edge of nowhere,
I love irises.
Millie Lamoureux
I love flowers.
had a dream.
Candlelight.
Until Pinky Rose arrived,
It is Pinky, isn't it?
and a different dream began.
Pinky!
Robert Altman's Three Women will make you re-examine everyone you've ever wanted to be. Rated PG.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber, Magee, and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. In some homes, light-painted woodwork presents a cleaning problem, especially if there are young children around. In other homes, and I hope yours is one of them, this problem has been nearly eliminated thanks to the newest form of Johnson's Wax, the cream wax. This unusual polish was created especially for furniture and woodwork, and it does a remarkable job. Johnson's Cream Wax cleans as it polishes, takes off dirt, fingerprints, and smudges like magic. With very little rubbing, it leaves a satiny wax finish that brings out the beauty of the surface as well as protecting it. It's a perfect wax polish for enameled kitchen equipment like refrigerators, stoves, and cabinets. Johnson's Cream Wax is a white liquid, very easy to use, contains no oil to collect dust. It gives furniture a hard, dry finish that makes cleaning and dusting so much easier. Try a bottle of Johnson's Cream Wax for your furniture and woodwork. The residents of 79 Wistful Vista feel very superior today. They have acquired the services of a cook, a laundress, a maid, and a housekeeper. That's a very large staff for such a small house. But Beulah, that's the cook, laundress, maid, and housekeeper, is a very large girl. Meet her proud employers, Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
What's Beulah doing now?
She's taking down the curtains in the front bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
She says whoever ironed them last must have done it with a steamroller.
Who did iron them last?
I did. But don't tell her that. Oh, she's a wonderful worker.
Yeah, she's a terrific cook, too, baby. She made a cheese omelet this noon that was so light I kept hitting my nose with it. What does she cook with, helium?
Well, we're lucky to have her one day a week, dearie. Mm-hmm. She's only working here on Tuesdays, you know.
Why just Tuesdays?
Well, that's the day we need her the most.
Yes, I guess that's right. Hey, we ought to plan on doing a lot of entertaining on Tuesdays, you know. Put on the dog a little.
Yes, as the Hungry Cannibal said, it's been a long time since we had anybody for dinner.
Look, why don't we ask Dr. Gamble over for dinner? My gosh, he and Eleanor Roosevelt have less home life than anybody I know.
Better just ask Dr. Gamble. It's pretty short notice for Mrs. Roosevelt. Here's the phone.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Give me Dr. Gamble's office in the medical and dent. Tell me that's you, Mert. How's every little thing, Mert? It is, eh? What's, Mert? That pretty sister of yours? Contract with 20th Century, eh?
My goodness. 20th Century Fox as an actress?
No, 20th Century Limited as a brakewoman. What's, Mert? Okay, connect me.
Heavenly days. Mert gave him a number, and we got a cook all on the same day.
Hello, Doc. This is Fibber Magee, the personality kid. Yeah, look, I hate to butt in. I hate to butt in, Doc, while you're busy telling patients to quit smoking while waving a big cigar in their face. But can you come over to our house to dinner tonight? Wait a minute, I'll see. What are we going to have?
Meatloaf, scalloped potatoes, spinach ring, lemon meringue pie.
Hello, Doc. Scalloped meat, loafing potatoes, lemon spinach, and... What kind of pie was that?
Tapioca pudding.
And tapioca pudding. Okay, Doc. Come about 6 o'clock and we can play a couple of games of chess. Huh? You don't? Well, neither do I, so we'll play rummy. Okay, Doc. He'll be here.
Well, I'm glad. You know, the only time the poor man sees a decent meal is when he looks through the advertisements in the magazines in his office.
Yeah.
And those are all from 1935, when you could use butter for cooking.
Yeah. This will probably be the first time he ever got a dinner invitation that wasn't a cover-up for somebody wanting him to take a free peek at Little Willie's Silly Acrobat.
His what?
Silly Acrobat. That's those bones where your hips join onto your watch pocket.
Nah, that isn't a silly acrobat. That's your Sancro Willie back.
That don't sound right. It's more something like Thank You Cadillac or Billy Cardiac or something.
Well, it isn't safe to throw medical terms around, dearie. Not till you're sure what they mean.
Well, I guess not.
You know it's not.
Huh?
I remember once Mr. Toops told you he was anemic, and you said, okay, let's see you do Katharine Hepburn.
Well, my gosh, that's no...
Oh, hello there, Alice. Hello, Mrs. Magee. Jeepers, are you going to have that new cook all the time? She's wonderful.
No, we just get Beulah on Tuesdays, Alice, but she sure can make those little vitamins turn a la cartwheels, can't she?
Oh, and she's so calm about everything.
Yeah.
That's what I like. She never gets excited. By the way, Dr. Gamble is coming over for dinner tonight, Alice. Can you join us?
Oh, no, thank you, Mrs. Magee. You're awfully sweet to invite me, but I have a dinner date with Mitch Woodbury.
Who's Mitch Woodbury?
He's the middle fellow in the back seat.
In the back seat of what?
Our carpool. We've been nodding to each other in the rearview mirror for simply months, and yesterday somebody introduced us.
Well, you two will probably get married and settle down in some cozy little glove compartment. Woodbury work at the airplane plant, kid?
Oh, no. No, Mitch is an artist. He paints those beautiful girls on the advertising signs. The great big ones like at 14th and Oak Streets. He's a woman hater.
Woodbury, a woman hater? If he's a woman hater, why has he got a date with you?
Well, he wants to overcome his hatred of women, he says.
Oh.
But he says it's awfully hard to think of them as human beings.
Why, for goodness sake?
Well, creepers, he says when he climbs down off that scaffold after a day's work, he finds it hard to realize that all women don't have noses 6 feet long. But thanks anyway, Mrs. McGee.
That kid causes so many heartthrobs, she ought to be elected Miss Digitalis of 1944.
Oh, my goodness, she works hard. She's entitled to some fun.
Yeah.
After all...
Excuse me, Miss McGee.
Yes, Beulah.
Where does one locate the calendar, ma'am?
You don't need a calendar with me around, Beulah. I always know what day it is. It's March 14th.
Well, thank you, sir, but that don't help.
Why doesn't it, Beulah?
I can't wash no vegetables in there.
Wash the vegetables?
Oh, you mean the colander. Oh. Well, it's in the kitchen cabinet. And say, Beulah, Dr. Gamble will be here for dinner, and we want everything especially nice.
Yes, ma'am. I'll fix everything real pretty. Do the doctor eat hearty?
Well, the doctor has what you might call a bird-like appetite, Beulah.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, that is if you call an ostrich a bird.
Yes, call an ostrich a bird. Look at you. Love that man. And I'll get right to work on, ma'am.
Billy Mills from the orchestra playing I Love You.
How's dinner coming along?
Oh, just beautifully, McGee. Beulah's making the meatloaf of your dreams.
Well, that's going to be better than eating in that chop suey joint like we did last night.
Yeah.
I had the egg foo young of my dreams in there. I dreamed all night that my 8th grade teachers were dressed like Japanese and were chasing me with zeros.
You weren't dreaming, you were just reminiscing. What was that stuff you were eating, anyway?
Oh, you mean that Gong Bui Dan?
Yes.
I saw that on the menu and took a fancy to the name. Gong Bui Dan.
What was in it?
You got me, Tootsie. I could taste the gong in the buoy, but... I think Dan was on duty as air raid warden last night.
You know, I always get a thrill out of Chinese restaurants. I always think maybe somebody will come out through a concealed sliding panel and run away with me like in the old serial movie.
Ah, you got too much imagination.
I don't order any Gong Booey Dan.
Well, I was just...
Come in. Oh, hello, Mr. Wellington.
Mrs. Magee, a very, very good afternoon to you. And Magee, a very, very funny thing happened on my way to the theater last night.
What was that, Siggy, old man? You find a good humor man in a bad humor?
No.
Oh.
I was standing in the lobby, as is my wont.
You won't?
I won't what, Mrs. Magee?
You won't stand in the lobby.
Oh, but I will. It's my wont.
You see, McGee, he won't do it. It's in his will.
He's confused. Well, what happened, Wellington?
I was standing in the lobby, as is my... I always do it. And a chap with a distinctly military bearing came past.
Probably stole it.
Stole what, Mrs. Magee?
That military bearing. What was it, ball or roller?
I was referring, my dear fellow, to the chap's military carriage.
Well, he's lucky to have a ball-bearing carriage these days.
My father invented a carriage with a folding hood that some company claimed they had a previous patent on. My father called it the Surrey with the infringement on top.
Shall I proceed with my anecdote?
Why, of course, Mr. Wellington.
Thank you. As I said, this chap came past me with such a distinctly military look about him that I said, "By Jove, that looks like General Eisenhower." So I walked up to him, saluted. "General Eisenhower?" I inquired. "No," he said.
Yeah?
Interesting story, wasn't it?
Huh?
By the way, what time have you, old boy?
I have 3:22, Sig.
Thank you. And Mrs. Magee?
My watch says 3:19.
What time you got, Wellington?
I have 3:20. Well, that takes care of that.
Takes care of what, Mr. Wellington?
What I came over here for, to pass the time of day. Good day.
That's the time of day. That guy is cornier than the inside of a silo.
I think all you men resent Mr. Wellington because he dresses so well and has such nice manners.
Oh, nobody resents Siggy. In fact, when he shows up at the Elks Club, everybody cheers.
They do? Is he that popular?
No, but money is. Wellington is the fattest pigeon that ever sat in a gin rummy game. That guy handles cards like he was wearing boxing gloves.
Oh, well. It's all a matter of luck.
It sure is, and the guy with luck gets to play cards with Wellington.
Besides, I don't think you ought to play cards for money.
Well, I don't think we should either, but gee whiz, the insurance company made us quit playing with matches. So, anyway, we always...
Hello, folks.
Hello, Mr. Wilcox.
Hi, Junior. Hey, you got a date for dinner?
Yes, I have, pal. Why?
Well, Dr. Gamble is coming here for dinner, Mr. Wilcox, and we thought maybe you could be with us, too.
Well, thanks, Molly. I'd love to, but I'm having dinner downtown with a couple of boys from the Johnson Wax Company.
That ought to be a gay affair. I can just see you three scallywags sitting there with paper hats on, telling each other with shrieks of happy laughter how many carloads of Johnson's wax you sold last year.
No, these two men are in the Navy now.
Oh, you won't talk shop. You'll talk ship. Well, I'm sorry you won't be here, Mr. Wilcox.
Yeah, we got a new cook, Junior. She can make a meatball that bounces right into your heart. She does more with a skillet than Ford did with a bicycle.
You know her, don't you, Mr. Wilcox? Beulah?
Beulah? Well, for the love of...
Somebody called Beulah?
No, we were just telling Mr. Wilcox here what a good cook you are, Beulah.
Yes, I have a good laundress and general utility, too, Mr. Wilcox.
You are, eh? Pretty good at house cleaning, too, Beulah?
Yes, sir. I go through a house like a monkey through a trapeze, sir. And when I come out the other side, that house is anti-positively septic.
That's true, Mr. Wilcox.
I'll bet it is. I suppose you use Johnson's wax on all the floors, furniture, and woodwork, Beulah, and the lampshades, windowsills, and leather things.
Mr. Wilcox, you talk like I was ignorant as a June bride. Why, I can pick a more pieces to polish with Johnson wax than you can shake a stick at, and then I polishes the stick.
Yeah, don't tell our domestic staff it's business, Junior. Beulah was an experienced housekeeper when you were a callow youth in a beanie.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. Now, you know why Johnson's wax is good for all those things, don't you, Beulah?
Yes, and make it look pretty.
Yes, and it also seals the pores against dust and dampness.
Seal the what, sir?
The pores, Beulah.
Yes, wood has pores like the pores in your skin.
I got pores in my skin?
Why, everybody has. Your skin breathes through them.
Well, for goodness sake, what'll they think of next? Well, I got to get back and scalp some more potatoes, and if you excuse me,
She's going to scalp some what?
Potatoes, Junior.
We're having scalloped potatoes for dinner. Sure you can't come?
No, but thanks very much. I just came by to return this book. I enjoyed it very much.
What book is that, Junior?
How to Figure Income Tax by Crosby J. Frannis.
Oh, did it help you any, Mr. Wilcox?
Not much. Your brilliant husband didn't tell me it was written in 1923. But thanks anyway.
McGee, why on earth didn't you tell him that was an old income tax book?
He didn't ask me. And I learned a long time ago, if it's for the government, don't volunteer anything. Just answer what they ask you.
Yes, but what if he'd made out his income tax by a book that's 20 years old?
Well, I used it, didn't I? My tax figured much lower than all these newfangled regulations would have made it. Well, gee whiz, maybe I'm conservative, but I stick to the good old ways.
Yeah. The good old ways are liable to land you on the good old rock pile, dearie, making good old little ones out of good old big ones.
That's a lot of superstition. They can't throw a guy in jail because he figures his tax wrong.
Can't they?
Can they?
Yes.
They can?
I think so.
Oh, my gosh. Maybe I better get another blank tonight and let Doc Gamble help me with it. Hey, where are you going?
Going to help Beulah fix the salad dressing.
Mm-hmm.
You keep an eye out for Dr. Gamble now.
Okay. There goes a good old kid. If I go to Leavenworth for tax evasion, who'll be waiting outside with a good cigar and... Come in.
Hi, mister.
Hi, sis.
Hi.
Hi. Trust you hadn't planned an extensive visit. We're entertaining at dinner.
Can I stay and watch you, mister? Can I, please? Can I?
Watch us what?
Entertain at dinner. What do you do, mister? You sing funny songs and stuff?
No. We don't sing funny songs. I merely meant that we are having company.
Oh?
Yes. I imagine our culinary staff is even now preparing the hors d'oeuvres and chilling the ketchup to room temperature.
Oh, boy. Some stuff, I bet you.
I'm strictly a guy that's a connoisseur of food, sis. I like my hollandaise made from duck eggs. I like the flames to leap just 3 3/4 inches over my crepe Suzettes.
Oh?
And I like my biscuit tortoni with just a slight, mind you, flavor of marzipan and all stuff like that there.
I'm fussy, too, I bet you. Once I got a lollipop with a knot hole in the stick, and I made him take it right back.
That's the spirit, sis. Insist on service.
Sure. And once I found an old rusty nail in the bottom of a chocolate soda, and the man gave me a fresh one for nothing.
That was quite a shock, wasn't it?
I'll say it was, mister. It was wonderful. I still got the rusty nail, see?
What are you saving that for?
Oh, just in case I want to take a little guest to the drugstore. See, the second soda's always free if you find a rusty nail in the first one.
Now, wait a minute, sis. Hold on. That's fraud. That's practically stealing. Now, I'm no moralist, mind you. In fact, I've been known to slap the weighing machine to see if my penny would come back. And I ain't above giving the pinball machine a slight tilt. But nobody can claim that Fibber McGee ever stole a nickel.
Well, gee, mister.
Now, give me that nail. Thanks. Suppose you tried that dirty little trick sometime and accidentally ate the nail.
Oh, I couldn't do that, I bet you.
Well, why couldn't you?
I never throw the nail in till afterwards.
This is awful, sis. And I want you to promise me I never want you to try that trick again. Will you promise? Never.
Yeah. Okay, well, you give me if I promise.
Look, anytime you're tempted to practice that petty larceny jip in the future, you just come to me. I'll buy you a soda. You promise?
Okay, I'll promise.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, mister.
Huh?
I'm tempted right now, I bet you.
Okay. Here's 2 bits. Now scram.
Gee, thanks, mister. Bye now.
Goodbye.
Hey, Willie, it worked just like you said it would. How many more rusty nails you got?
Well, this is ridiculous.
The King's Men sing It's Love, Love, Love.
You got a chill, you never had it before. You don't know just what goes, but oh boy, you
feel a thrill, you make a dash for the door. You're aglow with a fabulous joy. If your heart goes bumpity bump, 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 it is a knocking on your ribs for fun. And if your nerves go jumpity jump, 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 you better get the nearest preacher on the run. You giggle when you shouldn't, you wiggle like an elf, and though you thought you wouldn't, you'll be talking to yourself. Here's an ample sample. Imagine her imagining that she loves me, enough to start a family tree. Imagine us together in a family tree. She's the mama, Papa's me. If your brain goes jiggity jig, 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 it's love, love, love. If your feet go diggity dig, 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 it's love, love, love. If your friends go shoo, 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 that's love, love, love. If you're jumping like a crazy kangaroo, roo, roo, that's love, love. Even little flowers and the birdies up above know it's love, love, love. You got lad, you got bad when you get to be a man and wife. Just look ahead the rest of your life. Imagine 40 years of happy family life. You the husband, she the wife. If your heart goes thumpity thump, 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 it's love, love, love. If your feet go jumpity jump, 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 it's love, love, love. You wonder just what songwriters ever would write about what this crazy old world would be like without love, 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 love.
Dr. Gamble?
No, thank you, my dear. I'm so full of coffee now, I've acquired a rather charming Brazilian accent.
How about another hunk of lemon pie, Doc? You only had 3.
I only had 2.
You had 3.
I had only 2, I tell you. Molly, how many pieces of pie did I have?
I'm sorry, Doctor, but I seem to have lost the little red book in which I keep track of how much my guests eat.
Shucks, nobody cares how many pieces you had, Doc. My gosh, you're welcome to the whole pie, for that matter. In fact, you darn near had a whole pie.
I did not.
You did, too.
Why, you little... Say, I think I will have another cup of coffee, Molly, please.
Oh, that's fine.
Thank you.
Pass the doctor the cream and sugar, Magee.
Oh, he ought to drink it black. He's putting on too much weight.
Pass me the cream and sugar, upstart.
Okay.
Besides, I'm not putting on weight. I've lost 21 pounds in the last month.
Have you really, Doctor?
It may have been lost by your stomach, but they were found somewhere around
Magee.
Oh, let him talk, my dear. He's the parlor comedian type, you know. They're always afraid if every other line isn't a gag, the conversation might get serious, and they won't know what's going on.
Oh. I don't know, Doctor. Magee talks pretty well on almost any subject.
Oh, I know he does. I know that. But I maintain it's better if he knows what he's saying.
Oh, I know what I'm saying, all right. You name one subject that you know more about than I do, except medicine.
Indians. Name 10 tribes of Indians.
Why, that's a cinch. Ottawa, Potawatomi, Chippewa, Shawnee, Navajo, Apache, Paiute, Choctaw, Seminole, and
Cleveland.
You didn't think we could do it, did you? Hey, how about a cigar?
Thanks, I have one.
You got 2? Thanks.
Sure you had enough of everything, Doctor?
Oh, I really did, Molly. Wonderful dinner. And to think that after all these years of inflicting spinach on defenseless little children, I'd learned to like it myself.
That Beulah's really a good cook, Doc. Yeah. Insists on everything being perfect. When she puts pants on a lamb chop, they got to have cuffs, pleats, and belt loops.
This is the first day she's worked for us, Doctor, except to help out. She'll be with us, though, every Tuesday from now on.
Oh, lucky people. I had bad luck with my last cook.
Huh?
Yeah, he ran away with a bottle of Napoleon brandy I'd saved for special occasions.
Ever hear from him again, Doc?
Yes, same night. Seems he'd walked up to a cop and said, "I'm Napoleon. Which way is Waterloo?" And they showed him. Say, do you mind if I compliment Beulah on this dinner?
Of course not, Doctor. Flattery never did a cook any harm.
Who's flattery? What? Oh, flattery. Yeah. Call Beulah in. If you don't think it'll upset her.
Don't be silly, dearie. Beulah never gets flustered. That's why I like her. She's always so calm.
I haven't had any homemade bread like hers since I was a kid.
That's why we thought you'd like it tonight, Doc. Being in your second childhood, like you are. We thought that perhaps...
You clanged the bell for me, ma'am?
Yes, Beulah. I just wanted to tell you what a nice dinner this was.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yes, Beulah, it was wonderful. Don't be surprised if you have a guest here every Tuesday night after this.
Oh, Doctor. You like your dinner, Mr. McGee, sir?
Beulah, I loved every calorie of it. Mrs. McGee and I want to celebrate your first day's work here by presenting you with this little token of our appreciation. Here.
Well, for goodness sake, a bottle of cologne.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Mr. McGee. Oh, Mr. McGee. Oh, Duffy. Love all you people.
Why, Beulah, what's the matter?
Oh, you're all so nice. I'm sorry I bust out like this, man. But my goodness.
Now, take it easy, Beulah. My gosh, we didn't mean to get you upset, and...
Oh, I ain't upset, Miss Meek. I was never so happy in all my born days. I never...
Well, heavenly days, Doctor. What do we do? Can't you do something?
Well, I hate to try to cure anybody of being happy, but I'll see what I can do. Come on, Beulah. We better go back to the kitchen and sit down.
Yeah, so that's what we better do, all right. And this lovely, scrumptious bottle of sweet-smelling stuff. I never expected anything so... I'm just about the happiest girl in this
There are a good many war workers who have solved their housing problems by living in trailers. And however convenient this may be, it certainly doesn't mean complete freedom from housekeeping worries. For example, here's a letter that came in just the other day. My husband is a war worker, and we live in a 22-foot trailer, this woman writes. The floor is covered with linoleum, and you can imagine how much it gets tracked up every day. If it weren't for Johnson's Glow Coat, I could never stand it because there's so much sand and dirt here. But it just stays on top. It doesn't go into the linoleum. Glow Coat saves me a lot of work and certainly does preserve my linoleum. She goes on to say more nice things about Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, but I've read you enough to show you that whether you live in a big house or a one-room trailer, if you have any linoleum surfaces, it will pay you dividends to protect them with Johnson's Glow Coat. There's no rubbing or buffing needed with Glow Coat. You simply apply and let dry, and your floors wear a shiny shield of protection.
What are you prowling around for in your slippers? It's 2:30 in the morning.
Oh, I know it. I couldn't sleep.
Why not?
Oh, that lemon meringue pie we had for dinner.
Why, that was as light as a feather. That couldn't keep you awake.
Well, it did. I finally couldn't stand it any longer and went down and had another piece.
Oh. Good night, all.
The character of Mr. Wellington heard on this program was played by Ransom Sherman. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You're the one that found me.
Yes, ma'am.
Will you save my baby?
Yes, ma'am. I'll save him. And I will help. Me too, ma'am.
I want you, all of you, to be my baby's godfathers.
And that is how three lawless men with a price on their heads fell victim to destiny and became three godfathers. Their story is a legend of the Southwest, filmed by John Ford, 5-time Academy Award winner. Their story becomes the most unusual Western ever made.
my opinion, gents, taking a bath is the least of the troubles confronting little Robert.
Robert William Pedro.
Why didn't somebody stop me before I promised that woman? Well, I don't want to grow no long white beard in the Yuma Penitentiary.
May my beard grow clear till it gets down to my foot. May it get a nest of prison rats before I break my promise to a dying woman.
Who said I was
Why
breaking
don't you
my
kill
promise?
the little fellow
I didn't
now?
say I was.
Sure, feed him to the
Why,
coyotes.
you chilly Devon horse thief?
Horse thief?
Yes, horse thief.
A lot of boys stick up stagecoaches and banks and one thing or another. But a man that'd dynamite a water hole in this kind of country is downright criminal.
You heard Mr. Latham when he said $100 dead or alive. I'll add $50 to it. I'd like 'em dead.
I sure hope Jack Benny doesn't mind that Fred Allen is our next show.
The Texaco Star Theater. The more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast welcome you to an hour of mirth and melody. With our star comedian, Fred Allen, Kenny Baker, Portland Hoffa, Win Murray and Al Goodman's orchestra. It's Texaco time. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel sorry for you sweltering around your radios on a hot night like this. There's only one way I can help you cool off. And so I give you that big frost, Fred Allen, in person.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I wish that man would dim his scalp in the front row. His scalp is shining right in my eyes there. Could you arrange to dim that, mister, as we go? Well, thank you, and good evening. Sorry you came now, huh? And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. And look, Mr. Wallington.
Yes, Fred.
Now, this is our last program. After all of the insults you have bounced off me all year, with varying success, I had hoped for a final kind word this evening, but no, you go right ahead and call me a frost. Now, the least you could...
I'm sorry, Fred. I was only trying to make the folks forget the warm weather.
By calling me a frost?
It's the power of suggestion, Fred.
Oh, is it?
Yes. Now, for example, I say a cold word, I feel cool.
Feel cool?
Yes.
Huh?
And for the same reason, I wear cool, light clothes.
That explains that double-breasted cobweb you've got on this evening. What is that? A mocha chair cover with sleeves in it you have?
No, it's just a super light suit for summer.
Well, the least you can do is wear a slip with that thing. You have about as much privacy in that suit as a loaf of bread has in its dirty cellophane.
Well, I'm dressing to match the weather, Fred.
Who invents these new styles for men? You know, I can remember, Jimmy, when all a man had to do to prepare for summer was file his way out of his long underwear and slip on a creton ensemble. He was all set to go.
Oh, that's old-timey, Fred. Men's clothes today are practical.
Yes, they are, especially those new open-toed shoes the boys are wearing on Broadway now. They've got a special opening on the side so you can slide your toes out and pick up a cigarette butt. And those... Oh, you hear that, little baby? You have to be very funny to make them laugh that young, Jimmy. I hope you appreciate that. Either the baby doesn't understand or it's giving me the benefit of the doubt. And those new summer shirts that hang outside the trousers, Jimmy. Today, when you see a man walking along with a shirt hanging out, you can't tell whether the man's in style or if he's just absent-minded. There's no way of telling. Styles today. Why, with women wearing slacks and men wearing high heels, you don't even know to whom you are talking anymore. The only way you can tell is to offer the party a cigar. If the cigar is accepted, it's a woman.
Well, I'm sorry I started the whole thing.
Oh, so am I, Jimmy, the way those jokes turned out.
Well, let's change the subject.
No
Fred.
sooner said than done as we turn to the latest news of the week. The Texaco News presents its highlight from the world of news. New York City, New York. Summer arrives officially on June 21st, and the local weather bureau reports temperature of 94 degrees, the highest recorded in the city for 1941. Continued heat wave blankets entire country as temperatures mount. At Huron, South Dakota, mercury reads
93.
At Cincinnati, Ohio,
97.
Chicago, Illinois,
99.
Nutley, New Jersey.
Bingo!
To check on severity of the most recent heat wave, Texaco News turns to the past and reports the heat waves that have made history in years gone by. Now, a Civil War veteran reports on the record heat wave in his day. Major Hoagie Creep.
Howdy, all.
Well, howdy, Major.
Howdy.
You remember a record heat?
I sure do. It was back in 1862. I was a colonel in the Northern Army.
In the Northern Army?
We was getting ready for the Battle of Antietam when this heat wave come up.
Well, how hot was it, Major?
Pup tents was having distemper. That's how hot it was.
They were, huh?
Yes, sir. Cannons was hanging down limp.
The cannons were hanging down limp?
Yes,
Really?
Yes, every time we shot a cannon, the ball went into the ground.
You don't say.
Yes, sir. One morning, shooting at the enemy, we struck oil in 40 places.
Gosh, that was some heat.
Yes, sir. There was one day the sun most killed me, Junior.
Sunstroke?
No. I was standing in a tent with General Grant.
Yeah?
Sun was beating down.
Yeah?
Grant's medals was all melted together. There was one big nugget hanging on his chest.
One big nugget hanging on General Grant, eh?
Yes, the general handed me a cigar butt and said, Colonel, throw this away. I said, all right, Ulysses.
And you did?
Oh, first I took a couple of drags out of the cigar myself.
Naturally, the old habit, yes.
Yes, and I stepped outside into the sun and tossed her away.
Well, how did the sun almost kill you?
Well, I stepped back into the tent. Grant took one look at me, whipped out his gun, and fired.
Heavens.
Fortunately, he missed me.
Well, you said the sun almost killed you.
It did. You see, when I stepped out of that tent, I had on a blue uniform.
Oh.
In 2 minutes, the sun faded that blue uniform gray.
And that's why General Grant shot,
Yes,
eh?
he thought I was a Confederate spy.
Well, I still think you are, you old fumpet, and get out of here. And thank you. Thank you, Major Creep. Another heat wave of years ago is reported by Holcomb Meacham. What year was this, Holcomb?
1876.
1876.
Yes, sir. I was a boy soloist in them days.
You were a boy soprano?
Lord, my voice was so high I had to quit singing indoors.
Well, why?
Outdoors, I should say.
Make up your mind. You have enough mind left to make up, I assume.
Yes, I had to quit singing outdoors because nightingales used to follow me giving their mating calls, trying to get me to go up in the trees.
Oh, I see. Well, never mind your feathered escapades, Mr. Meacham. Now, what about this heat wave?
Well, say it was the morning of June 23, 1876.
Yes?
Tom Edison sent for me.
The great Thomas Edison, hey?
Yes, sir. He just invented the phonograph. He wanted me to sing the first record.
And you did?
Yes, sir. I sang, "Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, they have taken you away." Jeepers, it was hot. Edison was sweating, and I was sweating.
You were only a little boy.
But I could sweat. I could out-sweat a boy twice my size. I was some sweater. Had big paws, that's how I done it.
Oh, I see. Well, what happened after you sang your song?
It was so hot the record melted.
Well, could Mr. Edison play it?
Well, he blew on the record to gel it a mite. He says, "I'll try her and see how she sounds." And he did.
Well, did it sound anything like you?
Lord, no. I sung into the phonograph, "Oh, my darling Nellie Gray, they have taken you away."
And what came out?
Huts at roast and none of the rock and
So that's where that song came from.
Yep. 'Twas an accident. Nobody could write a song like that to Papa's.
I don't see how they could.
Well, you could say that again.
Yes, I would if I had time, but I haven't. And thank you, Holcomb Meacham. A hillbilly mother recalls a famous heat wave, Mrs. Gowdy Dulce. What year was it, Mrs. Dulce?
1911.
1911?
Reckon so. I can only count up to 10. Learned on my toes. Only got 10 toes.
Oh, you only have 10 toes. Well, why don't you use your fingers? Then you can count up to 20.
Can't count on fingers.
Why not?
Need both hands to count on my toes.
Oh, you use...
2 hands. One hand to hold my foot, t'other hand to spell off my toes.
Oh, it keeps you pretty busy counting, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, now, about this heat wave, was it bad?
It was cooking. I was sitting out back of the shanty in a cane-bottom chair.
Was there any air?
Well, I was patting the dog. When he'd wag his tail, I'd get a little goss.
Well, that's better than nothing.
Yeah. I was sitting there in the cane-bottom chair, dozing. About supper time, I got up.
Yes?
The cane-bottom chair got up with me.
The chair got up with you, the heat?
My skin was sticky. That cane just closed in.
Well, what did you do?
What could I do? Everywhere I went, there was a chair.
Well, couldn't you shake it off?
I tried to. I congaed a mite and give a few bumps.
Yeah.
Chair wouldn't budge.
What did you do?
Well, I sat back down till bedtime. Then I got into bed, chair and all.
Must have been uncomfortable.
'Twas. Sat up in bed a while. Then I turned over. The blanket went up like a curtain at a minstrel show.
It will. Well, did the chair finally loosen?
You don't know a cane bottom, mister. I might as well have been N2 in a bulldog's mouth.
Well, you're all rid of the chair now. How did you do it?
Well, there's only one thing to do.
What?
Next morning, I got up, went back up in the woods alone.
Yes?
Laid face down onto the moss.
And?
2 days later, the chair was gone.
Gone? A miracle?
No, woodpeckers.
Woodpeckers. Check up your troubles, and thank you, Mrs. Gowdy Dulce. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker. For his first number tonight, Kenny sings Cowboy Serenade.
Sing that cowboy song I never will forget. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm rolling my last cigarette through the sagebrush when evening is near. Comes that melody a cowboy holds so dear. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm rolling my last cigarette I'm gonna meet her where the good green pastures are grown. So while twilight and purple hills fade, from a campfire comes that cowboy serenade. Yippee-ki-yay, the sun's almost set, and I'm rolling my last
Kenny. Say, Jimmy.
Yes, Fred?
Jimmy, your vacation starts tomorrow. Now, you're going back home to California, and I have a scheme that will get you out there in a hurry and won't cost you a cent.
Well, how?
Well, look, Jimmy, for months now, you've been talking about fire chief and fire engines. Every fireman in America should be a fan of yours.
Well, how's that going to get me to Hollywood?
Well, you simply go to the nearest firehouse and ask for a lift to the next town, you see? The firemen will get out their newest hook and ladder or fire engine and ride you there in style. You get out at the next town and ask for another ride. Why, the firemen of America will forward pass you across the country in no time. Nothing will be too good for the eminent Dr. Wallington, M.D., Master of Duds.
Oh, no, nothing doing, Fred.
No?
No, sir. If I put my 206 pounds of dead weight on a fire engine, I'd be a dud myself.
Why is that?
Well, when there's firefighting to be done, when seconds may mean a life, there's no place for duds in firefighting equipment. No place for anything that doesn't work, for anything that fails to deliver maximum performance. So there's no place for gasoline duds in fire engine tanks. That's why Texaco, by careful refining, eliminates the duds. You won't find those sluggish, slow-action elements in Fire Chief, the gasoline made for fire engines, ambulances, and other emergency duty vehicles. Fire Chief gives you fire engine power and action, the kind that all types of vehicles in emergency service demand. And if you want a gasoline with quick getaway, a powerful cruising range, and plenty of miles per gallon, switch to Texaco Fire Chief, the emergency duty gasoline at regular gasoline prices. It's all action, not a dud in a tank full.
That was Two Hearts That Pass in the Night, rendered by Maestro Goodman and his playmates. And now, ladies and gentlemen, since this is our last program of the season... Oh, the door, always the door. Come in.
Step right in, Doctor.
Thank you.
Yes, gentlemen.
We're looking for Mr. Allen. Isn't that the name, Doctor?
Yes, I have Fred Allen here on my post-mortem slip.
Post-mortem? What is this?
Are you Fred Allen?
Well, yes.
Why, he's standing up, Doctor.
Oh, fudge. And I'll put back my embalming fluid.
Now, wait a minute. Unless you want to use some on yourself, Doctor. Now, wait, who are you, boy?
I'm Phil Claus, representing the Jiffin Insurance Company. I believe you have a policy with us.
Why, yes. Is something wrong?
We're thinking of canceling your policy.
But I've been paying on that policy for 40 years. It's an 80-year endowment.
Regardless, you're a bad risk, Mr. Allen.
A bad risk? I'm in perfect health.
With those bags under your eyes?
These are bee bites. I can prove it. Bitten by 2 bees.
Those skin snoods are a symptom of an occupational ailment. At this time of the year, Mr. Allen, an epidemic breaks out among you radio comedians.
Yeah.
A disease called micrococky.
Micrococky?
Yes. As the season ends, radio comedians start seeing things that aren't there. Like options.
Oh, yes. Could be.
And they start hearing things that aren't there. Like laughs.
Yes, I've heard things that haven't been there.
It's that radio grind. Isn't that right, Doctor?
Absolutely. This man looks like a bad risk.
But you can't cancel my policy.
The doctor will decide. Will you examine Mr. Allen, Doctor?
Yes. Will you get down on all fours, Mr. Allen?
On all fours? You're a doctor?
Yes, but you're the first human I ever worked on.
Now, wait a minute.
All right. I'll examine you. Doctor, you take down the results.
Okay.
Pulse 76.
Pulse 34.
Temperature 97.
Temperature 28.
Chest 44.
Chest 8.
You have friends outside who are listening, have you? Look, he's getting it... I could back up and hear it better, really, Jeff. Look, he's getting it all wrong.
Please. Doctor, will you listen in on your stethoscope?
I'll try. Take a deep breath, Mr. Allen.
What is it, Doctor?
I ain't sure. Sounds like Amapola to me.
That is the final proof. I'm sorry, Mr. Allen. We'll have to cancel your policy. You're teetering on the brink of micrococky.
You're a bad risk.
Now, look, gentlemen. This is my last program. I'm going away for a long rest. I'm going to forget radio. Please, please don't cancel my policy.
Well, all right. We'll take a chance. But I warn you, Allen, you've got to get away. Shall we go, Doctor?
I'm ready if you are.
All right, then. Tag, you're it, Doctor.
Well, I may have micrococky, but I'd hate to have what those 2 gentlemen have. I'm certainly glad I'm going away. Micrococky. Gosh, say, Mr. Goodman.
Goodman is on deck. You can make with a funny insult.
No, not tonight, Maestro. This is our last program of the season. Now, tonight, we rise above our petty radio squabbles and face each other man to man.
This you are saying in all sincerity?
In all sincerity, Maestro. Tonight, as we take leave of one another, I want to say that you are a wonderful musician and a great guy. You're the kind of a man can take by the hand and call a man.
Mr. Allen.
Yes, Mr. Goodman?
Only once before in my life has a man spoken to Goodman like this.
Well, who is the man?
Who knows? He is selling me a stolen overcoat.
Maestro, something tells me that just not seeing you for 3 months is going to be a vacation in itself. Say, hello, Portland.
Hello,
I didn't
Mr.
see
Allen.
you coming in there. Well, Portland, are you all set for your vacation trip?
Not quite.
Oh, is something holding you up?
Yes, Mama and I were all set to go by car, but they
They advised us to go by train.
Who advised you?
The finance company.
Oh, they did. Well, it's nice of them to give you that service. Well, I'm going away on my vacation. I'm taking a real rest, away from the hugger-mugger of radio, the jokes, the censors, the actors. I've got to get rid of this micrococci. The doctor just told me.
Well, where are you going, Mr. Allen?
Yes, on 10 envelopes, I want you should write your name with the address.
Write my name and address on 10 envelopes for what?
Every week, I, Goodman, am putting into one envelope a piece of paper, sticking on a stamp, and dropping it in the mailbox in front of my house.
Just a plain piece of paper? You're not going to write anything?
Who can write? Goodman is just showing off for the neighbors.
Oh, I see. Well, look, Mr. Goodman, and you too, Portland. I'm sorry I can't tell you where I'm going to spend my vacation. I've got to be alone. I've got to forget radio.
Well, have you found a place you can do it?
Well, I certainly have. Why, the place I'm going is so private, the owners don't even tell their guests how to get there.
Well, then how are you going to find it?
On the 1st of July, they're sending me a road map and a bloodhound. That's with the single room. You get the bloodhound. Now, where are you going this summer, Portland?
Well, if you're not telling, I'm not telling.
If nobody is telling, also Goodman is not telling.
Well, it's all right with me as long as you both have a good time.
On this I'm insisting. We are going to be alone. Just me, Mrs. Goodman, and the orchestra.
You're going to have privacy with the whole orchestra along?
What can I do? I am owing them 2 weeks' salary. To the North Pole they would follow me with pickets yet.
Well, personally, I think it's a good idea. Our going to different places, we'll all have a good rest from each other, and we're... Oh, hello, Kenny. I didn't see you.
Hi, everybody. What's jumping?
Oh, nothing. We're just talking about vacations.
Yes. Aren't you going away, Kenny?
You bet I am, Porty. I had a tough year, singing every Wednesday and fighting for my salary every Saturday. I need a rest.
Are you going to that boys' camp?
Not me. I was down there on a due bill over the weekend. I almost starved.
What do you mean you almost starved?
Well, for breakfast they ring a bell.
And?
That's all, brother.
Well, what about lunch?
For lunch, you get 2 worms and a fish hook. You have a choice. If you don't like the worms, you can fish.
Oh, I see. Well, that's nice.
What is supper, Kenny?
Supper is the big meal. Each kid gets a club, and the chef points out a rabbit track. I'm winded, and I'm still hungry.
Well, no wonder.
The only chow I saw for 3 days was a dog.
Kenny, you didn't eat that dog.
Oh, no, F.A. Darn that indigestion.
Kenny!
Well, I was starving, Porty.
Oh, you're exaggerating.
Oh, yeah? They had it in for me at the start. When I got there, the camp chief told all the boys that they could have pets.
Uh-huh.
One kid had a baby squirrel, another kid had a tame gopher.
Oh, did you have one, Kenny?
For 10 minutes. The pet I picked out, they made me take right back.
What were you petting?
A little blonde from the girls' camp across the lake.
Yes, you can learn a lot in camp, Kenny.
You sure can, but they won't let you. None of that camp stuff for me. I'm going to a place where I can be alone all summer.
Well, I know just how you feel, Kenny. I'm going to be alone, too. I don't want to scare you, but I'm teetering on the brink of micro-cokie.
Micro-cokie?
Micro-cokie.
Yes, Kenny.
It's the different stages. It was micro-cocky and micro-cokie now.
Yes, Kenny. Mr. Allen has to spend the summer away from anything that reminds him of radio.
And also all of you.
Oh, too bad you didn't find this place I'm going to, F.A. What a spot to be alone.
Mama and I have got the real place to be alone, Kenny.
Not like Goodman. Goodman is alone, but positively.
Oh, no. I got the ideal place. Alone up there in the hills at Rabinowitz's retreat.
What did you say?
Rabinowitz's retreat.
Rabinowitz's retreat?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Why, that's where Mama and I are going.
Likewise, Goodman.
Oh.
you're turning white.
What's the matter? This is terrible. I'm going to Rabinowitz's retreat. Oh, now, wait a minute. Maybe it's a different spot. Look, has your place got a broken-down fence around it?
Yes?
Has it got a brook running through the living room?
Yes?
Is there a pine tree growing in the parlor?
Yes?
Is it 2 miles north of Rivkin's Ravine?
Yes?
It's the same place. Now, look, you can't do this to me, folks. I'm a tired old man with micro-kooky. I've got to get away from anything that reminds me of radio. I've got to be alone. Portland, you can't go there.
But Mama paid a $5 deposit.
All right. I'll give you your deposit back. Here's $5. Go up to Old Orchard Beach in Maine. Have a good vacation.
Goodman is also paying $5 deposit.
Well, here's your money, too, Maestro. And now, Kenny?
I paid $340.
What?
That's 3 months in advance. I got $2 off that way.
Oh, the dealer's rate. $340? Well, I can't get in touch with the Morris plan at this time of night. Kenny, you call up Rabinowitz right now. Tell him you want your money back.
But, F.A.,
Kenny Baker, if you have a spark of human decency in that little chicken breast of yours, you'll call Rabinowitz.
Okay, I'll phone. I'll be right back.
In my condition, that's all I need. The place crawling with radio people. Old gentleman, he needs rest. So do I. I can see the two of us now, dozing on the veranda in our rocking chairs with our slippers on, at peace with the world and with each other. Say, by the way, Kenny, what is this old boy's name?
I don't think I ought to tell you.
Why not?
You're not going to like it.
I won't like it. A poor old man creeping around. What's his name?
Jack Benny.
You were right, Kenny. Sing, Wind.
In a town in Sweden, by a stream so clear and cool, a boy would sit and fish and dream when he should have been in school. Now he couldn't read or write a word, but happiness he found in a little song he heard, and here's how it would on the rilla and the brawler through it. What's that roasting on the rilla and the brawler through it? What's that roasting on the rilla and the brawler through it? What's that roasting on the rilla and the brawler through it? Now the Ralston is a Swedish town, the Rillera is a stream. The brawler is a boy and girl, the hut-tut is their dream. Hut-tut Ralston on the Rillera and the brawler through it. Hut-tut Ralston on the Rillera and the brawler through it. Hut-tut Ralston on the Rillera. Hut-tut Ralston and the brawler through it. Hut-tut Ralston on the Rillera. Hut-tut Ralston and the brawler through it. Now the Ralston is a Swedish town, the Rillera is a stream. The brawler is a boy and girl, the hut-tut is their dream. Hut-tut Ralston on the Rillera and the brawler through it. Hut-tut Ralston on the Rillera and the brawler through it. Hut-tut Ralston on the Rillera. Hut-tut Ralston and the brawler through it.
Dennis Winmar has just sung the Hutsut song, which was originated, as you know, by Holcomb Meacham, I believe, earlier in the evening. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a timely message from Larry Elliott.
As Americans, we are proud of our first line of defense, the United States Navy. But even when the fleet's in, we get only an inkling of what a tremendous operation our Navy really is. Its battleships, destroyers, airplanes, plane carriers, cruisers, and submarines must be maintained in far-flung activities. Behind them are the operation of Navy yards, ammunition depots, railroads and transport equipment, and sea bases throughout the world. So it is with special pride that we say the Navy sails with Texaco. For this is the 6th consecutive year that the United States Navy has awarded the Texas Company its lubricating oil contract. And again, during this period of national emergency, land and sea units of the Navy will be lubricated by Texaco. The Texaco Star Theater continues immediately after a short pause for your station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. WABC, New York.
That was just a dash of a little bit south of North Carolina, or vice versa, played by Mr. Goodman. Ladies and gentlemen, radio is full of surprises, and we have a surprise for you this evening. This afternoon, when I came here to the studio for rehearsal, I found 4 college boys who had come all the way from Oklahoma to audition for Major Bowes. Now, as we know, the Major is convalescing from his recent illness, and his program won't be, and incidentally, he's making excellent progress. Isn't that right, Dr. Hepner? Dr. Hepner is associated with Major Bowes and is here tonight and just told me that the Major is getting along swell. I know we'll all be glad to hear it, but the Major's program won't be on the air this week, and Major Bowes is listening in to us tonight. Now, so that the boys who have come all the way from Oklahoma will have a chance to sing for the Major this evening, we are moving over on our program and making room for the boys with us here tonight. I'd like to have you meet, then, the Oklahoma A&M Cowboy Quartet. Now, boys, would you mind getting around in front of me there? You've got me surrounded here. You can move back when we start to sing. Would you mind getting, because I don't know who's who here. We didn't have time to rehearse anything. And first, I'd like to call the roll. What is your name, may I?
Bart Foster.
Bart Foster, and where do you come from, Bart?
Drumright, Oklahoma.
Drumright, Oklahoma. And what is your name?
I'm Robert Eddy.
Robert Eddy, and where do you come from?
Okmulgee, Oklahoma.
Okmulgee, Oklahoma. You, sir?
I'm Charles Wilbanks, and I live at Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Stillwater, and you're the tenor, I can tell.
No,
you're the second tenor, huh? And what is your name?
I'm Dean Brewer from Fairview, Oklahoma.
Oh, you're the tenor. You're a half a tone. I sense that right away. Well, what college do you fellas go to? I can't speak to all of you, so I'll select Bob here. Robert, do you mind if would you act as interlocutor?
Yes, sir.
Well, what college do you boys go to?
We go to Oklahoma A&M College in Stillwater.
The Oklahoma A&M College at Stillwater. Right. And what are you studying down there?
Well, I'm studying engineering, electrical engineering.
Electrical engineering, and the other boys?
We have an accounting major and 2 music majors.
2 music majors. Mm-hmm. We have everything here but the real major, who really should be here talking to you fellas tonight. Well, do you sing at college, do you, the quartet?
Yes, we're on the entertainment bureau up there with 120 members of the college student body.
The student body, are they enabled to make extra money while they're studying through
That's the way they work their way through college.
Entertaining.
Entertaining.
Well, that's a nice feature for the college to have. It enables you to function and perfect yourself artistically at the same time. Well, tell me now, how did you come to miss the Major's program, fellas?
We were in Indianapolis on our way to New York when we heard it over the radio last Thursday, listening to his program.
You heard that the Major was ill, and you didn't turn back, eh?
No, we came right ahead.
You came right ahead. Well, when I talked to you today, I thought it was a shame you'd come that great distance without not having a chance to go on the program. So that's why you're here right now.
That's what we hoped you'd think.
What?
That's what we hoped you'd think.
Well, no, you didn't either, because you'd never seen me before. But and if you knew me, you would be surprised that I thought that. I mean, after all. But we're happy.
When we saw you, we were surprised.
Well, everybody's surprised. Those who don't run when they see me are automatically surprised. Well, I tell you, we're very happy to have you fellas here, and you're going to have your opportunity to sing, and you've been on the air, and you won't have made your long trip for nothing. Now, what song are you going to sing?
Reluctant Dragon.
Reluctant Dragon. Well, you go right ahead.
One fine day while on my way to Ipswich by the sea, I met a rather charming chap who asked me into tea. It seems he was a dragon, you know the kind with wings, teeth and tails and claws and scales and all those dragon-like details. I admit I jumped a bit when he began to sing. I'm the reluctant dragon, my soul, the very reluctant dragon. Oh, Betty, don't you know? They call me the timid dragon. What? I'm not.
I just won't fight, I'd rather play. I know I can't get hurt that way.
Here we go gathering nuts in May. Oops, I'm reluctant. After we had sipped our tea, a thought popped in my head. A dragon here? By Jove, that's queer. He really should be dead.
I said, look here, I said, aren't you a bit extinct?
Then the blackbird gave a cry and heaved his bosom with a sigh, wiped a teardrop from his eye, then blushed and coyly winked. I'm the reluctant dragon, hot hell, right so, the very reluctant dragon. Oh, Betty, don't you know? They call me the timid dragon. What rot? I'm not.
When others fight, I run away. It's just because I'm built that way.
I'm the queen of the May today.
Whoops!
I'm reluctant.
I'm reluctant.
Oklahoma A and then Cowboy Quartet. You want to take it? Well, now I'm happy, the boys are happy, and I'm quite sure the Major's happy. I wish we had time to call him up and get his reaction right away. And here is our favorite announcer, Larry Elliott.
Your favorite, Fred? Well, what's the matter with Jimmy Wallington?
Well, you know Wallington. He's all right, Larry, but he has one bad habit. You know that pause for station announcement thing he does all the time?
Mm-hmm.
Every week we're just getting going well here, and he breaks in to announce a short pause. Why does he have to do that?
Well, it's a rule, Fred.
Well, I know, but why? Now, when you go to see a moving picture, the manager doesn't ring down the curtain in the middle of the picture, come out on the stage and say, "Ladies and gentlemen, you are sitting in the Paramount Theater."
Well, one purpose it does serve, it sort of breaks the tension and gives you a fresh start. It's like when you're out driving and you see a Texaco dealer's sign ahead.
Texaco dealers don't have pauses for station announcements, Larry.
No, Fred, but Texaco dealers have a welcome sign that invites you to break the tension of a long motor trip. It's the green and white Texaco registered restroom sign. Turn in there when you find your eyes tiring from road strain, nerves a trifle on edge. You'll find driving easier after a fresh start. And your family, too, will be grateful for the chance to tidy up in a clean, pleasant place, always fully equipped with running water, soap, towels, a mirror. Yes, everybody appreciates Texaco registered restroom service. And now, as a further courtesy, Texaco dealers are extending their welcome to 24 hours a day with all-night service throughout the touring season at certain convenient points along all national highways. Stop in for Texaco products and Texaco courtesy. You're welcome anytime.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Kenny Baker returns to sing his farewell song of the season, My Sister and I.
Sister and I remember still a tulip garden by an old Dutch mill, and the home that was all our own until. But we don't talk about that. My sister and I recall once more the fishing schooner going into shore, and the dog cart we drove in days before. But we don't talk about that. We're learning to forget that fear that came from a troubled sky. We're almost happy over here, but sometimes we wake at night and cry. My sister and I recall the day we said goodbye, and then we sailed away. Think of our friends who had to stay, but we don't talk about that. The warm and lovely world we knew has been struck by a bitter frost. But my sister and I recall with a sigh the world we knew and loved and lost. My sister and I remember still a tulip garden by an old Dutch mill, and the home that was all our own until. But we won't talk about that. My sister and I recall the day we said goodbye, and then we sailed away, and we think of a friend that will stay. But we won't talk about that.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Texaco Workshop Players. Tonight, as their farewell faux pas, they pay tribute to a great radio institution, the Hour of Good Intentions.
And now, the Hour of Good Intentions. The Hour of Good Intentions is brought to you each week by Eggleston's Eggs. But first, our Eggleston theme song.
Eggleston's eggs are the best eggs laid. They're full yolk and vitamin E. When a hen lays an egg for Eggleston, she says, I'm giving the best that's in me. A tickle, 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 tickle.
Yes, Eggleston's Eggs are served everywhere. It's the modern sign on the high seas, on horseback, in your home.
Don't forget, folks, if you want the best in eggs, try Eggleston.
And now, the Hour of Good Intentions. The Hour of Good Intentions is conducted by radio's beloved advisor on personal problems, Rodney Allen,
And here he is, humanity's counselor, that Solomon of Sorrow, everybody's big brother, Rodney Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, friends. Tonight again, our studio is crowded with little people from all walks of life who are here to have their problems solved. And so we proceed with our grief. Is case 701 ready?
Yes, Mr. Allen, this young lady.
My name's Beulah Ottinger.
We don't use names on our program, sister. What are your initials?
B.O.
Very well, miss. What problem brings you to the hour of good intentions tonight?
Well, I got 2 boyfriends.
2 boyfriends?
Yeah, I don't know which one I married. That's my problem.
I see. You like both boys?
Yeah, the first boy is swell. His name is the...
We mustn't mention names, miss.
Oh.
This is a radio program. You can open your heart, you can speak freely, but you mustn't mention names.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is your trouble?
Well, my second boyfriend is swell, too. He works at the...
Don't mention his place of business, please. This is radio, sister. We have to be very, very careful. Now, go right ahead, unburden yourself. Tell me everything.
Well, last night I was eating with the first boyfriend at the...
Don't mention the name of the restaurant, please.
Okay. It's right next to...
We'd better not identify the neighborhood.
Well, my second boyfriend rushes in and says...
You'd better not quote that.
And my first boyfriend says...
Don't mention that either, please.
Well, I gotta decide which to marry. That's my problem, Mr. Allen.
Yes. Well, my advice to you, young lady, is don't marry either of these men until you know more about them.
But I know...
Here you are contemplating matrimony with 2 men. What have you been able to tell me about them? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Now, take my advice, little girl. Don't marry either of these men.
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
Don't mention it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't
I
mean
know,
to
but you
mention
did mention it. You did. We speed another happy soul on her way, her problem solved, and turn then to case 761.
It's this gentleman right here, Mr. H.K.
Yes, Mr. H.K.
I called her a lame brain and a Humpty Dumpty. I shouldn't have done it.
Now, compose yourself, H.K.
I called her a lame...
You called whom?
My wife, Mabel.
Yes?
That's why she walked out on me.
She walked out on you?
Yeah.
And when did this happen?
July 4th, 1916.
25 years ago.
I've looked for Mabel every place. Macy's basement. In the audience at We the People. Oh, I gotta find her.
I may be able to help you, H.K. You say your wife left you 25 years ago?
Yeah, I called her a lame brain and a Humpty Dumpty.
Oh, shame on you.
Yeah.
Why did you lose your temper?
It was Rollo's fault.
Rollo?
He was our son, a no-good brat. Mabel was always taking Rollo's side.
And on July 4th, 1916, something crucial happened?
Yeah. Rollo put a firecracker in my cornflakes. Went off in my mouth and blew out all of my teeth.
You lost your head?
And my teeth.
And your teeth.
I started beating the brains out of Rollo with a loaf of French bread. Mabel comes rushing in.
Yes?
She says, apologize to Rollo, you.
Yes?
I says, oh, yes, you're a lame brain and a Humpty Dumpty. With that, Mabel picks up the kid and the loaf of French bread and leaves.
And now you want your wife back.
Yeah, I'll do anything.
Well, the hour of good intentions may be able to help you, H.K.
That's good.
Mabel, if you are listening in tonight, please call this studio.
Yeah.
Your husband, H.K., is waiting for you.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Allen.
Now, if you'll sit down, H.K., perhaps Mabel's call will come in. I'll go right ahead with the program.
Oh, why did I call her a lame brain and a Humpty?
And now, case 749. Is that you, brother?
Yes, Mr. Allen.
And what is your problem?
I formerly worked in a bank. I got $18 a week, and I wasn't happy.
Why?
On $18 a week, I couldn't go no place. I couldn't do nothing.
This made you unhappy?
Yes, sir.
Proceed.
One day, I stole $87,000 from the bank. and I quit my job. Today I'm out all day going to the racetrack, ball games. Nights I'm catching shows, going to nightclubs.
And, are you happy?
I'm happy while I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah?
But when I go home at night...
Yes?
I get to thinking about the $87,000. My conscience bothers me, and I'm unhappy.
And your problem is?
Should I go on enjoying myself on this tainted money and be an unhappy part of the time?
Yes?
Or should I go back to work in the bank and be unhappy all of the time?
There is no substitute for honesty, son. And my advice to you is to give up this life of luxury and ease.
Yes, sir.
Go back to that bank tomorrow morning. Put on your alpaca jacket and go to work as though nothing had happened.
Yes, sir. And should I mention the $87,000?
Not unless they mention it to you.
Any news yet, Mr. Lowe?
Just a minute, sir. Who are you?
I'm HK, case number 761. Remember, I'm waiting to hear from my wife.
Oh, yes,
Mabel.
yes. Nothing has come in yet. Just sit down. Have patience, HK. Case 714. Your trouble, madam?
A man has proposed to me.
Man has proposed. Is the party reliable?
He's got money, he's getting feeble, he has plenty of insurance.
Well, then why don't you grab him?
That's my problem. I've been married before.
Is your first husband living?
I don't know. That's what's holding me up. I didn't divorce him.
No legal separation?
No, I left him.
Incompatibility?
We were always fighting.
About what?
Our son. I always took the child's part. He called me a lame brain and a Humpty Dumpty.
Madam! Your name is Mabel?
Why, yes. How did you know?
Ladies and gentlemen, many miracles have been wrought on the hour of good intentions. Tonight again, fortune smiles on one who has come to us. Mabel, I have a surprise for you. Milton, bring case 761, HK here.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
Look, I only want to know...
Steady yourself, Mabel. Prepare yourself for a shock.
Oh, yes, Mr. Allen. You sent for me?
This woman, HK.
Yeah, what? Mabel.
Homer.
Oh, Mabel, I'll never call you a lame brain and a Humpty Dumpty again.
Promise?
I promise. Come back to me, Mabel. It's Homer begging.
All right, Homer, I'll come back.
Oh, kiss me, Mabel.
Oh, Homer, wait till I raise my veil.
Yeah, Mabel.
Homer, how's Rollo, our son?
Well, ain't he with you?
I know Rollo ran away when he was 10. I always thought he went to you.
No, Mabel, where is our son Rollo?
What did Rollo look like, folks?
He had a head like a cantaloupe.
He didn't have no chin.
His ears grew way back on his head.
He was narrow between the eyes.
Well, he looks like 1,000 people we have had on this program already. Didn't he have any outstanding blemishes?
Yes, his nose.
His nose?
Yeah, Rollo's nose hung down. It didn't have no bone in it.
No bone?
You see, he blew his nose too hard as a boy. The bone came out.
Wait a minute.
What, Mr. Allen?
Look.
Why, you can bend your nose all around, Mr. Allen.
Your nose has got no bone in it.
Yes, it hasn't.
Rollo!
Our family, after 25 years, reunited.
Thanks to the hour of good intentions.
Yes, and we'll never be separated again. I am a domestic relations expert now. From now on, I shall run the family.
Hey, wait a minute. I'm still a father.
Rollo knows best, Homer.
Yes, Dad. Just leave everything to me. You're not too bright, you know.
I ain't too bright.
Yes, Rollo's right. Apologize to him, Homer.
So you're taking his side again?
Yes.
Why, you lame brain, you Humpty Dumpty.
Where's my local friend?
Why, I ought to give it to you.
Case 17, your problem, brother.
I called her a lame
This
brain.
is
and
where
a
we
Humpty
came
Dumpty.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harold N. Graves, Assistant to the Secretary of the Treasury, speaks to us from Washington, D.C.
Thank you, Fred Allen. Ladies and gentlemen, I speak to you tonight in behalf of the United States Treasury Department to announce that beginning next week and continuing throughout the summer, at this same hour, the Treasury will present its own radio program over the Columbia Network. The radio time has been given us by the Texas Company, and we are very happy to accept their generous cooperation. In making our programs, we are being helped by the entertainment world to provide one of the most enjoyable hours ever presented to radio listeners. From nationally known figures of grand opera, of the theater, of the screen, of radio, and of the writing profession, have come scores of offers to assist in the Treasury program. We wish to acknowledge the patriotic support of these many distinguished artists. The people who will entertain you this summer on the Treasury Hour will represent America at its best. Tonight we are proud to read the roster of our first program. Honorable Henry Morgenthau, Jr., Secretary of the Treasury, will speak briefly about the great purpose to which the Treasury Hour will be dedicated. He will tell you about defense savings bonds and stamps and the part they play in the national defense. This first program will present Fred Allen as Master of Ceremonies, Grace Moore, Judy Garland, Mickey Rooney, Barry Wood, Irving Berlin, Lynn Murray, and Information Please, with Clifton Fadiman, John Kieran, Franklin P. Adams, and Oscar Levant. Charles Lawton will give his unforgettable recitation of Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. Al Goodman will conduct the orchestra, Ray Block will conduct the choir, and the announcer will be Larry Elliott. As a special feature, the Liberty Bell will be rung from Independence Hall in Philadelphia, recalling to every home the meaning of America, the meaning of liberty, the meaning of the freedom which our fathers established and which we are determined to defend. We cordially invite you to join us next Wednesday night at this same hour. Thank you, and good night.
And thank you, Mr. Harold N. Graves. This is incidentally, ladies and gentlemen, Major Bowes just called us up and said that he's very grateful and he was happy that the boys were not a disappointment. He says to tell you that he'll be on deck very soon. This is our last program until October 1st, ladies and gentlemen, and at this time I want to thank everyone who has worked so hard to keep the Texaco Star Theater on its toes all season. I know that you will enjoy the great summer show, Millions for Defense, and so until October 1st, this is Fred Allen saying goodbye and thanking you for the more than 45,000 Texaco dealers from coast to coast. And don't forget, drive in anytime. You're welcome from coast to coast. And don't forget, drive in anytime. You're welcome from coast to coast. And don't forget, drive in anytime. You're welcome from coast to coast. And don't forget, drive in anytime. You're welcome.
We ain't partners. We ain't brothers and we ain't friends. I'm putting you down and keeping you down until Gans is locked up or dead. And if Gans gets away, you're going to be sorry you ever met me.
I'm already sorry.
Nick Nolte is a cop. Eddie Murphy is a con.
I can help you get Gans, but you got to get me out of here first.
You're crazy.
He pulls some strings.
See, you need me a little more than you thought, huh, Mr. K?
He pulls some scams.
So where do you want to do it, honey? Want to hop up on the counter?
Nah, we can go in this room over here next to the bathroom.
Give me a break,
I'm
will
dead
you?
serious.
Come on, we're on the move. Let's go.
They've got 2 killers to track down.
Toss me that piece, and he won't waste him.
They've got a kidnapping going down.
I want the money. What you talking about? Want that Indian to snap her neck.
They've got a fortune to hunt down.
I want to know what's going on between you and Gans.
$500,000.
And it's all coming down in 48 hours.
But I gave you 48 hours to come up with something, and the clock's running.
This guy got a real itchy trigger finger and he's a nervous cop. You better listen to him. You get your brain blown out.
I'm the calm type.
I'm looking for a good old boy by the name of Billy Bear.
Never heard of him.
You heard of him now, man? You know, you are real stupid for a cop, man. You're following this guy too close.
Yeah, well, most cops are pretty stupid, but since you landed in jail, what the hell does that make you?
What's happening, Luther? I'm sorry about the door, man. Did that hurt? It looked real painful.
You come clean and we're going again right here, right now.
Are you in some hurry or something?
Yes, I'm in a hurry. I haven't done anything for 3 years.
Oh, you used to be a priest or something.
This ain't my night.
If you screw up, I can promise you, you're going down.
They couldn't like each other less. They couldn't need each other more.
You want to bet?
And if they can get off each other's case,
Look at you got a $500 suit on, you're still a lowlife.
Yeah, but I look good.
they just might solve this one.
Being a cop is a hard job, Jack.
Nick Nolte, Eddie Murphy,
We ain't brothers, we ain't partners, and we ain't friends. Now, if Gans gets away with my money, you're gonna be sorry you ever met me.
I'm already sorry.
48 hours.
Y'all be cool.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. Oh, what have you got there, Chester?
Half boss, half kid, Mr. Dillon. I'll smack you flat on the
Hold
way.
it now.
You don't stop that kid.
Now hold it. You want me to take a strap to you? Now hold it.
You best lock him up somewhere, Mr. Dillon. It's safer that way.
All right, Chester, just calm down. Now, you come over here, son. Sit down. Come on.
Look out, Mr. Dillon. He's got a hold of your gun.
Okay. Now, you sit there. And don't you move an inch. You hear me? Not 1 inch.
He is a mean little bug.
Now, what's it all about, Chester? What's he done?
I ain't done nothing. Now, you hush your mean little face. This here place is the law, and you're talking
What's
to
he
Marshal.
done, Chester?
I ain't done nothing. There, you hear that, Mr.
Chester?
Dillon? Yes, sir. Well, sir, I don't rightly know what he's done.
That's what I told you. I ain't done nothing.
Mr. Dillon, I was walking down to the office when I see this This kid. I know most all the sprouts in town, but not him, so I says, hello, and he starts running.
That's what he did?
Yes, sir.
And that's why you brought him in here?
I sure did, Mr. Dillon. I figured if a kid runs away from me for doing nothing, then he's been up to something, so he must have done something. You know what I mean?
No. Now, what's your name, son?
I ain't done nothing.
All right. Now, what's your name?
I ain't saying.
There, you see what I mean, Mr. Dillon? Just plain, ornery, mischievous...
You live here in Dodge?
I ain't saying.
All right. Well, he's probably a runaway, Chester. I guess we'll have to lock him up until somebody comes looking for him, huh?
Best thing in this whole wide world to do, Mr. Dillon. Just look at where he gnawed my thumb. Best thing to do. Come on,
you. You ain't gonna lock me up?
You got a better idea? We got to do something with you.
Let me be on my way.
Well, where do you live?
About 4 miles out.
Oh. Oh, sure. I know you. You're the Macklin kid.
No, I ain't. I'm Danny Bush, but I ain't saying.
There, I knew he wasn't town kid. I just knew that, Mr. Dillon. What did I tell you?
Nothing. Now, if you'll just close up a minute, Chester, we can get this settled and Danny can go on his way. Now, you say you haven't done anything wrong, son?
No.
Your ma know you're in Dodge this morning?
Guess so.
All your chores done before you came?
No.
Well, maybe you better go on back then, huh? Your ma might be kind of worried.
Guess so.
You, got a horse?
Yeah.
Okay. So long. And take it easy.
I can go now?
Sure. Go ahead, Danny.
You're Marshal Dillon, ain't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I guess I come to Dodge to fetch you. My sister sent me.
Oh?
I wasn't going to, but I got to now because I promised Lily. She made me swear on Rattler's buttons. And I figured if I didn't see, I wouldn't be telling no lie if I told her he wasn't around. But now I see.
No, hold on. Your sister wants me to come out with you to your place, is that it?
Yeah.
Why?
On account of Pa. None of us gives a hoot excepting Sister Lily, and she's just acting like a girl.
Oh, what's happened to your Pa?
He's gone off again, shooting up the cattle. Thing is, he took 2 guns with him this time and a whole mess of bullets. Lily's just scared.
Your Pa been drinking a little, maybe?
Yes. Anyhow, he goes loco and stays that way for a long while. But it's like Dave and Donald say. He'll get over it. He always does. They're my brothers, Dave and Donald. They ain't worrying.
Uh-huh. Now, you want me to go out with you to help find him. Is that it?
I don't want it. Lily does. And I just swear on Rattler buttons that I'd fetch you.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, it's good that you did. Chester, get your stuff, will you? We'll ride out with Danny. I didn't get anything more out of the boy on the way out to the Birch place. No one in town knew much about the family. They'd moved in about a year earlier, came up from the territories. The folks about said Birch and his brood kept pretty much to themselves. There'd never been any trouble with anybody. I looked at the boy riding his horse bareback. He was nice looking enough, but there was something the matter with his mouth. It was too hard. You could tell he wasn't a kid who did much smiling. Maybe with his paw acting that way, I didn't blame him. He sure rode his horse proud, though. It was hot and dry, and by the time we were in sight of the Birch place, the sun was burning down hard.
Oh. That'd be Donald, I figure. Yeah, there he is.
Kid, get off on that horse and get over here. Gonna get yourself a licking.
Lily made me go. It's not my fault.
Do as I say. You, mister.
The name's Dillon. I'm the U.S. Marshal out of Dodge. Your brother asked me to come out and help.
Don't need no help. Shut up, Ham. Nothing to help with. Danny, you heard. Put the horse away and get in the house.
You ain't giving me no licking.
Put up your gun. I'm coming over to talk. Come on, Chester. It's against the law to shoot a man in cold blood. You know that?
Shucks, I wasn't aiming at you. I was aiming at a rabbit up on the rise there. The horses scattered away.
Mm-hmm. Well, now, what about your paw?
What about him?
Have you found him?
Shucks, he don't need to be found. He'll come back when he's good and ready. Pa's off hunting.
That's not what your brother says. Where'd he go?
Oh, he's going to get himself a licking, that's what, and he knows it. Crept himself away, that's what.
Donald, that's your name, isn't it?
Yeah?
Well, look, I'm not one to interfere in family matters, but if you do need help, I mean, if your paw's shooting up cattle like Danny says, well, maybe he'll be practicing next on people, and that wouldn't be so good.
That brother of ours, he's a dirty little liar.
No, he's not, Donald. I'm glad you came, Marshal. You come into the house, please?
Chester and I followed the girl into the house. I knew it was the sister Lily. All the family I'd seen up to then had a great likeness to each other. Donald slouched in behind us and moved around the room nervous-like. It wasn't by right.
Yeah,
Why?
on account of Pa.
I had the feeling that they'd put up boards and studs where the fancy took them, and the place just grew another room like a lizard's new tail. I don't know what it was, but I got a funny feeling. It was too hot, and something was wrong. All wrong. And the girl Lily looked square at me with hard eyes.
Donald.
Huh?
Sit down. You make me nervous.
Oh, sure.
Marshal Dillon, I want you to help us find Pa.
Oh, Lily, Dave's going to be awful mad.
Somebody's got to do something around here.
Did your pa take a horse?
No.
Oh, where do you think he went, Miss Lily?
I don't know. Maybe up to Horse Flat. Maybe over by Gorman's Creek.
Creek's all dried up. There's going to be no water in there.
Did he take a water skin with him?
Uh-uh.
No, he didn't.
Kind of bad wandering around without no water.
When did he leave?
Yesterday morning. Heard a couple of shots along about noon. Dave found a calf laying dead over in the North Range. You can see it there through the window. Haven't had time to bring it in yet.
Was he drunk?
Well, sure. Drunk as you can get. Weren't you, Lily?
I'm afeard for him, Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, I understand. Well, it makes good sense you sent for me. Well, I'll try and find him and bring him back.
Oh, I ain't gonna do no such thing. You that Marshal fella out of Dodge?
This is Marshal Dillon, Dave. My brother, Dave Birch.
How are you?
I told you, Lily. Told you keep our business to us, not outside.
It's got to be somebody else's business the way it is, Dave. And you know it.
No such thing, Lily. I told her, Dave. I told her. I knew he was going to be mad.
I figure the four of us, you and your brother here, and Chester and me, ought to be able to get him in before night.
Now, mister, I told you we don't need you. No one else. I'll be obliged you get off this property.
Dave!
Shut up, Lily. Yeah, I'll see you and your fella there to the door, Marshal.
I'm sorry, but if your paw's running around dangerous, it's my duty to find him.
Donald. I got him. Get up slow, Marshal. And you, fella, reach up high. Okay, Dave. Take the guns.
The younger brother, Donald, had got behind my chair, and now he was covering us with a shotgun. Dave took our guns. It was kind of crazy, and I almost wanted to laugh when I saw the kid, Danny, peeking in around the door. But then I saw his eyes, and there was the same thing in them. Hard, angry, as in the others. The girl started to say something. Then she shut up.
Now get on your horses and ride back. And I don't want you out here again. ain't no matter for the law, and you're trespassing.
You're making it a matter for the law right now. You know that.
Start walking.
Them guns is U.S. property.
Okay. I ain't no thief. Here, bullets I'm keeping. Figure they're worth about 2 bits. Donald, give him 2 bits. Sure. Here. All right, now here's your guns. Now get out fast. If you come snooping back again, me and my brother's going to be shooting at you.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, for centuries, arthritis and rheumatism have plagued mankind. And it's only in the last few years that science has begun to find hopeful avenues to explore toward relief and cure. The Arthritis and Rheumatism Foundation, established in 1948, holds a yearly drive to obtain funds for yet more concentrated research. A contribution to this year's drive, sent simply Arthritis, in care of your local postmaster, will help this fine work to continue for the eventual benefit of everyone. And now for the second act of Gunsmoke.
The 2 brothers followed us out and over to the horses. As hot as it was in the house, it was worse in the open. The saddles were burning. There wasn't another word passed between the Birch boys and me. They just stood covering us. And when I looked back 100 yards or more off, they were still there.
Well, sir, that's what comes of trying to do a kindness, Mr. Dillon. As far as I'm concerned, they deserve whatever happens.
I can't make it out, Chester. You'd think from the way they talk they don't care what happens to their paw.
Mean bunch of children. They probably don't. My, Mr. Dillon, you ain't even riled they pulled guns on us.
I guess I'm not, Chester. You know, there's something awful wrong back there. Those boys don't look the kind to pull a gun. And the girl wanted to talk, all right, but they wouldn't let her.
Just mean, that's all.
Oh.
You aim to go back, Mr. Dillon?
It's like I said, Chester, if it's just a family affair, you and me don't belong in it. But if the old man's as drunk as he sounds, he could make a lot of trouble. No, we're not going back right now. We're going to have a look around this country for a spell. Chester and me covered a lot of ground that morning and into the afternoon. I had an idea that we might find Birch wherever we could find water. Without a horse, he couldn't get too far, and without water, he was going to get sick pretty quick. We rode over by Gorman's Creek and then up to Horse Flats, and there was nothing. Along about 2 in the afternoon, Chester spotted a carcass lying off the trail. It was a cow. She'd been shot 3 times in the head.
Could have happened this morning or yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Hard to tell in this weather. Oh.
Well, the ground's too dry to pick up a track. Might as well take a chance and go over to the hills.
Yeah, might be water there. Boy, I could do with some right this very minute.
Oh, I got a funny taste in my mouth looking at that dead cow. When a thing dies natural or gets killed for food, that's one thing, but even an animal has a look about it when it's been murdered. We rode the 6 miles to the hills. They weren't rightly hills, maybe more like humps rising up from the brown, dry earth. And we could get a good view across the plain. There was a patch or 2 of wild oats up there, long turned to rust and foxtails. Maybe it was in our minds, but just those few feet higher made us seem closer to the sun. And hotter. You ought to be able to see if he's out there anywhere.
Mr. Dillon, he'd be dead if he was. Man couldn't live a morning out there on foot.
Well, I don't think he's going to find water up here. Now, look at that.
Dry as a bone. You see something, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, tracks, I think. Yeah, he's been up here. I went down again, though. Over there.
You sure made a long way on foot. Must be more than 8 miles from his place.
Yeah.
Oh, you darn fool.
Rattler.
Yeah, I saw. Blew his head clean off. I was afraid you was going to step on him.
Well, we'll follow the tracks until they give out. Come on. Those tracks kept going in and around the hills. In a couple of places we saw where they'd stop by a dry water hole and went on. And then as the hills sloped down to the plain again, we lost them. But the direction seemed to be headed back to the Birch place. And that's the way we rode. We hadn't gone more than 15 minutes along when we saw the body of a man and a horse some few feet away. They were both dead.
He wanted to make sure, didn't he, Mr. Dillon? Birch must have emptied his gun. Look at that.
Isn't it Jack Mason, one of old man Gorman's hands?
Yes, sir. That's who it is, right enough. Nice fellow, too. I knew him a bit.
Get him on your horse, will you, Chester, and take him over to Mr. Gorman?
Yes, sir, I'll do that.
I'm going to go back to the Birch place.
I'd rather come with you, Mr. Dillon.
No, meet me there, huh?
Yes, sir.
And if you see Birch on the way, watch your step. Try not to kill him. But don't take any chances.
No, sir, I surely won't.
There was killing now, and I wasn't in the mood to talk gentle and kind with the sons and girl at the house. It was the boy Danny that saw me first. He was sitting on the doorstep. He ran inside. And a second later, I saw Dave come out with a shotgun. I didn't give him a chance to make up his mind.
Dave! What did you do my brother for? What can't you do?
Shut up, kid. Get inside. Ain't nothing.
Your arms.
Get inside now, you hear me?
I'm sorry, but I'm not arguing with you anymore. Where's your paw?
I don't know.
He killed a man back on the plain away.
You're a liar.
Told you get in the house, kid. Now get.
I'm staying. He's a liar. Paul never killed nobody.
Where's Donald and your sister?
Outlook. Mister, did he? He killed some.
Yeah. Jack Mason, one of Gorman's boys.
Don't you say that. Don't you say
Danny, get me some whiskey, will you? My arm pains.
Yeah, I will. But you ain't gonna tell no lies about my Paul. You tell me quick, Dave.
Where do you think he is?
Donald Hurst shot up Horse Flats when they'd gone up there.
And he must have doubled back from the hills. Listen, you tell the boy to ride into town and fetch the doc out here. He'll take care of that arm.
Okay.
When my deputy rides in, Chester Proudfoot, tell him where I've gone, will you?
Sure. Marshal.
Yeah.
Marshal, you gonna kill our Paul?
I don't want to. Not if I can help it. Over at Horse Flats, I caught up with Donald and Lily Birch. I told him about the killing. And a half mile further on, the three of us saw the old man. He was crouched down on his haunches by a parched water hole, stripped naked. He was crying. It was a bad sound. And when I saw his eyes, I knew he wasn't drunk. There was no sign of his guns or his clothes.
Come on, Pa. It's okay. It's Donald. You're okay, Pa. Come on, hon. Come on, Pa, please.
I knew it would happen like this. Someday. I knew it would. Boys figured it'd be shame on us all. Word got out Pa had spells.
Your brothers were wrong.
Pa, please, will you? Pa. Come on.
It was all right till after Ma died. And he started to act this way. That's why we had to leave our last place. People found out. Tried to keep him home, but it weren't no good.
Give your old Pa a sup of water. And your Pa's thirsty now.
Come on, Pa. Get up. We're going to bed.
Funny. Pa never took a drink in his life. We always said he was drunk when he carried on like this. People could figure a man drunk.
I'm sorry, Miss Lily, but I'm going to have to take him in. I got to.
What'll they do to him?
I don't know. But he's done murder. It's my job to take him in.
They'll hang him.
I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know.
Son, where's your brother? He didn't want to let you come out here alone. You're too young now. Where's your Ma? She ought to know better now.
Miss Lily, come over here.
Oh, no, son.
Now, I want you to listen to me. It's not my business, but will you let me give you some advice? Miss Lily?
Huh?
Now, you sell this place. I'll see what I can do to help. And you and your brothers go somewhere else and start afresh. You can get a good price for your land. You do that. It's best.
Yeah. We'll go.
I'm not saying you've got to. I'm saying it'd be better. It'd be better for the kid. He's seen too much of this. It's not good. You gotta teach him to smile again. Act like a kid again. You understand? You understand?
Sure. I understand.
Okay. I'll be taking him along now. We'll stop off at your place with some clothes.
All right.
We took the old man back to his place. Got him dressed. His children said goodbye to him like they knew that they'd never see him again. Like there was no hope. Chester rode in, and the old man seemed real happy to go back with us to Dodge. He didn't know. He didn't care. On the way, we passed the Doc and Danny riding out to take care of Dave's arm. It's a funny thing, the old man didn't even see the kid. He was prattling to us about the Indian Wars. The last I saw of Danny Birchie, he was looking back over his shoulder at his paw. And we heard him still crying a long way off.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Anthony Ellis, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Richard Beals as Danny and Michael Ann Barrett as Lily, with Lee Millar, John Boehner, and Lawrence Dobkin. Parley Bear is Chester. Gunsmoke is heard by our troops overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. The New York Philharmonic celebrates its 110th birthday tomorrow, and in observance, there will be a repeat performance of Beethoven's Symphony No. 5. This work was featured on the first Philharmonic broadcast over 100 years ago.
Explosive comedy spectacular of all times. 1941. It's coming to your city for Christmas.
Guest will give you the laughs, just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Ma, He's Making Eyes at Me. For many housewives, tomorrow's going to be a very busy day, the way Monday usually is. And that's why tomorrow would be an excellent time to let Jell-O take care of the dessert at dinner. For one of the great things about Jell-O, it's so quick and easy to get ready, takes so little of your time. And it's pretty swell to know that any Jell-O dessert you make will meet with your family's enthusiastic approval. Jell-O, you know, is extra good because it has an exciting, extra-rich flavor. And this extra-rich flavor, this smooth, tangy goodness, is really something swell, as grand and refreshing as the real juicy ripe fruit itself. Yes, a clear, shining mold of tempting Jell-O, easily and quickly prepared, would make a mighty welcome addition to your evening menu tomorrow. So order some the first thing in the morning. And while you're about it, try those new Jell-O puddings, too. Already they're the big dessert sensations of the nation. Rich, creamy, satin-smooth puddings, yours to enjoy in the three popular flavors, chocolate, vanilla, and butterscotch. Ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O and those new delicious desserts all America's talking about, Jell-O pudding. At Me, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being the second week of leap year, we bring you a man who hasn't leaped in years, Jack Benny.
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, that was about the silliest thing I've ever heard. I wish that during this new year, your introductions would make a little more sense.
Well, I'm sorry, Jack. I was merely trying to tie you in with leap year, that's all.
Well, there must be other ways. I haven't leaped in years. What am I supposed to be, a gazelle or something?
Well, you'll have to admit, Jack, that you're not the most agile person in the world.
Well, what if I'm not? You should be the last one to mention it. Any man who has to detour when he comes to an anthill. Well, I'd be quiet if I were you.
Hello, Jack.
Hello, Mary.
Let me clear this up, Jack. All I meant by my introduction was that you're not the dashing athletic type like Errol Flynn or Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney? For heaven's sake, Don, Mickey Rooney is at least 8 years younger than I am. A fine comparison.
Why, Jack Benny, you mean to say Mickey Rooney's only 8 years younger than you are?
I said he was at least 8. He might be 9 or 10 years younger. Or 11. Or 12.
You ain't gonna get any place till you start to multiply.
All right, Mary, I'm 185 years old. I'm deaf as a post. I got hardening of the arteries, and I walk with a cane. Have I overlooked anything?
I can't understand you. Put your teeth in.
Oh, now I haven't got any teeth. It's a fine program.
Hiya, Jackson. What are you so burned up about?
Well, who wouldn't be? I come in here full of pep, and between Don and Mary, I'm ready for the ash can.
Oh, what do you care, Jack? Your girlfriend, Gladys, thinks you're wonderful.
You're darn right she does.
Of course, she's not exactly a nymph girl.
Now, listen, Phil, there's nothing wrong with Gladys that a pair of art supporters won't fix. I'm getting her some for her birthday. Next April.
Meanwhile, plop, plop, plop.
Mary, why is it every time I get a girl, you have to run her down? I'll admit that Gladys is no Hedy Lamarr when it comes to looks, but she's got a lot of personality. She makes more tips than any other girl in Ginsburg's Seafood Grotto.
Why not? She dives for him in the fish tank.
She does not. And if you're so smart, Miss Livingston, let me tell you something about Gladys that you don't know. If the boats keep coming in like they have been, she's going to be Miss Vine Street this year.
Do you think Gladys has got a chance of being elected, Jack?
Why, certainly. And that reminds me, fellas, here, fill out these stubs, all of you. And you know what name to put down, Gladys.
Not me. I'm voting for Mamie, the new waitress at Ginsburg.
Bill Harris, you'll vote for the one I'll tell you to.
I'm voting for Mamie. This is a free country.
Well, you're going to see a lot of it if you don't vote for Gladys. And right now...
Okay.
Give me your pen, Jack. I'll vote for your girlfriend.
Thanks, Mary.
Me too. Gladys, huh? What's her last name, Jack?
Zabisco. Z-Y-B-Y-S-K-O. Gladys Zabisco.
Hey, how do you make a Z?
How do you make a... Here, give me that pencil. Look, Phil, it's like an S backwards with no curve. Like that, see?
Oh, yeah, that's easy.
Sure.
Hey, Frankie, watch me make a Z.
Show off later, Phil. We haven't got time. And now, ladies and gentlemen... Oh, by the way, Phil, if you run into Mamie, don't tell her I'm plugging for Gladys. I sort of half-promised her.
Okay, Jack. I won't mention it.
Thanks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, understand, Phil, I haven't got anything against Mamie, but I've been seeing a lot of Gladys, and she's a hot-headed, jealous type. She's got a temper like a wildcat.
Yeah. Say, Jack, remember the night you punched your meal ticket in your nose?
That's a lie, Mary, because Gladys never punches my meal ticket. She just makes believe. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as I started to announce, Denis Day, our young tenor, is going to sing an old favorite, which is still very popular, called Down by the River. Denis? Hey, where's Denis?
Here I am, Mr. Benny, under the piano.
Under the piano? What are you doing there?
I'm counting the gum.
Oh. Oh, well, that's a nice way to pass the time, but you've got to sing now. Go ahead, sir.
Okay.
Give me those stubs, fellas. I'll mail them in.
Once we walked alone down by the river. a world our own. Down by the river, maybe the river made our love constant. Full was the river, yet more full my heart. Oh, I love you too, you and the river. I'll be there for you. I and the river. You will remember when you hear my song. Down where the river rolls along. In a sparkling moment, I love you, you love me. Oh, how sweet fate can be. In that happy moment, I forgot all my past. Now I realize the way the spell was cast at last. Oh, I love you too, you and the river. I'll be there for you. I and the river. You will remember when you hear my song. Down where the river rolls along.
Sung by Dennis Day. That was excellent, Dennis. You're in very good voice tonight.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, Dennis, you haven't voted for Miss Vine Street yet, have you?
No, but I was planning to vote for Goldie, the cashier at the bowling alley.
Oh. Well, now, Dennis, I'm not trying to influence you one way or the other, but Goldie won it last year. And besides, she hasn't got anywhere near the figure that Gladys has.
Well, everybody says Gladys looks like a horse.
That's only because she's got a very long face.
And those holes she cuts in her hat for ears don't help any.
Mary, you're just jealous because you're not in the contest. Now, here, Dennis, take this stuff and put down Gladys Zabisco. Z-Y-B-Y-S-K-O.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, while Dennis is writing down Zabisco, Z-Y-B-Y-S-K-O, why don't you write down Jell-O, J-E-L-L-O? It is economical, easy to make, and comes in S-I-X delicious flavor.
Well.
So always insist on genuine Jell-O and look for the big red letters on the B-O-X.
Very good, Don. Phil Harris will now spell cat. K-A-T. Excellent. And now, ladies and gentlemen, going from our spelling bee to our feature attraction, tonight the Benny Glee and Dramatic Club will present their version of David O. Selznick's great production. That emotional drama and tender love story filled with romance and music. None other than that supreme achievement and cinematic triumph, Intermezzo. Thank you, Dreamboat. Now, I will play the part of that internationally famous concert violinist whose artistry and charm win the love of his beautiful young accompanist. This role was portrayed on the screen by that distinguished actor, Mr. Leslie Howard. Now, Are you
going to play that part, Jackson?
You heard me, Phil. I'm going to be Leslie Howard, a concert violinist and a great lover.
Listen to them dials turn.
Don't worry, I'll handle it all right. Now, Mary, you're going to be my wife. You remember the part Edna Best had in the picture.
Your wife, eh?
Yes, and when this other woman comes into my life, you fight to hold me. You fight like a tigress to keep that spark of love burning between us. You're not going to sacrifice the most precious of woman's possessions, her husband. What are you laughing at?
Pardon me, I thought I was Garbo.
We should pay a little attention here. Anyway, Mary, you're my wife. And Denis...
Yes, please?
You're going to be our child. You have beautiful golden curls, soft blue eyes, and a complexion like rose-tinted ivory.
Gee, I like him better than I do me.
I don't blame you. Now, let's see.
Hey, Jackson, what am I going to be in this tender and gripping love story?
You, Phil, you're going to be the manager of Leslie Benny, this great concert violinist.
Are my eyes going to be blue, too?
No, Phil, just under your eyes, as usual. Now, let's see. Oh, yes, the very important role of the young accompanist, so beautifully portrayed on the screen by that Swedish star, Miss Ingrid Bergman, will be enacted this evening by a discovery of our own. That very talented young actress, Miss Olivia Devant. Oh, Miss Devant.
Here I am, Mr. Benny.
Now, as you know, you're going to be my accompanist, and during our play, you fall madly in love with me.
That won't be hard to do, kid.
Well, thank you. Now, I understand you've had screen experience yourself. What was your last assignment?
I was a caboose in Union Pacific.
Oh, yes. I remember you with that red and green light in your hair. Yeah. Now, here's your part. Go over in the corner and brush up on it.
Thank you. And when do I get paid?
I'll meet you downstairs right after the broadcast.
I've got a date.
So have I. I just want to pay you off. That's all. For heaven's sake. Now, our play Intermezzo will go on immediately after a number by the orchestra. Go ahead, Phil. Play something. Hold it a minute. Answer the phone, Mary.
Okay. Hello? Who? Yes, he's here. It's for you, Jack. It's Ginsberg's restaurant.
That must be Gladys. Hello? Hello, Gladys. How are you? Oh, they do? Well, why don't you soak them when you get home? That'll help.
Oh, our dogs are barking, eh?
Mary, she's on her feet all day. What did you call me for, Gladys? Oh. Well, don't worry. I got 5 more votes for you today. Yes, only 5. After all, Gladys, you've got competition. It's no sin. But Gladys. Now, wait a minute, Gladys. If you don't like the way I'm running your campaign, get Jim Farley. What? Oh, now, honey, I didn't mean to... She's crying, fellas. I'm sorry, Gladys. I didn't mean to bawl you out, but gosh, But Gladys, darling. But Gladys, baby. But Gladys, honey.
Try Zabisco.
Quiet. Now, Gladys, will you please stop sniffling? You'll win the contest. You'll get that trip to Boulder Dam. All right, honey, I'll drop by in a few minutes. See you later. Goodbye. Oh, by the way, Gladys, will you put away a piece of banana cream pie for me? Last Sunday you were all out. Thanks.
And Missy goes to Leslie Howard.
Okay, dear. Goodbye. What a sweet kid, but she's so sensitive. Play, Phil. Gee, I made her cry. was Rumba Jump, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our version of Intermezzo. Take it, Don.
Well, Jack, before I introduce the play, what does the word intermezzo mean? You see, I'm not musically inclined.
Intermezzo? Well, Don, intermezzo is an Italian word. It's from the Italian. It's a musical term, and it's from the Italian.
You said that.
Mary, I'm trying to explain it. Intermezzo, Don, means, well, the word inter means between. For instance, interurban means between towns. So intermezzo means between mezzo. You see?
Well, yes, Jack, but what's a mezzo?
Well, mezzo is a proper noun. It's hard to define. It's a name more than anything else.
Like Mezzo Golden Mare.
Yeah. That's it, Mary. Something like that.
Now, wait a minute. An intermezzo is a musical term meaning an interlude or a chorus, joining two parts of a major composition.
Well, come to think of it, Bill, that's it exactly. Where'd you get that definition?
I found it in the Chinese cookie.
Oh. Well, I'm glad we've got it settled anyway. You may proceed, Don.
Well, thank you. The scene of our play, ladies and gentlemen, is the New York apartment of Mr. Leslie Benny, the internationally famous violinist, where he lives with his wife, Edna, and their little son, Pizzicato.
That's him, Pizzicato Benny.
As the curtain rises, we find Mr. Benny practicing Souvenir on his violin. Curtain, music.
Oh, Daddy! Daddy!
Quiet, Pitsy. What is it?
Can I have a piece of rosin?
Yes, yes. Yes. Here you are. Pitsy, what are you chewing that rosin for?
I'm going to eat a banana in a minute, and I don't want it to slip.
Oh. Well, run along now, Pitsy, and let Daddy practice. I'm preparing to leave for my concert tour.
Okay.
What a child. Oh, I don't like that. This is better, I think.
Hello, darling.
Hello, dear. Where are you going with that milk?
I'm taking in to Fifi, the cat.
Well, don't bother. I just played Souvenir on her.
Oh, Leslie, we can never keep a cat around here. Why don't you buy strings?
Please don't annoy me, dear. I'm practicing for my concert tour.
Oh, yes. Leslie, take me with you on this trip. Why can't I go along?
Why? Little does she know that I'm in love with my beautiful blonde accompanist, Anita. Because, darling, it's a hard life. Trains, hotels, a constant rush and turmoil. You couldn't stand it.
Oh, little does he know that he don't know that I know about you know. But you promised that you'd take me with you.
Some other time, dear. And incidentally, Edna, I wish you'd keep our son out of the room when I'm practicing. He bothers me dreadfully.
Well, don't worry. He's gone to Central Park with his nurse.
My goodness, has he still got that nurse? He's big enough now to hold her on his lap.
That's why they went to the park.
I see.
Oh, Leslie, won't you change your mind about taking me with you?
I'll think about it. Little does she know that my girlfriend is waiting for me in Paris.
Little does he know that my boyfriend is under the sofa.
Well, see you later, darling.
Okay, sweet.
Now, let's see. What music should I take along? I don't know whether to open with Tchaikovsky's Andante Cantabile or Bugle Call Rag. Now, if I open in Paris, I'll have to play... Come in.
Telegram for Leslie Benny.
Right here, boy. Wait a minute. Here's a quarter for you.
Oh, gee, thanks. Little do you folks know this quarter says, watch Tacoma grow on.
I wonder who could have sent me this telegram. Why, it's from Anita. Anita, she's waiting for me in Paris, Kentucky. I knew I should have told her France. I must wire immediately to meet me at the boat.
The following day, Pier 65, North River.
Well, goodbye, Pitsy. Now mind your mother and be a good little boy.
Are you going to Paris, Daddy?
Yes, Pitsy.
You be a good little boy, too.
Pitsy. Well, goodbye, Edna.
Goodbye, Leslie.
I'll miss you terribly. Little does she know that Anita is waiting for me on the boat.
I'll miss you, too. Little does he know that I put a dictaphone in his fiddle.
Well, goodbye, sweetheart.
Goodbye.
Oh, Leslie. Yes, Mr. Harris.
We'd better get aboard. There isn't much time.
I'm coming. Did you prepare my itinerary?
Yes. Your route is as follows. The Opera House in Paris, the La Scala in Rome, the Grand Palace in Budapest, Albert Hall in London, Carnegie Hall in New York, and the Wilshire Bowl.
The Wilshire Bowl? What's that?
That's the cultural center of Southern California, no cover charge.
Oh. Come, Mr. Harris, we must hurry. Goodbye, Edna. Goodbye, Pizzicato.
Goodbye. Bye.
So Leslie Benny, the great virtuoso, starts out on his concert tour. First, we find him at the Opera House in Paris.
Ouch. With the tomato yet. Oh, well.
Rome, Italy.
Ouch. Sacramento. Oh, well.
Budapest, Hungary.
I gotta catch a train, folks.
London, England.
My fair lady. Ouch. Well, I nearly made it.
Waukegan, Illinois.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Leslie Benny finishes his concert tour at Carnegie Hall in New York City. And we find him in the dressing room of his accompanist, getting ready for his final appearance of the season.
Anita, just think this is my last concert. And these have been the happiest months of my life.
Have they, kid?
And it's you, Anita, only you, who has made all this possible. I love you, Anita, more than ever.
Do you, kid?
Oh, Anita, tell me that you love me, too.
I wish I could, but things have changed in the last few weeks, and my heart belongs to another.
To another? Who is it?
Mr. Harris, your manager.
Harris, my closest friend. Oh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
It's true, kid.
Then this is the end. I'm going out and find Harris. And when I do, heaven help him. Where's my hat?
In the closet.
Oh. I don't see it. Here you are, kid. Harris, I should have known that you'd turn out to be the rat you are. Goodbye. Farewell, Anita.
So long, kid.
To think that Anita would treat me like this. In 5 minutes, I am due to appear before my public. But I shall never play my violin again. Never. Never.
Leslie, darling.
Edna, my wife, what are you doing here?
I thought you needed me, Leslie. I could sense that something was wrong. Oh, I love you, Leslie. Come back to me.
My little wife, I love you too, and I shall never leave you again. Where's Pizzicato, our son?
In the hospital, he ate too much rosin.
Oh, I knew it would get him. Well, Edna, I'm so glad you came. You've given me new life, new spirit. And I'm going out on that stage and play my violin as I've never played before.
I know you will. Good luck, kid.
Thanks, kid.
So Leslie Benny walked out on the stage of the vast Carnegie Hall. A hush fell over the audience. The lights dimmed. Leslie raised his violin to his chin, and the orchestra played the introduction to the Meditation from Thais by Massenet. A big favorite in thousands of homes these days is Jell-O Fruit Cup, served either as an appetizer or dessert. Just imagine a shining sherbet glass, heaped high with bright, sunny orange Jell-O, tenderly molded around colorful cubes of juicy, ripe fruit. Now there's something your family will surely enjoy, and something you'll enjoy making. For here's how easy it is. First, dissolve 1 package of orange Jell-O in 1 pint of hot water. Chill until slightly thickened, and fold in 2/3 of a cup each of diced oranges, diced apples, and finely cut dates. Then mold, and there you have it. An enticing combination of brilliant orange Jell-O and delicious fresh fruit. So tomorrow night at dinner, delight the whole family with this tempting Jell-O creation with its gay colors and rich, tangy fruit flavor. Jell-O Fruit Cup.
This is the last number of the 15th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time. Meanwhile, on behalf of my cast, my office, and myself, I want to thank the radio editors of the United States and Canada for the honors accorded us in the recent New York World Telegram poll. Can you imagine, folks, Don Wilson was voted the best announcer, and I had to play my violin all through his commercial. Oh, well, good night, folks.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This man has a secret ambition.
I propose to end the domination of Silicon Valley. Project Main Strike.
A secret plan.
For which each of you will pay me $100 million.
And a secret weapon.
We're not sure about her. Name's Mayday.
Someone will take care of you.
Oh, you'll see to that personally, will you?
There's only one man.
The name is Bond. James Bond.
And I'm Dick Tracy, and you're still under arrest.
In the world of high adventure, the highest number is still 007. Roger Moore is James Bond 007 with Tanya Roberts, Grace Jones, and Christopher Walken. Has James Bond finally met his match? Find out this summer in A View to a Kill. Title song performed by Duran Duran.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you William Powell and Teresa Wright in Shadow of a Doubt, and as our special guest, Miss America of 1943. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There are connoisseurs of paintings, of wines, of furniture, and of all the other fine arts, but none quite so violent in their opinions as the connoisseurs of mystery stories. And tonight we offer these discriminating critics a collector's item, a piece known to the whodunit fraternity as a Hitchcock, so called because the director, Alfred Hitchcock, is a master of suspense, and the universal picture, Shadow of a Doubt, is one of his triumphs. Tonight we bring it to you with William Powell and Teresa Wright in the starring roles. We borrowed, Bill, from the cast of Heavenly Body, the new Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer picture. Bill made the Thin Man famous and became one of the screen's most versatile sleuths. But this evening, instead of a detective, well, just wait. Those who saw Teresa Wright on the screen as Mrs. Lou Gehrig and in tonight's play know how fine a performance they may expect from her. Just the fact that she plays a girl named Charlie is a hint of the surprises to come. And speaking of surprises, I imagine it would be a very unpleasant one if you dropped into a store to buy a few cakes of Lux toilet soap and were charged $300 or $400. I have a newspaper clipping here sent in by a listener. The paper quotes a missionary in China who says that over there, one cake of Lux may cost as much as $120 in Chinese money. Here we take the little comforts of life for granted. But this newspaper should make all of us appreciate buying Lux toilet soap for just a few cents. Now the footlights brighten and the curtain rises on Shadow of a Doubt, starring William Powell as Uncle Charlie and Teresa Wright as Charlotte.
Well, did you get any dope on him?
Yeah, he's living in a rooming house, 104 East Street, just outside of Newark.
What name is he using?
Spencer. The landlady says he's been there a week.
Did you ask to see him?
No, he wasn't in.
Okay, we'll try it this afternoon.
East Street, just outside of Newark, is a mean-looking wooden frame building on a mean-looking street. Upstairs in a shabby, cheerless room, a man lies across the iron bedstead. He's fully dressed, his hands clasped behind his head. Through half-closed eyes, he gazes steadily at the cracked ceiling above him. Then, hearing a step in the hall, his eyes close, and his face becomes an expressionless mask.
Mr. Spencer.
Yeah?
Mr. Spencer, I hate to bother you, but I thought you'd like to know there were two men here asking for you. They were sorry you wasn't in. I said you wasn't.
Did they, say they'd be back?
They didn't say exactly. Maybe I should have let them in. Only you said not to disturb you.
Yes. Thank you, Mrs. Martin.
You look kind of tired to me. I think maybe you need a real rest. That's what I think.
Yes. I could stand a rest.
Those friends of yours told me not to say they'd called. Wanted to surprise you, but I thought you'd like to know.
Of course. And if they come back, let me show them up.
Yes.
You know, it's a funny thing. Very funny thing. Up to now, those two friends of mine have never seen me. Every time they've called, I've been out, even at other places. Isn't that odd, Mrs. Martin?
Well, yes, it is odd.
Well, now I'll have to meet them, I suppose. I might even go to meet them. And then again, I may not. Not yet.
Well, you just go ahead with your nap.
Yes, thank you.
If you want anything, you just call.
What do they know? They can't know anything. They're just bluffing. They haven't got a thing on me. Not a thing.
Mrs. Spencer? Mrs. Spencer? Mrs. Spencer, they're here again. Why, he's gone. Well, for lamb's sakes, he's gone.
Hello, Western Union? I'm in a pay station. I want to send a telegram. Yes, I've got change. It's to Mrs. Joseph Newton, Santa Rosa, California. Here's the message. Ready? Homesick for you all. Stop. Coming to stay a while. Stop. Arrive Thursday. Love to everybody. And a kiss for little Charlie. From her Uncle Charlie. Yeah, that's the signature. Uncle Charlie.
Hello, the Newton residence. A telegram? Well, who is it for, Mrs. Henderson? Well, Mother isn't home yet, so maybe she'd better call you back. Goodbye.
Hello, Anne. Where's your mother?
Oh, good evening, Father. She's out.
Out where?
Well, I really don't know, Father.
Well, how about a kiss?
Of course, Father.
That's the girl. Say, you better not read in here, Anne. The light's bad.
Well, I've got to finish this book before dinner.
And ruin your eyes. Where's Roger?
Out.
How about Charlotte?
Upstairs in her room. Thinking.
Thinking? What's she thinking about?
I'm afraid you'll have to ask Charlotte, Father.
All right, you know what I meant. Charlotte! Charlotte! Why doesn't she answer? Charlotte,
Who is it?
it's me. Who do you suppose?
Come in, Papa.
What's the matter? Don't you feel well?
Oh, I'm perfectly well. I've just been thinking for hours, and I've come to the conclusion that I give up. I simply give up.
What are you going to give up?
Have you ever stopped to think that a family should be the most wonderful thing in the world, and that this family's just gone to pieces?
We have.
Of course we have. We just sort of go along and nothing happens. We eat and sleep, and that's about all. We don't even have any real conversations. We just talk.
And work.
Yes, poor Mother. She works like a dog, just like a dog.
That's what I came up to ask. Where is she?
She's out. But when she comes back, it'll be the same thing. Dinner, then dishes, then bed. I don't see how she stands it.
What were you thinking we can do about it?
Oh, nothing, I suppose. I guess we'll just have to wait for a miracle or something.
Joe! Oh, here she is. I'm in Charlotte's room, Mammy.
For heaven's sake, you lying down, Charlotte? What's the matter? Joe, what's the matter?
Well, it
Oh,
seems
I've
like...
just become a nagging old maid. And you went downtown in that awful old hat you promised me you'd throw away.
Oh, goodness, what on earth does it matter what hat I put on? Yes, Roger, I know.
I don't see why you let that child yell at you like that, Mother. If he has something to say...
I'll take care of him. Roger, stop yelling like that.
Charlotte, dear, what is it?
Mama, I'm going downtown and send a telegram.
Why, Charlie, who do you know to send a telegram to?
I know just the person to come and save us. A wonderful person who'll come and shake us all up, so we'll be good and dignified and intelligent again.
Charlie, have you gone crazy? What do you mean, save us?
All this time there's been the one real right person to save us. Mama, what's Uncle Charlie's address?
Charlotte, you're not going to ask Uncle Charlie for money.
No, that wouldn't help us. I just want him to come.
Oh, but think of asking a busy man like that to come all this way for nothing.
He'd come for me. I'm named after him. With each present, he sends me a special little message. Besides, we're the only relatives he has in the world. Mrs. Henderson, I'd like to send a telegram.
Why, hello, Charlotte. I just called up your house. Telegram for your mother from your uncle, I think.
My uncle? My Uncle Charlie?
That's him. He's coming to visit you. Arrives Thursday.
Oh, Mrs. Henderson, do you believe in telepathy?
I ought to. It's my business.
Oh, not telegraphy, mental telepathy. Like, well, suppose you have a thought, and suppose the thought's about someone who's in tune with you. And then over thousands of miles, that someone knows what you're thinking, and he answers you. And it's all mental.
I don't know what you're talking about. I send telegrams the normal way.
There he is. Isn't that Uncle Charlie down there? Hey, Charles.
Papa, look, he's sick.
Huh?
Uncle Charlie must be sick. The porter's helping him off the train. Oh, Uncle Charlie, Uncle Charlie.
Hi, sir. Feeling okay, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Ain't been much of a trip for you, sir, lying sick in a made-up berth all the way.
You've been very kind. Here, this is for you. Thank you.
Why, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Uncle Charlie. Oh, Uncle Charlie.
Charlie! Well, little Charlie, hello.
Oh, are you sick? Let me look at you. You aren't sick, are you?
Me? Me sick? Well, certainly not.
But I thought the porter was helping you. Oh, Uncle Charlie, that was the funniest thing.
Oh, well, little Charlie. Glad to see me, huh?
Oh, yes.
Hello, Charles.
Well, Joe, say, how are you? You haven't changed a bit.
How are you, Charles? You're looking great.
Hello, Uncle Charlie.
And this is Anne. I'll bet you don't remember me, Anne.
Oh, I remember you sort of, but you look different, sort of.
Where's Roger? Roger, come here.
Hello there, Roger.
Hello.
Well, we better get started. Emma's got dinner almost ready.
I've got your suitcase, Uncle Charlie.
Oh, say now, wait. That looks pretty heavy for you.
Oh, it's nothing. I love to carry.
You'll have some more lamb, Charles, won't you?
Well, Emmy, it's pretty good.
What were you saying about your boat, Charles?
Well, that's about the finish of it, Joe. She was a beauty, that boat. Had some fine times on it. But all that's over and done with. It's a different world these days. We might as well face it.
That's the truth, Charles.
Say, I've been forgetting something all this time. I brought a few things back with me. There you are, Joe. This is yours.
For me?
I didn't know you had one, Joe.
Well, you didn't have to think of me, Charles. Presents are all right for the children. Say, a wristwatch. Why, I've never had a wristwatch. The fellows at the bank will think I'm quite a sport.
One for you, Emmy. Now, you just try this on.
Charles, Charles, is it? Oh, no. A silver fox. Charles, I've wanted one all my life.
It's what you should have.
Oh, it's beautiful.
And now, your little present, Charlie.
Well, I don't want anything. Right now, I have enough. Before you came, I didn't think I had anything, but now I don't want another thing. I'll go get the coffee.
Charlotte.
She's crazy. Yes, me. I think she's putting on.
She's not crazy. Smartest girl in her class at school. She's got brains.
Well, she'll like this when she sees it. Now, you folks just sit here, and I'll take it to her.
Tell her the sugar and cream are on the kitchen table, Charles.
All right. Charlie, what's the matter? Here, now, you just put those dishes down a minute.
I meant it. Please don't give me anything.
Nothing? Why?
I can't explain. You came here, and Mother's happy, and I'm glad that she named me after you and that she thinks we're both alike. I think we are, too. I know it. It would spoil things if you should give me anything.
Well, you're a strange girl, Charlie. Why would it spoil things?
Because we're not just an uncle and a niece. I know you. I know that you don't tell people a lot of things. I don't either. I have a feeling that inside you somewhere there's something nobody knows. Something wonderful, and I'll find it out.
It's not good to find out too much, Charlie.
But we're kind of like twins, don't you see? We have to know.
Here, give me your hand. Now, you wear this ring. You wear it for me. You hear?
Thank you.
But you haven't even looked at it.
I don't have to look at it.
Let me show it to you. It's a good emerald, a really good one. And good emeralds are the most beautiful things in the world.
Oh, you've had something engraved on it.
No, I haven't, but I will, if you'd like me to.
But you have, Uncle Charlie, you have. It's very faint. I can just read it. It says, T.S. from D.M. What? They must be someone else's initials.
The jeweler rooked me. He rooked me.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Really, it doesn't.
Second hand, he rooked me. The whole rotten world's crooked. Give it back to me.
Well, but I like it this way. Someone else is probably happy with this ring.
The world's rotten. Give it back to me. I'll have that taken off.
No, it's perfect the way it is. I'm going to keep it, Uncle Charlie.
It's a beautiful ring. You're too good, Charles.
Well, nothing's too good for my favorite niece.
Coffee, Uncle Charlie?
Thanks.
Charles, why can't you stay here forever?
I've been thinking about that, Emmy. You know, I'd like to open up a new chapter in my life. New surroundings. Everything new.
What is that thing I'm humming? Anybody know? Sing at the table, you'll marry a crazy husband.
Yes, I've been thinking about transferring some of my money out here from the East. I suppose you take money at your bank, Joe?
That's one thing we do, all right. Rake in the dough. Can't promise to give it back.
Well, I'll go down tomorrow morning and open an account. Say 30, 40,000. Just to start things off right.
Say, that's a lot of money.
I can't get that tune out of my head. If somebody will tell me what it is, maybe I'll stop.
It's a waltz, dear.
Of course it's a waltz, but what waltz? You know, it's the funniest thing, but sometimes I think of a tune, and then pretty soon I hear somebody else humming it. I think tunes jump from head to head. What is it, Uncle Charlie? What is it?
Why, I don't know.
Oh, I know what that is. It's right on the tip of my tongue.
No, it's the Blue Danube Waltz. Yeah.
Of course, that's what it is. Oh, no, it isn't, Uncle Charlie. It's not the Blue Danube. It's the Merry Wind.
Oh, now look what I did. A whole cup of coffee. I'm terribly sorry, Hammy. Hand me a napkin, Anne.
Oh, now it's nothing to make a fuss about. Just sit down, Anne. And, Charles, while we do the dishes, you go in the living room and read the evening paper. You look tired.
All right, I will. Thanks, Hammy.
Uncle Charlie, when you get finished with the paper, will you give me the funnies?
Oh, you can have them now if you want.
I can wait.
Anytime you say. Oh. Well, nothing much to read these days, Rogers. Nothing but trouble. You know, sometimes I think...
What's the matter? What's the matter, Uncle Charlie? What are you looking at? Say, you better not do that to Papa's paper. He gets mad.
Oh, Roger. Roger, come here.
Huh?
Look, did you ever make a house out of newspapers? You see what I mean? Now, first you stretch them all out on the floor, see? And then you, look, you cut out a door. See, now, this is the doorway.
Hey! Roger, Papa wants the paper.
Here you are, Ann. And look what we've got, a real Eskimo's igloo.
You've got Papa's paper.
Say, I guess I should have thought of that. Well, we'll fold it up again, and your father won't know the difference.
Can you make hats, Uncle Charlie?
Hats? Well, let's see. No, I don't think I can make hats. You show me how, Roger.
What are you all up to? Why, Anne, Roger, that's Papa's paper.
It's my fault. I began it. I was showing them a game, and I never thought about the paper.
Well, it's all right. Let's see. Page 1, 2, page 5. Where's page 3? Where is it? Anne, did you go out on the porch with it somewhere?
I just came in here.
Yeah, that's funny.
Page 3 and 4. Where are they?
Well, we never touched it. Uncle Charlie's the only one who touched it.
Well, Papa may not notice it. We fold it very neatly, see, and very even.
Oh, that's fine, Charlie. You're a lifesaver. Come in. Hello. Well, you still up?
I remembered you'd like a pitcher of water by your bed. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, dear. You're very thoughtful. And I guess I ought to thank you for giving up your room to me, too.
Well, I'll be comfortable in with Anne.
Well, good night. Sweet dreams.
Oh, Uncle Charlie, I know something. I know a secret that you don't think I know.
What secret?
Well, remember I said you couldn't hide anything from me? Well, now I know there was something in the evening paper about you.
About me? In the evening paper?
About you. Please show it to me. I won't tell a soul.
Well, now, how do you know there was something?
Well, that's why you played that game with Roger and Ann. You didn't want us to know, and you wanted to tear it out of the paper. So now that I know, you've got to tell me.
Well, I guess you have me. But it wasn't about me.
Is that the page there on the dresser?
Well, look now, just don't bother your head about it.
I want to see it.
No.
But I want to.
No, it's none of your business. Give it to me.
Oh!
Let go, you hear?
Oh, Uncle Charlie, you're hurting me, your hand.
Oh, I'm sorry. But give me the paper, Charlie.
You hurt my wrist.
Oh, Charlie, I didn't mean to. I guess I must have grabbed you harder than I thought. I was just fooling about it. You know, it was some gossip. Not too pretty. Not someone I met up with once. It's nothing for you to read. Forget it. Charlie, don't look at me like that. It's nothing, really.
Nothing?
Of course not. Now, good night.
Good night, Uncle Charlie. Pleasant dreams.
In just a few moments, Mr. DeMille presents William Powell and Teresa Wright in Act Two of Shadow of a Doubt.
Mr. Kennedy,
Yes, Sally?
isn't it nice that there's still time to make a New Year's resolution?
Yes, I guess January 3rd is still under the line. Why, Sally? Have you something special in mind, may I ask?
Well, I've been thinking how many women must have made up their minds that they're really going to do right by their own good looks and look their prettiest during 1944.
A very fine resolution, Sally, and one that should make life brighter for everybody.
But it's one thing to decide you ought to do that, and another thing to do it. So here's one simple, easy way I've thought of that will help any woman to be lovelier.
Aha. Something involving Lux toilet soap, maybe, Sally?
Of course. If every woman who really wants her skin to be softer, smoother, more appealing would say to herself, I'm not going to neglect my Lux soap facials for even a single day. And if she should stick to that resolution...
In a very short time, she'd be delighted at how much nicer her skin looks.
You bet she would. Daily facials with Lux toilet soap give complexions real beauty care. Famous screen stars depend on that rich, active lather to give their skin protection it needs.
Right, Sally. 9 out of 10 Hollywood stars use Lux toilet soap. It's so gentle and mild, they say, and it leaves skin feeling soft and smooth. And now, I'm going to ask the ladies in our audience to take your tips, Sally. They'll find they never made a wiser beauty resolution than to use this fine white soap regularly. Day by day, it helps skin to be lovelier. Recent tests show actually 3 out of 4 complexions improved with regular Lux toilet soap care. Why not ask for Lux toilet soap tomorrow? And if your dealer is out of stock due to wartime conditions, he's sure to have more soon. Remember, Lux toilet soap, the beauty soap of the stars, is worth waiting for. And now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
Act Two of Shadow of a Doubt, starring William Powell as Uncle Charlie and Teresa Wright as Charlotte. It's the following morning, and Emmy has just brought Uncle Charlie his breakfast. He sits up in bed, the tray on his knees, smiling genially at his sister.
Oh, I can't face the world in the morning. I must have coffee before I can speak.
Well, I don't mind cuddling you your first morning.
What are you all up to today?
Well, a young man came about an hour ago, said his name was Graham, and he wants to interview everybody in the house.
Interview everybody?
Yes, he's been sent around the country by a magazine or something, and he's to pick out representative American families and ask them questions.
How do you have to pick this family?
Well, he said he'd looked around and asked around, and he decided that we were the ones he wanted.
Well, if he's going to ask a lot of questions, he can leave me out of it.
Oh, why, you'd have more to tell him than any of us. He's going to take our pictures, too.
Pictures?
Yes, you see, there were really two young men. One takes the pictures.
Oh, there were two of them.
Yes, but Mr. Graham was the nicest, though.
Emmy, women are fools. They fall for anything. Now, why do you let two strangers come into your house and turn the place upside down? Why expose your family to a couple of snoopers? I thought you had more sense.
Oh, but Charles...
Good morning, Uncle Charlie.
Oh, good morning. Hey, your mother's just been telling me about the Newtons being picked for All-American Suckers. Now, look here, Emmy. I won't have anything to do with it. I'm just a visitor. My advice to you is to slam the door in their faces.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Well, I think it's kind of exciting. They'd take a photograph of you, and then we could have it. It would be free.
No, thank you. I've never been photographed in my life. I don't want to be.
Why, Charles, what makes you talk that way? I had a picture of you. I gave it to Charlie.
Oh, I tell you, there are none.
Well, I guess you've forgotten all about it. Get it, Charlie.
It's right here. I think you're cute, Uncle Charlie.
Let me see. Well, I don't remember this at all.
You were 9, Charles. You had it taken the Christmas you got your bicycle just before your accident.
Uncle Charlie, you were beautiful.
Wasn't he, though? But I always said Papa should never have bought you that bicycle. Charlotte, he took it right out on the icy road and he skidded into a streetcar. We thought he was going to die.
I'm glad he didn't.
Why, he had a fractured skull, and he was laid up so long. And when he got well, there was no holding him. It was as though all that rest he got was too much for him, and he had to get into all sorts of mischief to blow off steam.
The whole world's rotten. The whole world's changed. Everything's different.
Oh, you were a wonderful boy, really, Charles.
What's the use of looking backward? What's the use of looking ahead? Today's the thing. That's my philosophy. Today.
Well, Charles, if today's the thing, you'd better get your clothes on and get to the bank. Joe will be waiting. He's going to take you into Mr. Green. He's the president.
Did you say $30,000, Mr. Spencer?
Yeah, 30, maybe 40, Mr. Green.
Well.
Yes, I thought I might settle down here for a while. Great country, great country.
We think so. What have you been doing, Mr. Spencer?
Well, I suppose you'd call me a promoter. Real estate, shipping, South America. It's not hard to make money, Mr. Green. The only trouble I find is that once I make it, I'm not interested in it.
Not interested in money?
Well.
Harry, I wonder... Oh, dear, I didn't know you were busy. I can come back.
Come in, Ella. Now that you're here, come in. Mr. Spencer, this is Mrs. Potter.
Oh, Emma's brother. Oh, we've heard so much about you, Mr. Spencer.
How do you do, Miss Potter?
Oh, no, Mrs. Potter. I'm a widow.
Oh, I'm sorry. There was something about you that made me think...
Yes?
What did you want, Ella?
Oh, well, I was going shopping and I only had $5, and I thought...
There you are. I'll make out the withdrawal slip later.
There is something to being a widow, isn't there, Mr. Spencer? One doesn't have to ask a man for money anyway. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Potter.
Now, Mr. Spencer, where were we?
Very attractive woman, that Mrs. Potter. A widow, huh?
Yes, Potter left her quite a bit of money.
You don't say.
Okay, Saunders, go ahead and get some pictures of the upstairs room, right? And then we'd like one of you, Miss Charlotte.
All right. Should I change my dress, Mr. Graham?
No, just as you are, please.
Funny you happen to choose our family. Why did you?
Oh, we looked around, asked some questions, thought you were just about what we wanted. And why not choose your family? You haven't got any skeletons in your closet, have you?
Of course we haven't. I wish we did have a few. We're pretty prosaic. You know, your picking us out as an average family gave me kind of a funny feeling.
What kind of a funny feeling?
Oh, I don't know. I guess I don't like to be an average girl in an average family.
Oh, average families are the best. Look at me. I'm from an average family.
As average as ours?
Sure. Besides, I don't think you are average.
Oh, that's because you're seeing me now. You should have seen me a few days ago. I was in the dumps. And then Uncle Charlie came and He's so wonderful he's waked us all up. He makes me feel wonderful, too.
But he only got here last night. You haven't seen him in a long time. Maybe you just think that...
I don't think. I know. It's funny. When I try to think how I feel, I always come back to Uncle Charlie. Are you trying to tell me not to think he's so wonderful?
Why would I do that? I haven't even seen him.
He's not interested in the survey, Mr. Graham. I promised him he wouldn't be bothered.
But you see, the whole idea of this thing
When
is...
someone asks for privacy, he should have it.
Okay, Miss Charlotte.
I'll take the roll of film, please.
What's the matter? I only wanted
Give
to
it to me.
Uncle Charlie, what's the matter?
Hey, Graham, I took some shots of the upstairs hall, and this guy was there, and he wants...
I said give me that film. I don't like to be photographed. Give it to me, please.
Give it to him, Fred.
Okay. Too bad, though. Mrs. Newton's on this roll, too.
Here.
Thank you. Sorry to trouble you.
That's all right. Oh, Miss Charlotte, I wonder if you'd show me around the town this evening. I'd like to pick up some atmosphere.
Why, of course.
Thanks. I'll drop around about 8. Come on, Saunders.
I can't get over your breaking your arm when you were 10 and my breaking my arm when I was 10 in exactly the same place.
Am I wanting to run away from home and you wanting to run away from home?
I didn't want to, really. It was just a gesture.
I didn't want to either. I guess I was just showing off.
Well, you don't have to show off with me. Shall we sit down?
Sure.
You know, Mr. Graham, I think you must have an awfully interesting job. Going into people's houses, asking a lot of questions. Just like an international spy. That tune you're whistling.
Yeah?
Why did you whistle that?
No particular reason. Why do you ask?
There's something strange about you. All those questions, the things you want to know.
Charlotte, listen.
I know what you are. You're a detective. There's something the matter, and you're a detective.
Listen to me.
I don't want to listen.
I came here to this town to find a man. I hadn't counted on you.
Find a man? What man?
There's a man loose in this country. We're after him. We don't know much about him. We don't even know what he looks like. Charlotte, think. How much do you know about your uncle?
Why, he's my uncle. He's my mother's brother. What has he done?
Can't tell you what he's done, but this man we want may be your uncle.
Well, I don't believe you.
We're after one man. Your uncle may be the man. We think he is. But in the east, there's another man who's being hunted, too. Hunted through Massachusetts and into Maine. He may be the man.
Well, Uncle Charlie hasn't done anything. He knows it would kill my mother if he'd done anything. Why, he's her brother just like Roger is mine. Why don't they arrest the man in Maine? Why don't you go away and leave us alone?
Charlotte, I'm going to try and make it easy for you. If your Uncle Charlie's the man we want, we'll get him out of town quietly. We won't arrest him here.
Arrest him here? In this town?
I'm trying to tell you we won't. And he may not be the one. It may be the other guy, the one in the east.
Well, of course. It's probably all a mistake.
I hope I'm wrong. I never wanted to be wrong so much in my life.
Charlotte, the library's supposed to close at 9 o'clock sharp.
Yes, I know, Miss Corcoran. I just want to look at this newspaper.
If I make one exception, I'll have to make 1,000. Anyway, that's yesterday's paper.
It's the recipe I want. Someone tore it out at home.
Well, hurry up. I'm closing right away.
Police hunt murderer. Boston, Massachusetts, February 8th. In their search for the so-called Mary Widow murderer, the police have thrown a cordon around the northeastern states, and the announcement of his arrest is expected daily. All names he has used are thought to be aliases. When found, he'll be charged with the murder of 3 wealthy women. His victims have uniformly been widows of large means. His latest victim was Mrs. Bruce Mathewson, the former musical comedy star known to audiences at the beginning of this century as Teresa Shenley. P.S. From the end. The ring. P.S. Teresa Shenley.
Come on now, everybody sit down. Dinner's ready.
Where's Charlie? I haven't seen her all day.
Been in her room. Had a headache.
Oh, I'm glad she's had a good rest. She's not looking like herself at all.
She was out last night with that young journalist fellow, wasn't she?
Yes, I was.
Well, here she is. Here's my girl.
Sit right down, dear.
You won't be able to sleep tonight, Charlotte. Nobody who sleeps all day can sleep all night, too.
Oh, I slept all right. And I kept dreaming. Perfect nightmares. About you, Uncle Charlie.
Nightmares? About me?
About you. I'll tell them to you if you like. You were on a train, and I had a feeling you were running away from something. And when I saw you on the train, I felt happy. Terribly happy.
But, Charlotte, how could you be happy seeing Uncle Charlie on a train? I hope he stays here forever.
Well, I suppose he'll go sometime. He has to go sometime. We have to face the facts.
Now, Charlotte, what's the matter with you?
I guess Charlie slept a little too long. She's not awake yet. I suppose that young fellow kept her out half the night.
No, she got back quite early. I was surprised.
Well, Charlie's a pretty girl. I suppose he's been hanging around today.
He called twice, but she didn't see him. Oh, Charles, you're going to kill me when you hear what I've done.
Emmy, I'd never kill you no matter what you've done.
Well, I've simply promised Mrs. Potter, the president of our club, that you'd speak to the ladies.
Oh, is that all? Well, I guess we can manage that.
For Mrs. Potter, yes. She's a widow, Uncle Charlie.
She'll be so pleased, Charles.
What kind of audience will it be?
Oh, women like myself. Pretty busy with our homes, most of us.
Yes. Yes, most women keep busy in towns like this. The cities is different. Cities are full of women, middle-aged widows. Their husbands are dead. The husbands who spent their lives making thousands, working. And then they die. Leave the money to their wives. Their silly wives. What do the wives do? These useless women. You see them in hotels, best hotels, by the thousands, eating the money, drinking the money, losing the money at bridge, proud of their jewelry, proud of nothing else. Horrible, faded, fat, greedy women.
But they're alive. They're human beings.
Are they? Are they, Charlie? Are they human? Or are they just fat, wheezing animals? And what happens to animals when they get too fat and too old?
Mama, I'm going for a walk. I'll be back soon.
Charlotte! Well, what in the world is she... Roger, go after her.
No, I'll go. I'll catch up with her. Charlie, wait.
Let me go, please.
Charlie, what's the matter? Look, we can go to this bar here. I want to talk to you.
You're hurting my arm again.
Then come in with me.
I can't. I've never been in a place like this.
It's all right.
Why do you make me come in here? It's an awful place.
What does it matter where you are? Sit down.
Yeah, what'll it be?
Nothing.
Bring her a ginger ale, and I'll have a double brandy.
Brandy? Okay.
What, Charlie?
Well?
You think you know something? That young fellow told you something.
Jack, why should he know anything about you?
Look, Charlie, something's come between us. And I don't want that to happen. Well, we're old friends. More than old friends. Like twins. You said so yourself.
Don't touch me, Uncle Charlie. Don't touch my hand.
What did he tell you? What did that boy tell you?
How could you do things like that? You're my uncle. You're my mother's brother. We thought you were the most wonderful man in the world.
Charlie, what do you know?
I want to give you back your ring, Uncle Charlie. T.S. from B.M. Teresa Shenley from Bruce Mathewson. I'm going home.
No, sit down. Sit down. Charlie, you think you're the clever little girl who knows something, don't you? Well, what do you really know? You're just an ordinary little girl living in an ordinary little town. You go through your ordinary little day, and at night you sleep your untroubled, ordinary little sleep filled with pleasant, stupid dreams. That I brought you the nightmares? Or did I? You live in a dream. You're a sleepwalker, blind. What do you know about the world? Do you know that if you rip away the fronts of houses, you'll find swine? The world is rotten. What does it matter what happens in it? Are you silly enough to imagine that what I've done is important to anyone? Wake up. Use your wits, Charlie. Learn something.
Let go of my hand. Let me alone.
Charlie, come back. You've got to listen to me, Charlie.
Oh, please.
So you think you found me out, you and your young friend, Graham?
I don't know. I'm not going to tell him what I know. He may find out, but I won't tell him.
He won't find out.
I'm only asking you one thing. Go away and leave us alone.
No. I'm staying, Charlie. I'm not going away. Charlie?
I'm going in the house.
Look, you got to listen to me, Charlie, now.
What do you want?
Charlie, help me. Will you help me?
Help you?
Charlie, the same blood flows through our veins. A week ago, I was at the end of my rope. Oh, I'm so tired, Charlie. There's an end to the amount of running a man can do. And then I got the idea of coming out here. It's my last chance. Give it to me. These men, Graham, the others, they don't know. There's another man in the East. They suspect him, too. They're trying to catch him. If they catch him... No. Give me this one chance, Charlie.
Well, take your chances. Go.
I'll go, Charlie, if you give me a few days. Help me, Charlie. Think of your mother. It would kill your mother.
Yes, it would kill my mother. It would kill you, too, wouldn't it, Uncle Charlie? Well, you can have your few days, then get away from here.
Do you realize what it means if they get me? The electric chair.
Huh?
I count on you, Charlie. Don't forget, you said it yourself. We're not any ordinary uncle and niece. No matter what I've done, we're twins.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, before William Powell and Teresa Wright return for Act 3 of Shadow of a Doubt, Mr. DeMille presents our special guest of the evening.
America is many things. A little white house on an elm-shaded street, 50,000 people yelling at an umpire, sodas at the corner drugstore, and pretty girls who'd like to be Miss America. And we have Miss America here with us now. Ladies and gentlemen, the glamour girl of the year, Miss Jean Bartell, who is Miss America of 1943.
Thank you, Mr. DeMille. I hate to disillusion you, but I'm not a glamour girl.
No, my eyes can't be that far wrong.
This year, Miss America was to be a typical American girl who might be able to carry out a mission for her country.
In ordinary years, Miss America makes theater appearances, sings in nightclubs, haunts Hollywood for a contract, and usually makes herself quite a tidy little fortune. But this year, things are different. The fortune is...
$2.5 million.
And it went to the United States government.
Mm-hmm.
Since last September, Miss America has been going up and down America selling war bonds. I'll bet that $2.5 million represents a lot of kisses.
Not a single one.
Well, that's unheard of. You can't sell bonds without kisses.
Well, I thought the customers would rather kiss a movie star.
That's what you think. I don't want to sound like the Chamber of Commerce, but I must point out that before Jean became Miss America, she was Miss California and a co-ed at the University of California in Los Angeles. How'd you get started on the road to Atlantic City, Jean?
I was singing at a war bond rally, and someone suggested I try for the contest. The next thing I knew, someone was putting a crown on my head.
The key to a city in your pocket.
I do have quite a collection. Keys to about 40 cities, everywhere but Los Angeles.
We knew you didn't need one to get home with, Jean. What were the exciting moments of your tour?
Well, I saw snow for the first time. That was in Minneapolis. Then I had Thanksgiving dinner at 4 of New Orleans' wonderful restaurants.
I know just what you mean. I've sampled their cooking.
Those things were all fun, but I think the biggest thrills came in places like a war plant in Cleveland at 2 o'clock in the morning and a hospital in Denver late on a winter afternoon.
Did you sell bonds in the hospital?
No, I went to sing for the boys. But as I was walking around the wards, one of them called me over and said, listen, baby, I'm not very well heeled with dough at the moment, but I could manage a few war stamps. Here's the money. He was just back from North Africa.
To that boy, you were really Miss America. I suppose now that you're home in Los Angeles, you'll settle down for a good long rest.
I'm leaving tomorrow for New York to help open the 4th War Loan Drive on January the 18th. After that, I'm going to continue with my career, which is singing.
Well, I think you're singing a very sweet tune for the Treasury Department right now.
It's not a solo, Mr. DeMille. It's a chorus of 130 million people. They know there's a war on, and they and their sons and daughters will finish it. Thank you for asking me to come here. Now I'd like to join the audience for the third act. Good night.
Good night, Miss America. Your hometown is proud of you. After the mystery is solved, we'll have a chat with our stars. But now here's the curtain for the third act of Shadow of a Doubt, starring William Powell and Teresa Wright. There's no longer any doubt in Charlotte's mind. She knows now that her Uncle Charlie is a criminal, a murderer. The few days' grace she gave him are almost gone, and still he hasn't left the house. Now, on a Sunday afternoon, the family is gathered in the living room, waiting for dinner.
How was church, Charlie? Did you count the house? Turn anybody away?
No, seats enough for everyone.
Yeah, glad to hear it. Joe's had such a long run, I thought maybe attendance might be falling off.
We prayed for you, Uncle Charlie. At least I did.
Thanks.
Say, here's an interesting thing.
What's that, Joe?
The paper here. Says they got that married widow murderer.
They got him? Where?
Up in Maine, Portland. Didn't catch him exactly. He was running from police to the airport. He ran plunk into the propeller of an airplane. Cut him to pieces.
Well, what do you know? Yeah, I guess that solves that case. I guess that solves it, Charlie.
Yes, Uncle Charlie.
Well, I think I'll wash up for dinner. I'm hungry. I don't know when I've been so hungry.
Charlotte, that young reporter fellow's here. He wants to see you.
Well, tell him to wait out in front. I'll be right there.
See you at dinner, Charlie?
Yes, of course.
Fine.
Then we got a wire from Maine. They called us off the job. I'm just coming up for air.
Well, me too. Now that it's over, Jack, I don't want to talk about it anymore. I want to pretend that nothing ever happened.
Well, you won't have to pretend much. Nothing did happen. I'm glad you never did know what we suspected your uncle of.
Yes.
Well, I guess that's all. Well, look, Charlotte, Saunders and
I know. You have to go away.
Yes.
I knew you'd have to go away, but I hadn't thought about it. I'll be alone again.
Alone? In that beehive you live in? Besides, I'm coming back.
Well, when? When are you coming back?
As soon as I can make it.
I don't want you to go. I feel...
How do you feel? You're not frightened now, are you, Charlotte?
Frightened?
Oh, I know what I did to you. And don't think I haven't tossed around every night for a week worrying about you.
Why? Why, Jack?
I don't know. I guess it's probably because I'm in love with you.
Are you?
That's why I'm coming back.
Oh?
I thought if we got engaged now, today I mean, why, then maybe we could get married when I get back.
I suppose it is better to be engaged for a while, even if it is only for a little while.
We'll get married. That's all there is to it. Oh, Charlotte.
Hello there.
Oh, hello, Mr. Spencer. I was just saying goodbye to Charlotte.
Oh, all finished here?
All finished. I'll be back. You'll be seeing me around.
Oh, yeah?
Not on business, though.
Well, sometimes I'm pretty obtuse, but I think I understand about your coming back. Charlie's a fine girl.
I think so, too. Goodbye, Mr. Spencer.
Goodbye.
Bye, Charlotte.
Goodbye. Come back soon, Jack.
You bet. Take good care of her, Mr. Spencer.
Oh, I will. I certainly will. Fine boy, Charlie. Fine boy.
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Oh, no need to hurry now. We're all happy here.
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Look, I just told your mother. I'm going to build a new house for you folks. Give it to you.
When are you leaving?
Well, I'm not going. I want to settle down here. Have money in the bank, have some sort of business. Be a part of this family.
I see.
And the most sensible thing for you to do is to be friends with me. I can do a lot for you, Charlie. Make life easier for your mother. Make you all happy.
No, not you. We don't want anything from you. I wish I'd told my mother about you. I wish I had.
And how do you think your mother would have felt? What do you think it'll do to her now?
I know. Don't be afraid. I can't tell her.
Oh, but I'm not afraid, Charlie. And what have you to tell? Who'd believe you? A waltz runs through your head. You don't like the initials in a ring. You connect it all up with a newspaper clipping. And now you haven't the ring. I don't know what became of it.
You have it.
Have I? Oh, no, I gave it to you.
I don't want you here, Uncle Charlie. I don't want you to touch my mother. So go away. I'm warning you, go away.
She's the only one who knows. The only one. If it weren't for her, I'd never have to worry. I'd be safe. Safe.
Hurry up, Joe. We'll be late for the lecture.
Is Uncle Charlie going to speak, Mama?
Yes, dear. Now, you get your coat. It's almost 8 o'clock. Where's Charlotte?
She went out to the garage to get the car.
Oh, Roger, when the lecture's over, we're having company here. They're all coming home with us. But you're not to...
Something's happened to Charlotte.
Anne.
In the garage. Something's happened. I think she's dead.
Charlotte! you all right, darling?
Yes, yes.
Oh, sure, she's fine, Emmy. Don't worry. See? She's fine now.
She was locked in the garage. I heard the car running. I opened the garage door, and she was lying there on the floor.
Carbon monoxide. Very common type of accident.
Charlotte, how did it happen, dear?
It was so funny. When I went to get the car, the motor was running. I couldn't find the key. The key was gone, and then I heard the garage door close behind me.
It must have been the wind.
Yes, the wind, but the keys. Why weren't they in the car?
Oh, why, they were, Charlie. When Ann found you, I went in and turned off the motor myself.
Oh, I see. It was you, Uncle Charlie.
Yes, I turned off the motor.
I see.
Well, come on now. I'll carry you upstairs.
No, Charlotte. I don't want him to carry me. I'm all right, Mama.
Well, I'll call and postpone the lecture.
No, Mama, please go. I want you to go, all of you. Please.
All right, dear. All right.
Fine speech there, Mr. Spencer. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I thought it was wonderful.
Thank you, Mrs. Potter.
Drop of wine, Mrs. Potter? Why, I believe I will.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to propose a toast to... Oh, is that Charlie? Charlie, how are you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right now, thank you. I feel fine.
My favorite little niece. Well, now, you don't think you ought to be in bed, Charlie?
Oh, no, I wanted to come down. I wanted to show everybody my new ring.
Your ring?
The one you gave me, Uncle Charlie. I found it. You know where? In your room. I must have gone in and left it there. Force of habit.
Oh, yes, probably.
It's a beautiful ring, dear. Just beautiful.
Yes, it has an inscription, too. Shall I show it, Uncle Charlie, or shall we keep our little secret?
Charlie.
Oh, do show it.
Well, Uncle Charlie?
We'll talk it over later. Charlie, you're just in time for a farewell toast. I hate to break the news like this, but tomorrow I must leave Santa Rosa.
Oh, no, you can't leave us that way.
Children, we better get off, or the train will stop with us. Goodbye, Charles.
Goodbye, Emmy.
Bye, Charles.
I will. You write me.
I'm coming.
Oh, Charlie, wait. I'll go out the platform with you.
Goodbye, Uncle Charlie.
We've got a minute or two. I want to speak to you.
Well, I've got to get off.
Oh, but there's plenty of time.
Charles, do you think Oh! What? That was Mrs. Potter.
Oh, was it?
The widow Potter. Is she going with you?
Oh, now, don't be a little fool.
You know that I know about you, don't you, Uncle Charlie? And if I ever hear or read about anything, well, you know what I'm talking about, don't you?
You're being a foolish girl.
I'm warning you.
Charlie, listen.
The train's moving.
Charlie.
Let me go.
No, Charlie, listen. You did a fine thing for your mother. Right not to let her know.
My arm, you're hurting me.
You're not getting off yet, Charlie. Wait a while. You see? We can just open the door like this.
What are you doing? What?
Then you can get off in just a minute or two.
You're mad. You're a mad.
Wait, just a little faster. A little faster. I don't want you to be hurt, so just a little faster. Don't scream. No, Charlie, it's all so simple, isn't it? She tried to get off while the train was moving. She was killed. Nice girl. Too bad. Now, Charlie. Now. Don't fight, Charlie. It's better for you if you don't. Oh!
Miss, what is it? He fell off the train.
They held a funeral yesterday. The minister said that Santa Rosa had gained and lost a son that we could all be proud of. They didn't know.
Charlotte, I wish I'd been here. If you'd only told me, darling.
I couldn't. He was my uncle.
I know.
He thought the world was a horrible place. He couldn't have been very happy ever.
No.
He didn't trust people. He hated them. He hated the whole world.
Do you, Charlotte?
Hate the world? No. Oh, it sometimes needs a lot of watching, I guess. Seems to go to pieces now and then, like him. But it gets better. Almost in spite of itself, it gets better, and there's still love in the world. So much love.
There isn't the shadow of a doubt about the kind of acting we heard tonight. And here are William Powell and Teresa Wright for a well-deserved curtain call.
Thank you, Cecil. You know, this was really the first time I've been connected with a drama where I played opposite a beautiful girl named Charlie.
And the first play I ever heard of where Bill Powell turned out to be the murderer. What would the Thin Man say?
Now, we'll try and get you on the right side of the law next time, Bill. Did you know, by the way, that your co-star holds one of the most unusual records in Hollywood?
Well, she became a star just about overnight.
Now, in addition to that, and this can only be whispered, Teresa has never been seen in a nightclub.
That's practically a scandal in Hollywood.
I may never live it down.
We'll forgive you if you keep up the standard of performance you've already set. What was your background in the theater, Teresa?
I played in summer stock. Naturally, that included building scenery, wrestling props, painting backdrops, taking tickets, and sweeping up the theater.
That sounds like old home week to me.
And just before Mr. Goldwyn brought me to Hollywood, I was in Life with Father in New York.
From Life with Father to Life with Goldwyn.
Sam and I started in the picture business together more than 30 years ago. He's a good showman, and I'll bet he's got something special in mind for you now.
I believe the picture will be called Those Endearing Young Charms.
Now, that's a perfect title for you, Teresa. You know, we're kind of in the endearing young charms business ourselves.
If you mean Lux soap, Mr. DeMille, you're absolutely right. It endeared itself to me when I was quite young, and everyone knows it's very helpful in keeping a charming complexion.
Now, for proof of that, Teresa, I refer the Lux audience to any photograph that does you justice.
And that comes from an experienced judge of beauty. Now, what's on the docket next week, Cecil?
It's the current Warner Brothers success, The Constant Nymph. And our stars will be Charles Boyer and Maureen O'Sullivan. The Constant Nymph is the story of a composer and a girl whose deep affection and sacrifice inspires his work. It was a great favorite on Broadway and has just become a hit motion picture.
I think you'll repeat that success on the air, Cecil. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. The next time we have a murder case, Bill, we'll send for you. Ladies and gentlemen, a very fine New Year's gift has just come to the Lux Radio Theater. This program has been named radio's #1 dramatic production of 1943 in 2 different polls. One conducted by Radio Daily, the other by Motion Picture Daily. We're grateful to the editors and to you, our audience, for this honor. We'll regard it as a challenge for all of 1944. And now, I'd like to tell you about a new radio program that starts this week. On Wednesday night, over these same stations, Frank Sinatra, he of the famous voice, will begin a show of his own with Bert Wheeler. Ginger Rogers will be Frank's first guest. And I understand Mrs. Nussbaum is coming over from the Jack Benny Show. The Vims Chorus and Orchestra rounds out a program that I think will be an important radio event of the week. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Charles Boyer and Maureen O'Sullivan in The Constant Nymph. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Shadow of a Doubt was produced by Universal Pictures, whose current release is the Walter Wanger production Gung Ho, starring Randolph Scott. Teresa Wright will co-star with Gary Cooper in the International Pictures production Casanova Q. Brown. Heard in tonight's play were Ed Emerson as Jack, Regina Wallace as Mrs. Newton, Norman Field as Mr. Newton, and Verna Felton, Mary Lou Harrington, Tommy Cook, Leo Cleary, Charlotte Treadway, Myra Marsh, Buck Woods, and Charles Seal. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas by shortwave through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear Charles Boyer and Maureen O'Sullivan in The Constant Nymph.
Want to know a secret?
Your ration points go farther, go further, go farther. Your ration points go farther, further when you're cooking with fries.
Yes, ma'am. Spry's the buy. Gives lighter cakes, crispy, digestible fried foods, mouth-melting pastry. Tomorrow, ask your grocer for Spry shortening. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In the year 1990, the New York City authorities declared the wasteland known as the South Bronx to be a high-risk area. There would be no further attempt to restore law and order to that notorious borough. The South Bronx had long since been controlled by gangs with such names as the Riders, Scavengers, Ironmen, Tigers, and Sharks. To venture without permission into the territory of a rival power was to risk war. War with no holds barred. War to the death. Only one man had anything to gain from such a war. Only one man could prevent it. Only one man. 1990. The Bronx Warriors.
Ranger Bill is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland. Ranger Bill, warrior of the woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
Boy, Knotty Pine's getting more like the big city all the time. Look at that new bus terminal.
Yeah, it sure is, pal.
Say, is what I read true, Bill? I mean, about the population explosion?
I don't know, Henry. What did you read?
Well, I think it was in the newspaper not too long ago. I read that the Earth will be overpopulated inside of 30 years. What do you think about that?
Well, that information was probably reached by someone who knows more about those things than I do. I do know that the population is increasing all over the world. Here in our own country, you see more and more housing.
Yeah, you sure do. Right here in Knotty Pine, they seem to be building all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, what happens when they run out of places to build?
Well, I wouldn't worry about that, Bell.
You wouldn't? Why not?
By that time, they'll have run out of places to grow food.
I never thought about that. Well, then what are we going to do?
I don't know. But if what you read is true, we'll find out, won't we?
Well, that's not much help.
I'm sorry, Henry. But if we're in this sort of fix, I'm afraid there isn't much we can do about it. Right now, all we can do is say, as you did, that Knotty Pine is getting more like a big city all the time.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it doesn't get too big for a while. The bigger a city gets, the fewer people you can get to know.
That's sure true. Sometimes knowing all your neighbors seems like a pain. But when you're in trouble, it sure helps to know who to see about it.
That's right.
Hey, Bill.
What is it, Bill?
Look over there, in the bus terminal. That man who got off the bus is...
Yeah, I've been noticing him, Henry, and I think you're right. That looks like George Foster.
But I thought he was crazy.
He was institutionalized a number of years ago, Henry. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's still ill. You know, I think we ought to go over. Doesn't look as though there's anyone here to meet him.
You want to walk right over to him?
Sure, of course. We might be able to give him a lift home.
Well, how do you know he's okay?
He's here, isn't he?
What if he escaped?
Henry, don't let the unknown scare you away from common sense. If he'd escaped, I'm sure we would have heard about it before this. The institution is quite a ways back east. There'll be lots of time to send out warnings.
I guess you're right.
Okay. Let's go over and meet him.
I really appreciate the ride, Bill.
That's all right, George. Anything else you need, just call.
I'll remember that. You sure you won't come in for a cup of coffee or something? I know Peg would like to see you.
I think she's more interested in seeing you.
I guess you're right. She was pretty upset that the car was out of commission and she couldn't meet me.
We'll stop back soon, after you've had a chance to get reoriented.
Yeah, 7 years is a long time, isn't it?
Sure is.
Well, I'd better go in. Thanks again, Bill. I mean it.
Don't give it a thought, George. George?
Yes, Bill?
Welcome back.
Thanks, Bill.
Bill?
Yes, Bill?
I feel like a chump.
Oh?
Yeah. I guess I acted pretty stupid about Mr. Foster.
Stupidly, Henry. And yes, you did. But don't let it get you down. Mental illness is one of the least understood and most misrepresented problems we have these days.
He seems fine.
He is fine, Henry. In George's case, it was just like any long-term illness. He was finally cured.
It's hard to believe that he was once a dangerous man.
It's also hard to believe how big the story about him has been blown in 7 years. George Foster was no maniac.
From what I heard...
You've heard mostly rumor, pal. For some reason, people like to chatter about the kind of situation George found himself in. And not satisfied with the sensationalism of it, they blow it up to silly proportions.
Well, what really did happen, Bill? He used to be a ranger, didn't he?
That's right. He was posted at Tower 13.
Oh, boy. If you were superstitious, you could really make something out of that.
I guess you could. Anyhow, you know how remote Tower 13 is from the rest of the world. Well, George, Peg, his wife, Sharon, and Tim, their 2 children...
Oh, I know Sharon. She's in school with me. Well, I didn't know she had a brother.
She doesn't.
But you said...
She doesn't now.
Oh.
Little Tim, while playing in the tower one day, fell. Was killed. The doctors seem to think that it was that, plus the isolation of the place, must have brooded constantly about Tim's death, that finally pushed him off the deep end.
Oh, it's terrible.
Yeah.
How did Mrs. Foster and Sharon take it? Tim's death, I mean.
Well, Sharon was only 7 at the time, and she didn't fully realize what had happened. Peg was very broken up, of course, but with the Lord's help managed to keep things going. She's a wonderful woman.
She must be. Well, what did he do when he snapped?
I mentioned that he brooded a great deal. In fact, all the time. It's hard to tell what he was thinking. He would sit for hours not saying a word.
Wow. That must have been hard on his family.
Finally, it was obvious that he needed psychiatric help. And we did what we could.
Didn't he attack somebody or something?
That part of the story has been pretty well warped, pal. The night they came to take him away, well, he didn't care much for the idea, you know.
I guess not. Well, then all he was trying to do was protect himself.
That's right. Kind of strange, too, when you think he was trying to protect himself from being helped.
Yeah. I guess I had him all wrong.
Henry, I hope others who have him all wrong will be so easily convinced.
What do you mean?
Well, put yourself in his place. How would you like to return to a town the size of Knotty Pine, where you've become a legend, and try to pick up life again?
Why so glum, Henry?
This math, it really gets me down. Who says there's only one right answer to the problems?
Well, cheer up, Einstein. I didn't do very well in the test either.
Well, you don't sound very broken up about it.
There are more important things.
Hey, that's right. Your father's home.
Yeah.
Bill and I drove him from the station yesterday.
I know you did. Daddy mentioned it. He said that you and Bill gave him a real warm reception. Thanks a lot, Henry.
Oh, I didn't have anything to do with it. It was all Bill's idea.
Well, it was pretty sweet of you both anyway.
It must be nice to have your father home again, huh, Sharon?
Oh, boy, I'll say. This afternoon, right after school, we're going to tour the city.
Knotty Pine?
Well, yes, it's grown a lot in 7 years, you know. Daddy says I have, too.
I guess so. Well, I'm sure glad that you...
Hey, Henry, you don't care who you talk to, do you?
Huh?
Yeah, I'm talking to you, Ranger Boy. I says, you don't care what company you keep, do you? Don't you know Sharon, the old man here's a loony?
You'd better go, Sharon.
Oh, Henry, please don't pay any attention to him.
I think you'd better go, Sharon. Your father's probably waiting for you.
Yeah. Ladybug, ladybug, fly away home. To the bug house.
Go on now, Sharon. I don't think you ought to be around here right now.
Well, okay, Henry, but please don't do anything that will get you in trouble.
You want to talk to me about something, Mr. Henry Scott?
Sometimes, Sil, you show yourself to be even more stupid than I give you credit for.
You got anything else to say before I flatten you, wise guy?
Muscle still replacing brains, Sil? Still not intelligent enough to use words?
I use the universal method of communications, buddy. See how you like the sound of this? Ow! Did I speak loud enough for you, Mr. Scott?
At City Hall, huh?
Yeah, that's right, Bill. They were glad to be able to help George out. Said they needed a good janitor ever since Sven passed away earlier this year.
Well, that's good to hear, Cal. I think it's a good sign when the town shows that kind of consideration to a man like George.
I think reaction against people with mental problems is pretty well outdated now,
Well,
Bill.
we all grow up sooner or later. At least I hope we do. Knotty Pine seems to be. I think after the initial stir over George's arrival home, the whole episode will be past and forgotten.
Sure. He'll just be the new janitor over at City Hall.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hi, pal.
Hello, Henry.
Hello. Well, I'm going in the back.
Hey, just a minute, pal. Anything wrong?
No.
Something in your eye?
It's okay, Bill.
Let's see your eye, Henry.
It's nothing much.
Want to talk about it?
I was just running along anyhow.
It's all right, Cal. Bill, I just don't want to talk about it.
Why don't you stretch out on the cot back there, huh?
Okay.
Oh, Henry.
Yeah?
Put a cold, wet washcloth on that eye. It'll help it.
Sure. Thanks.
Does that happen very often?
Very rarely, Cal. Henry isn't the kind of fella to go around picking fights.
Well, we could use a few more like him. Well, I wasn't kidding about running along. It's going to be a pleasure to go back to my office now that George Foster's working there. I might even be able to see what color the top of my desk is.
As I said, I'm glad to hear about the way the town is helping George to make the adjustment. I don't think it'll be any time at all before his past is swallowed up and forgotten.
Hello? Hello? Must be something wrong with his phone.
Hi, Peg. The working man has come home.
Working man? Oh, George, did you get a job?
Yep, I did. First try. How's about a big kiss for the new custodian of the City Hall of Knotty Pine?
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I'm so glad for you.
Bill suggested I take that janitor's job until he receives orders from Washington about that other position.
Oh, that's wonderful. George, I'm so happy I don't know what to do.
Might I make a suggestion?
What?
Hang up the phone.
The phone? Oh, George, I forgot all about it.
You know, it's little actions like that make people suspect things.
George, you know you shouldn't kid about things like that.
Who has a better right, I'd like to know?
Well, I think it's wonderful that you have the job. I kind of anticipated it. Cooked something a little special for dinner.
Great. Oh, that you, Sharon?
Hello.
Oh, you're just in time for supper. Better wash up.
I'm not very hungry tonight, Dad. I think I'll just go upstairs.
What do you suppose that's all about?
I don't know.
Oh, now I think I know. Sharon and I were going to take a walk around town this afternoon after school. I got so excited about the job that it completely slipped my mind.
Oh, that's a shame, George. Maybe you'd better run upstairs and...
I'll get it. Hello? Why, you dirty...
Oh, I meant to tell you about that.
What?
The phone. It's been ringing all day, and every time I answer, there's no one there. Oh, there's probably something wrong in the wire.
There's something wrong, all right, but it isn't in the wire.
What are you talking about?
It wasn't dead on the other end this time.
Well, who was it?
Just a voice. A voice telling me that Knotty Pine was not a haven for loonies and to get back into my padded cell.
Well?
Well, what?
What are you going to do? Go back?
Peg.
I'll admit this is an awful stunt, George. It sounds like immature minds at work. Probably some of the kids in town. But are you going to let it get to you?
Well, it's not exactly a friendly gesture.
That's right, it certainly isn't. But are you going to let it overthrow all the warmth this town has already shown you? Bill, the people down at City Hall.
Oh, you're right, dear. I'm sorry. I just lost my temper for a minute. You know what a temper I have.
Don't worry. They'll get tired of trying to antagonize you sooner if they see that it doesn't work.
Now, listen, you guys. This bug ain't taking the hint. He ain't even thinking about leaving. And it's our jobs as citizens of this here burg to see that this problem's taken care of. Right?
No, it's Sil.
Sure,
All right. Like you say, it's our duty. What do you want to bet our parents will thank us after it's all over?
Sure.
Right. Hey, well, tell me, Sil, what's the plan?
Well, I ain't sure. He needs a big push. A lot of convincing. But I ain't sure what. Hey.
Yeah, like what's up, man?
Our plan's forming. Look who just walked in here.
Yeah? Where?
Over there, stupid. Look, the bug's daughter, Sharon. Now, look, here's what we'll do. Let's take her for a ride in the car out to the country. drop her off and make a walk all the way back home. Yeah. Then maybe the bug will get the idea and take a long walk himself.
Right.
That's all there was to it, Bill.
I'm sorry you had to become involved, Henry. I'm glad you stood your ground. Fellas like this, Sylvester, the kind that just don't seem to care who they hurt.
They seem to think that Mr. Foster is some kind of threat to Knotty Pine.
I'm sure that that's just a dodge, pal. When kids go out looking for excitement, they'll blame anything handy to make what they're doing seem all right.
Well, I hope they cut it out pretty soon. You should have seen how sad Sharon looked when the whole thing started.
George's daughter?
Yes, sir. I tried to get her to leave before he said anything really bad.
That was very considerate of you.
I guess, but it didn't do any good. She heard enough.
Well, I hope this doesn't go any farther than this.
Oh, I've got it. Ranger headquarters. Henry Scott speaking.
Bill there, Henry?
Well, hi, Cal. Yeah, it sure is.
Well, you put him on and hurry.
It's for you, Bill. It's Cal, and he sounds like something's wrong.
Here, I'll take it. Yes, Cal?
Now, listen, Bill, we haven't got a lot of time.
Okay, shoot.
George Foster just called. His daughter's been taken for a ride by some of the toughs that hang out at Manager's drugstore.
Any idea where they're heading?
Yeah, I do. George didn't even know about it until somebody called him and said he could find her near the woods at the north end of town. You know that area, Bill. I think we'd make better time if you came along.
Where'll I meet you?
I'll be by in less than 5 minutes to pick you up.
I'll be out in front, waiting.
Wow. What was that all about?
I'll tell you all about it later, pal. Keep an eye on things, will you? Cal's stopping by in a minute or two, and we'll be gone for a while.
Sure, only...
No time now. See you later. Glad you could come along, George. We'll comfort her to see her father.
Will it?
What do you mean?
You forget, Bill. It's because of me that she's wherever she is.
I'll argue that point with you later, George. Cal, this next drive is the quickest way into the picnic area at the edge of the woods.
Right. Hold on.
Bill, I don't know if I
George,
can.
Easy. Let's find out what's happened before we get all worked up.
Poor Sharon. Just because her father is a...
Is a what, George?
You know.
And are you?
I don't know. Sometimes I feel... Bill, look, ahead in the lights there.
Stop the car, Cal. Leave the lights on.
Right, let's go.
Sharon, honey, it's your dad.
Daddy!
It's all right, honey. It's all right now.
Help her back to the car, George.
Come on, honey. We'll have you home in no time.
Ah, look at this, Cal.
What's this?
A note. Why don't you take a long walk, too? Very funny.
Here comes George now.
How is she, George?
The doc says that all she suffered was a chill. She's resting now.
Oh, that's good to hear.
I'll see.
Bill, what am I going to do? Sure, everything about tonight will turn out okay. But what about all the other nights? How can I leave home without being afraid that either Peg or Sharon won't be there when I get back?
I know you've had a bad time of it, George. We all sympathize with you very much. But you can't give up now. We know from what Henry and Sharon have told us that this is strictly kids' stuff. The town as a whole accepts you and is all for you.
Well, then why don't you do something about this?
Well, one reason is because before tonight we had nothing to charge anyone with. It was just your word against theirs.
And the word of a crazy man doesn't stand up in court, huh?
Now, George, that's got nothing to do with it. Now, tonight, somebody actually committed a crime. till tonight. Now, you'd probably call what went on just pranks, don't you see?
George, what did the doctors at the hospital you were in tell you about coming back into society as a whole?
Well, they said it wouldn't be easy. They even said that I could expect some mistreatment.
Well?
But when I got here and everyone was so friendly and fair, I guess I dropped my guard.
I don't know if you should call it a guard.
Well, you know what I mean.
Stick with it, George. If you give in, either in anger or defeat, you've lost the battle for the rest of your life. At a time like this, you can see the practicality of Christ's words. Turn the other cheek.
I don't get it. I just don't get it. This guy's either got more guts than anyone I've ever known, or he's crazy.
Yeah, that's right. He's crazy.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Listen. Well, anyway, guys, we just gotta push a little harder.
Right. Have you got a plan, Sil?
Yeah, I figure if we can get him fired from his janitor's job at City Hall, well, maybe then he'll give up.
Sure he will. How you gonna do it?
Hey, listen. I've been watching him over there. Looks like he waxes floors over there about 3 every afternoon. Now, every day he does a different floor. But it won't be so hard to find.
Hey, Mr. Foster.
Yes?
You want it on the phone downstairs.
Oh, thanks. Someone have a call for me down here?
Not that I know of, Mr. Foster.
You sure?
Well, it didn't come through this switchboard. Maybe the payphone, but I don't remember hearing it ring.
That's odd. Thanks.
Oh, fire! The second floor's on fire.
What could have...
Someone get an extinguisher. The wax on the second floor is ablaze.
Hey, what happened here?
I'm not sure, sir. Looks like the wax George Foster was using to wax this floor here caught fire. Bill, do you think someone...
I'm not sure, Henry. Where is George now?
I don't know, sir. He went running down the stairs out of here. It was looking kind of funny when this fire started.
Yeah?
You don't think he did it, do you?
No, I don't. Come on, pal. We've got to find George Foster.
If he wasn't at home, where do you think he is?
I'm not sure, pal. A man has pushed as hard as George has been. It's hard to tell what he'll do.
Hey, Bill, look.
Huh?
Isn't that his car?
Where?
Over there. The entrance to the cemetery.
Yeah, looks like it.
I wonder what he's doing in there.
Only one way to find out, Henry. Let's go.
There he is. Over there.
Uh-huh. That's what I thought.
Who's over there?
That's the grave of his son, Tim.
Oh. What do you think we ought to do?
Let's go over. Quietly.
Oh. Hello, Bill. Henry.
Hello, George.
Hi.
I suppose you heard about this afternoon.
Yes, we did. Another stunt.
Yeah. I was pretty stormy about it, Bill.
I thought you would be.
I considered a lot of things.
You don't seem angry now, Mr. Foster.
I'm not, Henry. In a short time, I've done a lot of thinking.
Want to talk about it?
I'm sane, Bill. I don't have to defend that or prove it.
Even to yourself?
You know me pretty well, don't you? No, not even to myself. All these things that have been happening have not been my fault.
We know that.
But George is just finding that out, pal.
Oh, I don't get it.
You will, someday. George, what do you say we go back to the car, huh?
All right, Bill.
Hey, it sounds like someone's trying to get you on the car radio, Bill.
I hear it, pal. You want to run and get it?
Sure.
He's a nice boy.
Henry?
Yeah. It's too easy to forget the nice fellows when the others are acting up.
Hey, Bill, that was Cal. He said the kids who took Sharon the other night and set that fire today were brought in by their parents.
Huh?
Yeah, they were really mad when they found out what was going on. They wanted to know if Mr. Foster would like to meet them one at a time.
They must be angry.
That's the first time I've ever heard of anything like that.
I don't want to meet them at all. You know, the thing about violence is that it snowballs. Someone has to end it, and I guess that someone is me.
Well, that's a very healthy attitude, George. The police will give those kids something to think about. And I think Knotty Pine will settle down now to live and let you live. Well, I don't think I have to say much more, boys and girls. George Foster is still making a worthwhile contribution to Knotty Pine. And maybe we all grew up a little because of his experience. Well, see you next week for more adventure with Ranger Bill!
Ranger Bill was produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
We've paid for that bridge and we're going to collect.
We're going to fly 35,000 men 300 miles and drop them behind enemy lines. It'll be the largest airborne operation ever mounted. Quite frankly, this kind of thing's never been attempted before. We shall seize the bridges, it's all a question of bridges, with thunderclap surprise, and hold them until they can be secured. And we go next Sunday.
7 days.
The sooner we go, the better. We've got them on the run.
Joseph E. Levine presents A Bridge Too Far. Based on Cornelius Ryan's international bestseller. The story of the most dramatic and devastating battle of World War II.
The plan is called Operation Market Garden. Market is the airborne element, and Garden the ground forces. I like to think of this as one of those American Western films. Germans, well, naturally, they're the bad guys. We, my friends, are the cavalry on the way to the rescue.
A Bridge Too Far. Starring Dirk Bogarde, James Caan, Michael Caine, Sean Connery, Edward Fox, Elliot Gould, Gene Hackman, Anthony Hopkins, Hardy Kruger, Laurence Olivier, Ryan O'Neal, Robert Redford, Maximilian Schell, Liv Ullmann.
Take cover!
Don't you think that since we know that Arnhem is so crucial to their safety, they might know that too?
The river's wide and that the current is strong.
Hail Mary, full of grace.
When there's any more cheery information comes my way, I'll just be too happy to pass it along. In the meantime, just think of this as on-the-job training. You're 36 hours behind schedule.
There's a battle, and we are in the process of winning it.
Winning and losing is not a concern. Living or dying is.
Colonel, if you don't look at him right now, he's going to die.
Dead now.
Right now.
I can give him a quick examination tonight.
Thank you very much, sir. We need reinforcements and, above all, ammunition.
Tell the general we're coming. We're coming tonight.
2 days, they said. We've been here 9.
Why didn't we just try to burst through?
Well, as you know, I've always thought that we tried to go a bridge too far.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Well, hello. Come right in. Oh, George, we've got company.
This is Bill Goodwin speaking for Lever Brothers, makers of Swan, the new white floating soap that's purer than finest Castiles. Well, it's Tuesday night again, time for another pleasant visit with George Burns and Gracie Allen, their guest, Frank Sinatra, Felix Mills and his orchestra, and the Swantet. And now meet the people who live in the Burns house, George and Gracie. Here they are. Well, George and Gracie have just returned home from a tour of the Army camps where they entertained the boys during their 8-week summer vacation.
Home again.
Yes, but wasn't it fun entertaining the soldiers, dear?
Yeah. Our trip would have been perfect if it hadn't been for one little thing.
What was that, dear?
Well, I never got to sing Ain't Misbehavin'. You know, we kind of built up to the climax of our act, the smash finish, my song, and as soon as I started singing, something would happen.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I'd get right to my favorite part. You know, where I'd sing, like Jackie Horner in the corner, don't go nowhere, and I don't care. That's where it happened.
Yeah, somebody always yelled dismissed, or somebody always blew a bugle.
Yeah. In one camp, they even fired a gun.
Yeah. I know, and it barely missed you.
Yeah.
That's a shame.
Huh?
And, dear, you have such a lovely voice, too.
You really think so?
Well, of course. I wish you'd sing for me right now, George.
Oh, gee, sweetheart. It's just the two of us here. I feel kind of foolish.
Oh, please. Mama wants to hear her talented little songbird.
Oh, Gracie,
Oh, come on. Oh, you know that part that you sing so well? The part that they always interrupt.
Well, okay, I'll give you a little sill. Like Jackie Horner in the corner, don't go nowhere, and I don't care. Oh. Always in the same place. See who's at the door, Gracie.
All right, dear. Well, hello, Mr. Postman.
Welcome home, Mrs. Burns. I'm so happy to see you again.
Oh, and it's nice to see you. Did you have a pleasant summer?
Superb, Mrs. Burns. I entered a contest at the beach to choose the most perfect specimen of manhood. Naturally, I won.
Oh, naturally.
Yes. I am now Mr. Seaside Lagoon of 1943.
Oh, I'm so proud of you.
So am I. Well, I just dropped by to say hello. I'd better get along and deliver this fan mail.
You certainly have a lot of it.
Yes, and it's all for Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra? He sings, doesn't he?
Yes. He and painted-on stockings are all the vogue now.
You see, I've never heard Frank Sinatra sing.
Well, I sing just like him. I'll show you how I sound. This is just like Frank Sinatra sound. Let's get on.
Burns.
Oh, that's how he sounds?
Exactly, Mrs. Burns.
Well, thanks for your welcome, and goodbye, Mr. Postman.
Goodbye, Mrs. Burns. And remember, keep smiling.
Who was that, dear?
Oh, just the postman.
Oh, any mail for us?
No, none for us, but he had about 10,000 letters for this Frank Sinatra.
Frank Sinatra?
Mm-hmm.
He sings, doesn't he?
Yep, but not as well as you, George.
Oh, no, Grace.
Oh, I mean it. Why should all the women be absolutely crazy about Frank Sinatra and feel about you, well, the way they do? Answer me, why?
Well...
No, I thought of that.
But I meant something else.
Oh, come in. Gracie, darling! Why, Tootsie Sagwell. Oh, you haven't changed a bit.
Gracie, is that a nice thing to say to her?
Do you mind if I sit down? I'm so excited I can hardly talk.
Why, Tootsie?
I just got the thrill of my life. I took a taxi over here, and who do you think got out of it before I got in? Frank Sinatra.
Him again.
Oh, the taxi ride over here cost me $4.80.
$4.80? Why, you only live 5 blocks from here.
Well, I know, but do you think I'd get out of that cab until the seat cooled off?
I see, Tootsie. In other words, you didn't want to lose touch with Sinatra, huh?
Of course not.
Oh, she likes it.
Oh, isn't that awful? Tootsie, what do you see in the man anyhow?
What do I see in him? Oh, Gracie, when he sings all or nothing at all never enters my mind.
And just to think that my husband has 3 times the talent Frank Sinatra has.
Who has?
George, that's who. And he has 10 times Frank Sinatra's sex appeal.
For what sex?
All right, you'll see. I'm going to do something about this.
Well, hiya, people. Welcome home.
Oh, Bill Goodwin, hello.
Hello, Bill. Good to see you. George.
Tootsie, aren't you going to say hello to your dream man?
Hello, Bill.
Why, Tootsie.
Oh, I get it. Bill, she's in love with Frank Sinatra now.
Yes, I'm sorry, Bill, but I guess you and I have...
Oh, well, that's all right, Tootsie. Personally, I the first time I saw you.
Oh, you're just jealous of Frankie. You just ought to see the crowd of women outside of his house when he sings in the shower.
Oh, now. Wait a minute, Tootsie. Those women aren't there to hear Frank sing.
Huh?
No, they're trying to get at that soap he uses.
Oh, right.
Well, gee, you know how women go for Swan soap. You see, Swan is actually 4 swell soaps in one. The soap for your hands and face, for bathing the baby. The soap for your dishes and for your light laundry. 4 swell soaps in one.
Well, look, I'll tell you a little secret, Bill. George is going to take Frank Sinatra's place as the #1 singer.
What?
Well, let's face it. Can anyone hold a candle to George when he sings?
Well, Gracie, come to think of it, that's just how George sounds when he sings.
How?
Like someone was holding a candle to him. You forget it, Gracie. This Sinatra boy is dynamite. Why, the girls offer to do his laundry. They clamor to wash his dishes.
Does he let him?
Well, of course not. You think he wants to miss the fun of washing those dishes with Swan? Why, that Swan's an ever-loving suds and whiz. Swan is mild, too. So mild you don't have to worry about rough red hands. Swan helps keep him looking soft and beautiful.
Oh, I wonder who's doing Frankie's light laundry.
Well, whoever it is, I hope they use Swan, because Swan's a great wartime buy, and Frankie deserves the best.
Oh, Frankie, that's all I hear. And it's so unfair when George is a much better singer.
Ain't misbehaving.
Oh, stop. Are you two kidding? Why, Frank Sinatra sang in the bowl a couple of Saturdays ago.
That's nothing. George sang in the tub.
Well, I give up.
Oh, I'm I'm going over to see this Frank Sinatra. I'm going to tell him that from now on, my husband will be the one whose autograph they'll fight to get. My husband will be the one whose clothes they'll tear off.
Oh, please, Gracie.
Oh, please, nothing. I won't rest, George, until the whole world finds out that you wear pink shorts.
Oh.
There's gonna be a hallelujah day when the boys have all come home to stay, and a million bands begin to play. We'll be dancing the victory polka, and when we've lit the torch of liberty in those blacked out lands across the sea, and each man can proudly say, I'm free, we'll be dancing the victory polka, and we will give a mighty cheer, where a ration book is just a souvenir, and we'll heave a mighty sigh when each gal can kiss the boy she kissed goodbye, and they'll come marching down Fifth Avenue, the United Nations in review. When this lovely dream has all come true, we'll be dancing the victory polka. We'll be singing, we'll be dancing the victory polka. Victory polka.
Well, Gracie is just arriving at Frank Sinatra's house to tell him that he'll soon be out of a job, that her husband, George Burns, is going to replace him as the nation's swooner crooner.
Hello, I'd like to see Frank Sinatra.
I'm Frank Sinatra.
Oh, my goodness. Are you Frank Sinatra?
Well, yes. Won't you come in?
Well, no, thank you. You see, I had some bad news to tell you, but now that I see you, I haven't got the heart.
Why not?
Well, you poor boy, you look so hungry.
Really, I'm not hungry, Miss Allen.
Oh, you recognize me.
Well, sure, although I didn't at first. I thought you were a high school kid after my autograph.
Oh, you mean one of those teenage girls?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah. Of course, some people have the mistaken idea that I'm older than that. My mother and father, for instance.
What do they know about that?
Yeah, that's what I say.
Well, what is it that you wanted to tell me?
Well, I kind of hate to say it now after you've been such an adorable liar.
Oh, that's all right. What's this bad news?
Well, you see, I'm married to George Burns.
Oh. That is bad. No, I think I know how you feel.
You know how I feel?
Yes, you see, for a long time, I didn't get much of my salary either.
Oh, but I'm afraid you don't understand, Mr. Sinatra. The bad news is for you.
For me?
Yes. Your career is over.
What?
My husband sings.
Well?
Well, there's only room for one swooner crooner, Frank Sinatra or George Burns, so naturally you've got to go.
Well, maybe there's room for both your husband and me in the singing business.
Oh, no. I'm afraid not, Frankie. You see, you're both the same type. I can tell because you both have the same effect on people.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, when you sing, women swoon.
Does that happen when George sings?
Well, even men faint.
Yes. I've heard your husband sing, and I can believe that.
Oh, sure. Well, I guess that's all I have to say, Frankie. Goodbye. And, be sure to tune in Saturday night and listen to the hit parade starring George Burns.
Just a moment, Mrs. Burns. I don't claim to be a great singer, but I do know that I'm better than George Burns.
Are you out of your mind?
No, I mean it.
Well, there's only one thing to do, then. We'll have a contest and embarrass you publicly.
Oh, now, Mrs. Burns, a contest?
Oh, afraid, huh?
Well, no. As a matter of fact, I'll be broadcasting at CBS this afternoon, so you bring your husband over and we'll let the audience decide.
Mm-hmm. You're awfully game, you foolish boy.
Oh, just one thing, Mrs. Burns. You know, of course, that the audience is going to be full of young girls.
Oh, naturally. What of it?
Oh, nothing, but if you want George Burns to win, I think you'd better mix some slow crows in with the slick chicks.
So that's what Sinatra said, huh? Slow crows,
Mm-hmm. And he said to meet him here at CBS, and you two could let the audience decide between you.
Slow crows, huh?
Mm-hmm.
He certainly has a lot of cheek.
Oh, no, George, they're hollow. But it's very becoming.
I suppose I won't get over with the girls because I haven't got hollow cheeks.
Well, you can always open your shirt and show them your chest.
Thanks, kid.
Oh, and another thing about Frankie. He's got a lock of hair that falls across his forehead. It makes him look like a cute little boy.
Oh. Maybe that's why the girls go for him. He brings out the mother in them.
Oh, maybe. But when he sings, they put her away and bring out something younger.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll sing rings around him.
Here I am, Gracie. Where is he?
What's she doing here?
Oh, I promised that I'd introduce her to Mr. Sinatra.
Gracie, there he is, coming in the door.
Oh, over here, Mr. Sinatra.
Hello. Are you ready for the contest?
Well, we certainly are. Oh, I want you to meet my husband, Mr. Burns.
How do you do, sir?
Don't shake hands with me. He's George Burns.
Oh, pardon me.
I'm Tootsie Stagwell, Frankie, and I'm one of your most devoted admirers. I buy 50 copies of every record you make.
50 copies of the same record?
Uh-huh. Well, you see, she sleeps with them and they break.
Now I've heard everything.
Frankie, on one of your programs, would you sing a song just for me? A song that'll tell me how it feels to have a man sweep me into his arms and kiss me and kiss me.
Okay. How about You'll Never Know?
Oh, you're adorable.
Oh, now, Tootsie, stop hanging on Mr. Sinatra. Oh, you poor boy. You really should eat more. Now, look, just take a look at George. He eats the breakfast of champions.
Looks like the champions didn't leave him much today.
Now, just a minute,
Oh,
son.
now, look, you two boys go into the studio and rehearse. I'll join you in a minute. Come on, Tootsie.
Goodbye, Frankie.
So you're George Burns, eh?
Yeah. Ain't misbehaving all by myself. Do you think the kids will dig my voice?
You should be able to. There's plenty of gravel in it.
Okay, Bowtie, where do we hold this contest?
Right in here, Studio A.
Okay, let's get started.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Burns. You rehearse first.
No, take it, kid. I don't need a rehearsal.
Man, you frighten me. Okay, Felix, let's run through my number, please. I'm not much to look at, nothing to see.
Oh, yes, you are, Frankie.
Just glad I'm living and lucky to be. I got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way.
I can't save $1, and I ain't worth a cent. She'd never holler, she'd live in a tent. I got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way. Though I know she'd work and slave for me every day, she'd be so much better off if I went away. But why should I leave her? Why should I go? She'd be unhappy without me, I know. I got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way.
George, I heard all that applause outside. You killed them. They loved you, huh?
Ah, that was for Sinatra. You know, when he hits certain notes, all the girls go, oh.
They go, what?
Oh. And not only that, but they answer him when he sings.
Oh, I see.
Say, you ready to start the contest, George?
Sure, Bill. Go ahead.
Okay, Felix. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness radio history. A singing contest between Frank Sinatra, who is adored by millions, and George Burns, who is loved by his wife. And now here is the first contestant, George Sugarthroat Burns.
Hey, Felix, wait a minute. I don't need all that orchestra.
Atta boy, George. Show him up.
Yes. I'll sing the same number and just give me a piano player.
Yeah, and have him play with only one hand.
Okay. Okay, Felix, let's go. I'm not much to look at. Nothing to see.
You said it.
Now, you keep quiet, miss. Now, I'll do the reactions to my husband's song.
Just glad to be living and lucky to be.
You said it, George.
But I've got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way.
Oh.
What was that?
Oh, go on, sing. Sing, I'm reacting.
I ain't got $1. I'm not worth a cent.
You said it, George.
But she doesn't holler. She'd live in a tent. I got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way.
Oh,
what is that?
Bill, help George out. React to his song.
Okay, Gracie.
Gee, she likes to work and slave for me every day.
But she won't have to work and slave if she uses Swan soap.
Huh?
Swan, you know, is 4 soaps in one. The soap for dishes, for your light laundry, the soap for bathing the baby, and the soap for your complexion. 4 swell soaps in one.
Let's take that again, Felix.
Gee, she likes to work and slave for me every day. She'd be so much better off.
Using Swan soap.
Bill, please.
Quiet, George. Bill is reacting to your song.
Yeah, George, quiet. And you get a great reaction with Swan soap. Even babies love it. And say, doctors recommend Swan for bathing babies. Swan's so mild and gentle. Swan's pure, too. Pure as fine cast eels. And if it's good for baby, well, Swan should be great for anybody's hands and face, right?
If I went away, but why should I leave?
That's right, Lever. Lever Brothers Company makes Swan. And remember, you can break Swan in 2 and put half in the kitchen for dishes and light laundry and half in the bath for your hands and face, tub or shower.
Oh, shut up. I don't want any more reaction. I've only got 8 bars left to top Sinatra. Come on, Felix, give me all you've got. Why should I leave her? Why should I go? She'd be unhappy without me, I know. I got a woman crazy for me. She's funny that way.
Well, Mr. Sinatra, after hearing that, I suppose you'd like to call the contest off?
No, Mrs. Burns. Call me a fool if you like, but I think I have a fighting chance.
Well, all right, if you insist. Because I've never heard you sing. But can a sparrow compete with a nightingale?
Well, at least I'll try. Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday, or always? If you're satisfied, I'll be at your side. Sunday, Monday, or always. No need to tell me now what makes the world go round. When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound. And what am I to do? Can't I be with you? Sunday, Monday, or always? Won't you tell me when we will meet again? Sunday, Monday, or always? And if you're satisfied, I'll be at your side. Sunday, Monday, or always. No need to tell me now what makes the world go round. When at the sight of you, my heart begins to pound and pound. And what am I to do? Can't I be with you? Sunday, Monday, or always? Well, and Mrs. Burns, do you still think your husband is the better singer? Mrs. Burns.
What did you say, Frankie?
I said, do you still think your husband is the better singer?
Your husband? What husband, Frankie?
Gracie, he wants to know if I'm better than he is.
George Burns, take me home, and don't you ever open your mouth again.
George and Gracie will be back in a second, and say, while I'm standing here, I might mention that no woman has to go around with her hands looking all red and chapped and rough simply because she washes her own dishes and does her own light laundry. If you've got your hands in soap and water a great deal, just make sure the soap is Swan. Swan's as pure as fine Castiles, and Swan's so mild and gentle, it's kind to even a baby's tender skin. So certainly it's going to be kind to your hands and help keep them looking beautiful. That makes sense, doesn't it? Try Swan. It's a great wartime buy, believe me. Well, here they are again, George and Gracie.
George.
Don't speak to me.
Are you mad?
Darn right I am.
Oh, now that's silly. Frank Sinatra means nothing to me.
Really?
Really. The very idea of grown women acting like schoolgirls just because of him.
Well, I certainly... Gracie, what are you doing?
Putting on my bobby socks.
The makers of Swan, the new white floating soap, join George and Gracie in inviting you to tune in to your CBS station again next week, same time. Remember George Burns and Gracie Allen, CBS next Tuesday night. Don't forget to listen to Swan's other show, Tommy Riggs and Betty Lou, next Friday night over another network. Now, till next week, this is Bill Goodwin saying, well, I, Swan, how about you? Good night, everybody.
Worried about food shortages? Get your vitamins and minerals with Vims. Vims are different, scientifically designed to help make meals complete. Get Vims from your druggist, the qualified vitamin dealer. VI for vitamins, double MS for minerals. Vims. Get that Vims feeling. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. During the next presentation, may I request your absolute silence, for I have a message of great importance for everyone in the audience. Now remember, please, absolute quiet.
Either he's dead or my watch has stopped.
Doctor, may I have one of your photographs?
Why, I haven't one. I can let you have my footprints, but they're upstairs in my socks.
You to hold me closer, closer, closer.
If I hold you any closer, I'll be in back of you.
All the children come running. All the children come floating. Float beneath the street of our radio. Go to horn.
I got a message from the man on the moon for you. Just you.
And a proven nation of waters together. Oh, hidey, hidey, hidey.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and racketeers will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Hornet drops a hint. The Green Hornet strikes again. And now, the Green Hornet. Smoothie Lawrence was everything his name implied. Smooth of speech, suave of manner, and smarter than most of his kind, men who flaunted the law and lived by their wits. But on one occasion, Smoothie had been outsmarted by another man, and the law had closed in. That was 2 years ago, and for 2 long years he had paid his debt to society. Now, he was free again. It was dusk as Smoothie Lawrence entered a Water Street cafe and walked over to the bar. His mind was filled with hatred for the man who had taken 2 years out of his life, and his face was grim as he stopped at the bar and gave his order.
Give me a double rye, Joe.
Yeah. Well, hiya, Smoothie. Double rye coming right up. There you are, Smoothie.
Thanks.
You got things lined up for yourself?
Before I start lining anything up, I have to get something off my mind.
Yeah? I've been noticing you got something bothering you.
That's right, I have.
A dame, maybe?
No, not a dame, Joe. I'm trying to figure out a way to get back at the double-crosser who caused me to be sent up.
Yeah, I remember. The paper said you was put on the spot by the Green Hornet.
Yeah, that's right. Well, now you know.
Holy smoke, Smoothie. You better steer clear of that guy.
Forget it, Joe. I know what I want to do, and I'll find a way. See you later. So long.
Hey, so long, Smoothie. And good luck. Yeah.
It's gotten to the point where I can't even keep my mouth shut.
Just a minute, please. I'd like a word with you.
Who are you? What do you want?
I was at the bar in the cafe. I overheard your conversation with the bartender.
Really? Maybe you'll tell me just what business it is of yours.
Take it easy, my friend. What I have to say will be important to you.
It remains to be seen. If this is some gag, or if you're trying to...
Wait, let me explain. My name is Max Zindler. I know you're Smoothie Lawrence.
You get around, don't you, chum?
Of course. It's part of my business.
What's your business?
Does it matter?
Listen, Zinder, if you think
wait a minute. Suppose I tell you I can show you how to make a large sum of money and at the same time get back at the Green Hornet. Would you be interested?
Maybe you get to the point.
If you're interested, we'll go to my place and I'll give you the details.
What have I got to lose? Go along with you. But let me tip you off to this. If you're pulling my leg, pal, you'll be plenty sorry. Let's go.
A short time later, in an apartment on the west side, Smoothie Lawrence listened intently as Max Zinder outlined his plan.
Now, let me repeat what I've told you. The attaché will leave that consulate at 8 o'clock tomorrow night on the way to the airport.
You say the consulate car will be driven by one of your men?
Mm-hmm. That's right. Of course, at the consulate, he's known as a trusted employee.
And I'm to follow in a car which you'll provide, huh?
Yes. The driver of the attaché's car will pretend he's got motor trouble somewhere along the river road. He'll get out to work on it.
That's when I'm to take over. Is that it?
Exactly. Get the papers the attaché will be carrying and bring them here to me. Of course, it'll be necessary to, eliminate him.
Now, hold on. Why can't I grab the papers and leave? Now, what's the idea
that... to tell about the so-called cartel and the actions of the driver. It might lead to complications, my friend.
After all, I didn't know I was...
Now, remember, you'll be paid $10,000 cash for the job, Smoothie. And the Hornet will be blamed.
You haven't told me just how suspicion is to be directed to the Green Hornet, Zinder.
Look. Here in my wallet, I have something that'll do the trick. See this?
A Hornet seal. Is it really one of his own, or did you...
It's genuine. It was left as a warning with one of our workers in the past. He was later caught because of the Hornet.
So you have it in for him, too, huh?
The Green Hornet is a continual threat to our organization.
Why don't you pull this job yourself?
In my position, I can't afford chances. You can, for a price. I'll be at a reception at the consulate tomorrow night. I'll stay there until the news of the attaché's misfortune is made known.
So you'll be in the clear, huh? Okay, I'll go through with it. And leave that seal for the police to find.
Ah, good. I knew we'd come to an understanding. Tomorrow night, I'll get those papers, you'll get the money, and your revenge on the Green Hornet in the bargain.
What is wrong, driver?
I don't know, sir. There's something wrong with the
Well,
motor.
then do something. I'll miss my plane if we're delayed.
Yes, sir. Yes, I'll have to stop.
Hurry, we haven't much time. Oh, here comes another car. It looks as if he's stopping. Good evening. It's nice of you to stop, senor. We seem to be having trouble.
Your troubles are just about over, Pat.
Wait, I don't understand.
A short time later, Britt Reed, young publisher of the Daily Sentinel, was in the city room when the phone rang.
City editor's desk. Gunnigan speaking.
Gunnigan, this is Mike Ashford.
Ashford, where in thunder have you been? What's the idea of staying out all afternoon without calling in?
I'm at cops' headquarters and I have a story.
Yeah, I thought so. That's your usual hangout. Now you listen to me,
I
Ashford.
got a
If you...
story, Gunnigan. A scoop. Let me get a word in edgeways with you.
Why didn't you say so? What is it?
A murder. It happened on River Road. An attaché was shot by the Green Hornet.
What? Hold on, I'll connect you with Rewrite and you can give the details.
I ain't got any details yet. I'll call Rewrite later. So long.
Why haven't you? What's the idea of... Hello? Hello? Oh, he hung up. That guy will drive me to the nut house. Somebody get to the composing room, quick. Tell him to set up a lead for an extra. Attaché murdered by Green Hornet. Hurry up.
Right. Gunnigan, is that what Ashford told you?
That's right, Chief. Says the attaché was shot to death out on the River Road by the Hornet.
I see. Well, let me know the details as soon as you get them. I'll be in my office.
Right.
Hi, Reed. I just came from cops' headquarters. I phoned in the details on that murder a while ago.
Yes, I know. I understand a hornet seal was found on the body.
Sure, 'twas stuck right on the guy's forehead.
Well, what about the chauffeur?
He says the Green Hornet blocked the road with his car, so he had to stop. Then the Spalpeen pulled open the rear door of the consulate car and shot the attaché in cold blood. The cops didn't hold the driver.
Strange the driver was unharmed.
Oh, the Hornet would have shot him, too. Only the driver says he hopped out quick as the wink and lit out for the bushes, with bullets whizzing alongside his head. Then another car came along, and the Hornet beat it.
Where's the chauffeur now, do you know?
After he told his story, they let him go back to the consulate. 'Tis a clear case against the Green Hornet, to my way of thinking.
Have the police figured out why the murder was committed?
Reed, it's off the record for now. But the Hornet stole some important papers dealing with some matters in a South American country.
Oh, I see. Well, keep on the case, Axford, and let me know of any new developments.
Okay, Reed. Sure, and I'm thinking that Green Hornet's going to be sorry he pulled this job.
Later, Britt Reed went to his apartment where Cato, his faithful Filipino valet and the only person knowing his identity as the Green Hornet, was waiting.
Cato, because of that hornet seal which was found on the murdered attaché, the authorities are hunting down the Hornet as the killer.
It's not good. While they search for Hornet, real murderer have chance to get away.
In my opinion, aspiring is at work. Those papers are very important, and in the wrong hands can cause great trouble.
That's also not good.
Something has to be done, and done quickly.
You think of something, perhaps?
If the driver of the consulate car is telling the truth, the killers have covered up well. But if he isn't...
You think Green Hornet tried to find out?
Yes. The chauffeur for the consulate probably lives over the garage. We'll go there and see if there's a chance of breaking down his story.
You go as Green Hornet in Black Beauty?
Right. Come on.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, super-powered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
There's the light over the garage, Cato.
Yes. We go in now?
The sooner the better. We have to move carefully. The police may have posted a man at the house. Come on.
Moving through the shadows, Brett and Cato skirted the back of the garage and cautiously drew near the entrance to the stairway that led to the rooms above. They found the lower door unlocked and went up slowly and quietly until they reached a landing at the top of the staircase.
This is it, Cato. I'll try the door. Oh, that's strange. This door is unlocked, too. Well, here goes.
Don't make a move, Rod. What's wrong?
Great Scott. This is the consulate chauffeur, all right. But he's been shot through the head. He's dead.
Better we leave now. Something happening outside.
Get to the window, quick.
It's the police. Some coming here, others go toward a place in the back where we hide the Black Beauty.
I'll lock the door.
What we do now?
We've got to think fast. They're coming up and we'll be caught like rats in a trap. And if they get possession of the Black Beauty, our goose will be cooked. But good.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Now, back to the Green Hornet. While several policemen started through the door leading to the stairway, two of the men rounded the back of the garage, and one of them noticed the dim outline of the Black Beauty a short distance away.
Hey, look. Car back there. Come on, it might be the Hornet's car.
Listen, that's a car starting up inside the garage.
Well, I'll beep. He left that other car as a plant while they get away in one of the consulate cars. Let's get the others and get around front to stop them.
Hey, Sarge! They're going to come out through the garage doors of the car. Get ready to shoot them down!
Shoot the lock off and let's bust in. That did it. Come on, open the doors and jump back.
Look, nobody's in the car.
Keep your guns handy. Must be hiding inside. We'll get him this time. Come on.
Hop in, Cato. I'll drive.
Look, it's a 4-4 scheme, Mr. Britt.
Yes. Did you break open plenty of those gas pellets inside the garage before we came out through the back window?
Police find garage full of gas. They not follow us for some time.
Ah, good. Guess the killer tipped them off about another murder. That's why they came. We better get away from here now.
Come in, Smoothie. I was worried about you.
Nothing to worry about, Zinder. In fact, luck is really playing our way tonight.
How do you mean?
Well, I attended to that job, getting rid of the consulate driver. I sat in my parked car down the block. Because of the reception, there were a great many cars parked along the street. I thought I'd wait until I saw you leave.
You would have finished that job at 8. I left the reception after 9.
I saw you leave. I was about to follow when a commotion started near the garage.
They found the body?
Yeah. Cigarette?
Oh, thanks. Light?
Thank you.
What happened then?
This is the luck I was talking about. Seems after I left, the Green Hornet went into the driver's rooms and was almost cornered by the police. Naturally, they blame him for what they found there. The body of that driver.
Well, if you hear any more news about the hunt for the Hornet, let me know. I imagine he's a very puzzled man right now. Huh, Smoothie?
You said it. You're not so smart. I'm going out a while. See you later. So long, Cindy.
Meanwhile, Britt Reed and Cato returned to their apartment, where they discussed a new development in the chain of circumstances which were closing about the Green Hornet.
Great shock to know chauffeur also dead. Killer smart enough not to leave clue behind.
Maybe he's not so smart, Cato.
What you mean?
I picked up this paper match cover in the chauffeur's rooms.
It's a Water Street Cafe on the cover.
Yes. That's an underworld hangout.
But that's not very good clue. Many people get book of matches. Even driver, perhaps.
That's true. But this belonged either to the killer or his victim. If the killer dropped it, there may be a way to trap him.
How you do that?
Cato, when we first came into the apartment, I went into the lab for a few moments, remember?
Yes, sir?
I found out there's a clear fingerprint on this match cover.
Oh, you send the match cover to police, perhaps?
No, Cato. If I send it anonymously, it wouldn't mean anything. I can't send it as Britt Reed and tell them where it was found. They'd be smart enough to connect me with the Hornet.
Yes, that's true. You have other plan?
Yes, I have. If the fingerprint proves to be the chauffeur's, the plan won't work. But if it's the killer's...
You carry out the plan tonight?
Why not? The reception at the consulate is over by now. And since the Hornet's scared, the police will have a guard there.
You go to consulate and risk guard?
Cato, my whole plan rests on reliable people being able to swear they saw the Green Hornet inside the consulate. I'll take that risk. Let's go.
Arriving in an alley behind the consulate, Britt Reed and Cato left the Black Beauty and moved into the shadows near the house. After some time, Cato spoke.
We watch library window long time now.
Yes, but we can... Look, the consul's getting up from his desk. He's leaving the room.
Yes. There. He put out the lights. You go in a few minutes?
Yes. You stay outside the window in the shadows and keep the way clear for my escape.
If anyone come here, I see him not interfere.
Good. The police are on the front porch talking. They don't expect the Hornet to be returned here tonight, so guards haven't been posted in the rear.
We really don't expect the Hornet to return here tonight, so one of you boys can go to headquarters with me. The other, you, Cassidy, can hang around out here.
Okay, Sarge.
Guess the consul's a little nervous anyway.
Sure, but you can't blame him with the guy being killed and all.
Officer.
What's up?
Come quickly. There's a prowler in the library.
Holy smoke. How do you know?
I heard a noise in there. It sounds like someone at the safe.
Cassidy, you go down to the library window in case he tries to get out that way.
Okay, Sarge.
You come along with me. Right.
This way, officer. This is the door to the library.
I'll sneak the door open a little and take a look. See anybody? Glory be. Someone's trying to get into the safe, using matches for a light.
The light switch is just inside the door to the right.
Okay. When I give the word, we'll bust in, switch on the light, and catch him cold. I'm ready, Sarge. Here goes then. No!
What the?
Sarge!
It's a Green Hornet!
Use your gun, quick!
Slow on, cover!
He's making for the long window.
I'll get him!
Hold on, Cassidy's outside.
I'll go out the French window and see if he needs help. Hey, Sarge, here's Cassidy, lying on the porch.
What happened to him?
I don't know. He's coming to now.
Hey, well, what happened, fella?
I was sneaking up onto the porch to look in the window when someone whammed me from behind.
Come on, we'll see if he got into the safe.
He didn't get the safe open.
Good, he dropped a book of paper matches. I'll take it along.
What good will that do?
You never can tell. It might have a fingerprint on it. Though that Hornet's been too smart to leave prints before.
Yeah, but he didn't mean to drop that.
That's right. I'll take it to headquarters and see what they can find. Let's hope it does show a print. Come on. Expert, we got it.
Got what, Sarge?
The name of the Green Hornet. That's what.
Suffering Snake, Sarge. Who was it?
A smart crook by the name of Smoothie Lawrence. We found a fingerprint and it matches Lawrence.
I can't believe it.
Hey, you men. Get Smoothie Lawrence. Any of the boys called in yet, Cassidy?
Well, they're still hunting, Sergeant.
We just gotta find Smoothie Lawrence.
Hey, Sarge, I hear you picked up Smoothie Lawrence.
Yeah, that's right. They've been grilling him for the past hour.
Does he admit he's the Green Hornet?
Not yet, but give us time and we'll make him talk. Come on, we'll see what's doing in there now. In here, Axford.
I tell you, I don't know what you're talking about. I never did anything.
All right, Sarge, take over. This guy's stubborn.
Listen, you. We got the goods on you.
What do you mean? What's all this about?
We saw the Hornet inside the consulate. He got away from us. But he dropped something. It had your fingerprint on it, which proves you're the Green Hornet.
No, I'm not the Hornet.
And being the Green Hornet, you're due to hang.
Oh, wait, I'll talk.
Now, go on, then.
The guy you want is named Zinder. He thought up the Hornet gang. It was he who used a Hornet disguise and killed that attaché. Believe me, I'm not the Hornet.
Where's that guy Zinder?
He lives at River Road in 10th, the brick house on the corner. Honest, he's the guy. He wanted me to help him, but I wouldn't do it.
Sure. Come on, Expert. We'll get some of the boys and pick up that Zinder guy. If this mug Lawrence is the Hornet, we'll soon find out. Let's go.
City desk.
Dunnigan, hold everything for a big story.
We've been holding everything for the last hour and a half, Axford. What about that guy they picked up? Is he the Hornet or isn't he?
Keep your shirt
What do
on, will you? The cops have just picked up another guy by the name of Zinder. And what do you think?
Listen to me. I ain't waiting to guess what...
Okay. Now listen. When they got there, Zinder had a briefcase with the stolen papers in it. He was getting ready to clear out. They've just brought him here to headquarters to pay Smoothie Lawrence.
But what that...
I'll call you back right away so as to get the whole story. Stand by for the scoop. So long.
Hey, wait. Oh, that Axford. Hey, someone get to the composing room. Have them get ready for a big lead. The killers have been found and maybe the Green Hornet.
Later that night, Mike Axford entered the apartment he shared with Britt Reed and Cato.
Still up, I see.
Yes. I wasn't very sleepy tonight, Axford. Thought I'd read a bit.
Have a cup of coffee, perhaps?
Coffee? Sure, thanks, Cato. Reed, with all the excitement and all, you sit there reading some love story, no doubt.
Nope. A detective story.
Detective story, he says. Reed, there's more goes on right around your own office than you'd ever find in one of them make-believe detective books.
Oh, really?
Now, don't tell me you don't know all that's happened tonight.
Well, there's been some confusing reports over the radio about the police finding the Hornet. But
Police do a very good job catching Green Hornet. If man they catch is Hornet.
Stop pipe dreaming, Cato. Take the Hornet at all they caught. They're sure of that now.
Oh, too bad. Now, in this book I'm reading, there's a mysterious character who...
Suffering snakes, you two ought to be stuffed and stuck in a museum somewhere, says I.
Why you say that?
Yes, Axford. What's eating you?
Well, I'll tell you. While you and Cato moon around in this apartment, one of the biggest stories of the month was breaking tonight.
What?
The cops got the killer of both the attaché and that driver. Not to mention finding the papers that were stolen.
Say, that is news.
That ain't all. They caught a big underground spy, and he had a little book with the names of all his helpers in it. Nazi underground agents. Imagine that, will you?
Axford, that's wonderful news. But about the Green Hornet?
Oh, it was him who double-crossed the other two. A spy leader named Zinder and a killer named Smoothie Lawrence. They were so busy accusing each other, they alibied the Hornet on their murders.
Then the Hornet not kill Attaché?
No, 'twas one of them guys posing as the Hornet. Of course, the Hornet was mixed up with him, but he put the finger on Lawrence with the fingerprint. You get it? He left Smoothie's fingerprint
We get
and
it.
the...
Well, the Hornet provided the Sentinel with another scoop, didn't he?
Reed, sometimes I wonder what you do without the Green Hornet to make the news for you and without me to tell you about it.
Axford, without the Green Hornet, and of course you, life would be very dull.
No, wait, that's something.
Killer caught, ring broken, Green Hornet implicated. Read all about it. Green Hornet still in charge. Let the Lux Street
Oh, lonesome roads.
Look out for him. He's mean. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Andy Griffith, another sensational newcomer from Elia Kazan, who brought you Marlon Brando and James Dean and Carol Baker.
Be a free man in the morning. Free man in the morning. Free man in the morning.
Loved by millions, an idol of the people.
Bye! Bye, Lucy. So long, Luther. You write to me now. I'll be thinking of you, good people. Boy, I'm glad to shake that dump.
Look, don't try to play the noble defender of the sanctity of marriage with me, Papa Man. You know where you've been some of those nights when Betty was waiting up for you. You know, you hit me and it'll be all over the papers as much as the people love you tonight.
You're
they can hit
fired. I'm not just an entertainer. I'm an influence, a wielder of opinion, a force. A force.
Oh, if they ever heard the way that psycho really talks.
They're mine. I own them. They think like I do. But they're even more stupid than I am. So I gotta think for them.
One of the greatest characterizations ever put on the screen in the whole history of motion pictures.
Maybe I'm just a country boy. But if the president tries to stop me, I'll flood the White House with millions of telegrams.
Well, Silver, wait those thrilling days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hail, Silver! Away! A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty Hi-Yo Silver, the Lone Ranger.
With his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, the masked rider of the plains fought crime and criminals through the length and breadth of 7 states. He was the greatest champion of justice the West ever knew. No one could match his courage and resourcefulness, and the stories of his adventures were told around 1,000 frontier campfires. Return with us now those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of Chavez! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A horse, foam-flecked and trembling, was brought to a halt in front of a small adobe dwelling at the edge of a town in southern Texas. The horseman, who painfully lifted himself from the saddle, was in the last stages of exhaustion. Only desperation and terror carried him from his mount to the door.
Got to warn him. Got to. Just a couple more steps. Another. I can't drop now. I can't. The door. Chavez! Chavez! Open the door, Chavez! Name of a name. Help me in quick. But what? Don't talk. Got to get in.
Un momento, this chair. What has happened, Senor Bork? Why you come here like this?
The game's up, Chavez. Gone smash. Done for.
What you mean?
Bronson's in jail. Everybody but me.
No.
So I escaped. I got here to warn you.
This cannot be true.
I'm giving it to you straight, Chavez.
But how it happened?
The Lone Ranger, the Black Caballero, tricked us.
The Lone Ranger?
We thought at first Bronson had sold us out. But it wasn't so. Just a trick of the masked hombre.
They know then that I am also involved?
Yeah. They're coming for you, too.
Then we cannot stay here. We must escape.
Sure, we'll get away, but listen to me.
See?
Get away, sure. But there's something else we got to do after that.
That?
Get even with the fellas that done this to us. Smash him like they smashed us, Chavez, you hear me? The Lone Ranger. Tonto, the Black Caballero. We'll smash him. Smash him! Smash him! And when we've done it, I'll laugh at him. Yeah, laugh!
Come on, Silver!
On, Diablo! On!
Another hour to Chavez place, Black Caballero.
Si, amigo.
Faster, Tonto.
Get him up, Scout. Cut him up.
Hail, Silver! Away!
Gold, I like gold.
It is enough, senora?
You have no more.
No, that is all.
I like gold.
But, senora, I speak the truth. I have no more.
Then it will do.
You will hide us from the Lone Ranger?
Yes, I will hide you. Do not fear. You will not be found.
Chavez, let's go somewhere else.
But, Senor Bork...
You are frightened?
Well,
I will not hurt you, good gentleman. You are strong. I am old and withered and have not long to live.
I didn't mean that.
Why do I frighten people? I harm no one. No one I like.
Senora.
Yes.
It is more than hide us we ask of you.
More?
If the Lone Ranger trail us here to your home, if you ride here...
I understand.
But do you know...
I understand many things. You hate the masked man, don't you?
Him and his Indian pardon, a Black Caballero, spoiled a scheme that would have made us rich.
I have hated many people. People are unkind to me. They do not give me gold.
Then if the Lone Ranger come here, senora...
I will welcome him. I will ask him to enter my home.
Huh? What do you mean?
But if he enters, he will not leave again. No, he will never leave again.
They may be here at any moment.
I will hide you. You will not be found. Please follow me, good gentlemen. I'll show you the way.
Chavez, wait.
See?
That woman ain't right. She's plumb out of her head. I want to get out of here.
Senor Bork.
I tell you, I get the creeps just from looking at her.
Amigo, there is not another person who can help us. And besides, she has promised the readers of the Masked Man. And, senor, if I were him, I think I would fear these women more than any outlaw in the whole West.
I can believe that, all right.
I do not like to be kept waiting.
Oh, si, senora. Si, we come, senora.
Please, this way.
Where's that door go to?
I will unlock it. I will show you.
It ain't just another room, is it?
No, it is not another room.
It's a stairway. Goes down in the ground.
Yes, it goes down in the ground.
Well, it's black as pitch down there.
Come.
No, wait.
Come, do not be frightened.
But I don't want to...
Follow, amigo. Do not delay. It is our one chance.
Oh, Silver. Trail leads here, Tonto. There, horse. See him?
Right. And one is Burke's.
Burke.
That's why Chavez was gone. Burke had warned him. We should have ridden directly here without stopping to report to Major Winthrop.
Amigo.
Yes?
There is something strange in this, I think. They have not tried to hide their trail.
I noted that.
In that house. There is something about it that is familiar. There is something about it I should remember.
Remember?
Something. La Novia de la Araña.
La Novia?
It is a name the natives have given the woman who lives there.
Meaning?
The Bride of the Spider.
An odd name.
Ah, but she is a wicked woman, that one. My people say she is a witch. Her name, even her name, they do not speak aloud.
Superstition.
See, but of course. And yet...
Well?
They tell strange stories of her. Her enemies die, and no one can tell you how. She makes spells, mixes potions.
And so Burke and Chavez have gone to her for help.
See.
And they've used poor judgment. Tonto, stay here and keep watch. The Black Caballero and I are going inside after Burke and Chavez. They must be there.
Tonto, wait. What, amigo?
What is it?
Many have entered that house who have never been seen again. I do.
You're not afraid, are you?
Afraid? The Black Caballero afraid? No, I fear nothing. But even so...
Then we go inside. Come on, Silver.
Come, Diablo.
Looks like an old place.
Once, years ago, there was a mission here. This is all that remains.
I see.
It is said that underground there are great cellars. Passageways where a man could be lost and never find the path to sunlight again. Secret rooms where men have been imprisoned and died.
Oh, Silver.
Oh, Diablo.
We'll find out what truth there is in the stories you've heard, Black Caballero.
The door is open. Look. La Novia.
I have been waiting for you. Come, enter.
Sacre. She expected us.
Because Burke and Chavez told her we were on their trail. We're after two men wanted by the law.
I know many things.
That trail leads directly here.
Enter, please.
We mean to.
I will close the door.
Leave the door as it is.
You have ridden far. You must wish food and drink. Please be seated. I shall bring you what you need. I have wine.
Our business won't wait. We want to find...
wine, amigo. I die of thirst. If the senora has wine, I would drink of it.
You shall have wine. Good wine. Only wait.
We're wasting time.
But, amigo, would you have me perish of thirst when there is wine to be had?
Perhaps it's just as well. It gives us a chance to look around while she's out of the room. Look there, Black Caballero.
See?
A quirt that someone left on the table and forgot to take with him. I doubt that she owns one.
You're right.
That door over there in the corner. Wonder where that leads.
I could not say, amigo. I know but one thing.
Yes?
There is about this place something most evil. It is though eyes were watching us, as though we were being spied upon. Ah, I do not like it here, amigo.
It isn't a pleasant place.
And La Novia de la Araña. She is not a pleasant woman. But here she comes with wine. That will warm the blood.
I will like my wine. Many have tasted of it. None have complained.
1,000 thanks, senora.
Drink deeply.
Diablo!
An arrow. Tonto shot that.
But why?
When he shot that arrow to knock the wine from your hand, he had a reason.
You not drink?
Tonto.
Me what? Her fix wine. Tonto think her poison wine. She said? What say? She said that many had tasted her wine, but that no one had complained. Sacre, I can well believe it. Poison.
My wine would not have harmed you. You had nothing to fear.
Enough of this. We know the men we're looking for are somewhere around. Either you take us to them, or we search this place ourselves.
You are mistaken. No one is here.
This door, where does it lead?
That is something it is forbidden to ask.
Where does it lead?
You must not.
It's locked. Open it.
You will be sorry.
Unlock this door, or we'll break it open.
The door is very strong. Others have tried to break it open and have not succeeded.
We'll open it.
Wait.
Well?
I have warned you. It would not be well for you to go beyond that door, but if you insist...
I do.
Then I must obey. I shall show you what lies beyond. You see?
Stairs leading downwards.
Amigo, this must be the entrance to the cellar for which I spoke.
And the logical place for Burke and Chauvin to be hidden. I'm going down there.
Tonto and I shall go with you, amigo.
You'll stay here.
But I do not see why
This may not be the only exit. Might even be they're not hidden below. If not, and all three of us entered the cellars together, they could lock this door on us and make their escape.
But you cannot go alone.
Tonto and I will go. You'll stay here on guard.
As you wish, amigo.
This woman will go along to guide us.
Here, lamp. It heap dark down there.
Thanks, Tonto. Now then, lead the way.
Come, but do not say I did not warn you.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto followed the old woman into the mysterious depths below. The black caballero, distinctly uneasy, remained behind. 5 minutes passed. 10, 20, and still the masked man had not returned. Then, so slowly that at first the black caballero did not notice the movement, the door to the cellars began to swing shut.
What is it? Is that you, amigo? Who closed this door? Who's behind there? Locked. Open this door. Open up. Sacre, open this door. Open it, I tell you. Open this door. Open the door. It is I, the black caballero, who demands it. Open. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. While the black caballero tried in vain to force open the door to the cellar, the Lone Ranger and Tonto were following their elderly guide. An elaborate network of ancient storerooms and passageways honeycombed the earth in a dozen directions. It was through a main corridor that they now made their way. The lamp held by the masked man, the woman several yards in advance. Tonto, we'll never find Chavez and Burke in this matter. Take us a week to explore all this.
Not right.
Besides, anyone wishing to hide would have no trouble avoiding us.
What we do?
I've noticed several things. For one, this woman has been trying to confuse us. She knows these passages thoroughly. She's been guiding us in a roundabout way, so that we couldn't find the door again unless she led us there.
And that's why you leave Bullet?
Right.
At every turning, I left a bullet close against the wall, pointing the way we came. Oh. There is another way out, however. I think I have found it.
Where?
I'll show you shortly. In the meantime, I've got a plan.
Plan?
If we can't go to Chavez and Burke, we'll make them come to us.
Oh, we do that.
You'll see directly. From now on, Kimasabe, whatever happens, don't be surprised.
Where are you taking us?
Follow. You must follow me.
Stop. We've gone far enough.
You wish to return?
Yes.
But I warned you. You will never return. No, never return.
You think not?
Never.
Oh, break lamp.
You are warned. Warned.
Hold on.
Need light match.
No, Tonto.
Where are you? Answer me. Where are you?
Get away.
Which is exactly what I wanted, Tonto.
Huh?
She thinks we're lost here. I knew she'd try to break that lamp at the first opportunity.
You find door?
No. Come along. Keep your hand on my arm so we won't get separated.
Where we go?
The passage back a short ways, leading off at right angles. I told you I thought I'd found another exit. I'm right, that passage leads to it. I'd let her take us beyond so that you wouldn't suspect we knew where it was.
Oh, you know it's way out.
You'll see. We should be there in a moment. There's no harm done if I'm mistaken. We can light matches and follow the bullets I've planted in case of necessity. Here's the turn. This way now.
Tonto, follow.
This is the passage I explored for a short distance before. You feel that draft, Tonto?
Maybe you're right. Maybe this way out.
Listen, do you hear anything?
What's that?
I've got an idea. That river we saw when we rode here. Notice how the level of this passage is rising? Should be another turn along here somewhere.
Me here, river plain now.
We're getting close to it.
Here time.
Look ahead.
Daylight. We get out.
Chavez, Burke, and the woman think we're still lost in the sun. Here we are. See the end of the passage here, Kimosabe? It's solid rock. And a part of the bed of the river. The river's flowing just beyond it.
That's right.
That hole overhead must open directly upon the river's bank. Give me a hand, Tonto, and boost me up there. We'll be out of here in a moment.
Burke and Chavez, securely hidden in one of the small underground chambers, listened to a report of what had happened and...
I have lost them. They cannot get out.
Bueno, senora.
Ain't there another way out of these tunnels besides the way we come?
There is, but do not fear. They will not find it.
Senora.
Yes.
We must stay here until we know this holds for us no longer. You must see that we have brought food.
Yes, you will get food.
Perhaps. Perhaps when all is well, there will be more gold for you.
I like gold.
I recollect what I told you, Chavez.
See?
I said we had to hide out from the law. But I said when that was done, we was going to get even with the masked fella.
We shall, senor.
He's down here somewhere too, Chavez. But he's lost, and we ain't.
That is so.
Him and that Injun will be hopping around for a way out. Getting scared and hungry and thirsty. Not knowing what to do next.
See.
Just what I wanted, Chavez. They come this way, we drill them. And if they don't... yeah, just think of them lost and starving and getting exactly what they had coming.
The Lone Ranger and Tonto, however, unknown to Burke and Chavez, were already free of the cellars and were now approaching the house from outside. The masked man shouted,
Black Caballero! Here, quickly. Hey, amigo, when you come, I've given you up. What has happened? I didn't
Wait.
want to...
Listen to me, Black Caballero. There's much to be done and not much time in which to do it.
Chavez, Burke, you found them?
We learned that where they're hidden, it would be almost impossible to find them.
Amigo, you have not given up?
No. I have a plan that I've already explained to Tonto.
See?
Tonto's riding to town, and I'm riding to summon Major Winthrop. He asked our help at the beginning. He should be present at the finish.
What if you cannot find the men we seek?
We'll make them find us.
But I do
I'll
not...
explain all that later. In the meantime, you have work to do also.
Yes?
Keep watch here without being seen. I don't expect it, but there's just a chance those fellows might try and make a break for it while Tonto and I are gone.
Plan to report when you return, no?
Right. Here's Silver. Call Scout, Tonto.
Yes, Scout. You ride at once?
It'll take me at least 5 hours before I can bring Major Winthrop back.
See.
Tonto said return earlier. He'll meet you here.
I shall watch.
Yep. And keep out of sight. All right, Tonto. Let's go.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Hello,
Silver! Away! 2 hours later, the Lone Ranger arrived at Fort Dunlap. He hurried to Major Winthrop's quarters and... Our work is almost done, sir.
Chavez, Burke, you found them?
I'll have them soon. I want you to be there.
We ride?
At once.
Masked man.
Yes?
I haven't told you how much your government appreciates the work you've done. You broke up the gang that would have brought trouble between us and our southern neighbor. Now you tell me you're about to seize the last of that gang.
With the help of Tonto and the Black Caballero, Major.
Yes, of course.
Remember when first we met, when I told you that I wanted the Black Caballero's aid and would free him from prison to get it?
I do.
You remember what I asked of you if we were successful?
I haven't forgotten, Lone Ranger.
And?
And I'm happy to say that I shall be able to keep my word.
Then come. I think that's something the Black Caballero will be anxious to hear. Three hours later, the Lone Ranger, Major Winthrop, and the Black Caballero re-entered the home of the woman known as Anovia de la Rana. This is the woman I told you about, Major.
But Burke and Chavez
will soon be in your hands.
But you and the Indian, I thought...
You thought you had us lost in the cellar.
Right.
Your trick didn't succeed, however.
You found a tunnel that led to the river.
We did.
Senora, you have done your best, but you have lost. We've come for the man you hide.
You are mistaken. I know nothing of the men you mentioned.
You can't keep them from the law any longer.
I do not understand you.
Then you refuse to turn them over?
I have told you I know nothing of them.
Very well.
But what are you doing?
A friend of mine is waiting for a signal.
Lord God.
We'll give the signal. You still have time to reconsider.
I know nothing.
Then it's up to Tonto.
Is that the signal, Lone Ranger?
Major, that door across the room leads into the cellars. Watch it. Below ground, Chavez and Burke waited in their hideout.
Chavez?
Hey, Senor, what?
Did you hear shots?
There was something.
I wonder what they could have been for.
That is nothing for us to fear, amigo.
No, I reckon not. It seemed kind of funny, that's all.
You are frightened because it is dark, yes?
I wish we could have some light down here, blast it.
But the light, senor, will show the Lone Ranger where we hide.
What was that? I do not know. I don't like this, Chavez. There's things going on around here we don't know nothing about.
If there is anything to fear, she will tell.
I still don't cotton under that female. Here, huh? You feel it? You feel it, Chavez? Water. Water on the floor.
The outfit.
It's getting deeper.
Where did it come from?
That blast. The river. Chavez, the whole river's pouring in here. It's up to my knees already.
What if it is the river? We shall drown.
We've got to get out of here. It's coming in faster all the time.
To the door, senor.
Hurry, Chavez. Hurry, we'll get trapped in here like rats.
Come this way. Senor.
Something should happen soon, Major. It won't take the river long to fill those cellars below.
So that was it. Tonto blasted the wall between the river and those underground rooms.
Right.
Amigo, this is much better than hunting them out, no? Send the river to them, and the river sends them to us, huh?
They'll be showing up any moment, Ted. It's them.
Senora, unlock the door.
Yes, I do as you say.
And think, senora, how much better it would be for you now if you had done so sooner.
Watch out!
No! Oh, you have killed me.
You're not hurt.
Blast you, you dirty...
No, senor, no.
I'll shoot.
See, amigos, I too can shoot.
Grab those fellows.
They won't give you any more trouble, Major.
You're under arrest.
Yeah, but, senor...
You hear me? Under arrest. And not to the civil authorities, but to the army, which means the firing squad.
No, wait. You can't do it.
You tried treason, Burke. You and Chavez and Bronson. And your friends who have already been punished. Whatever you get, you'll deserve.
I swore to kill you.
But didn't. The game's up. Major.
Yes?
The woman tried to hide them, but I doubt that she's entirely sane. I suggest that she be put where she can be cared for.
She will be.
Amigo, what we have done riding together, huh? But now...
Yes?
For the Black Caballero, I suppose it is jail again. I escaped.
I think the Major has something to say about that.
Something to say?
Tell him, sir.
Black Caballero, when you and the Lone Ranger and Tonto rode to bring peace back to the border, I made the masked man a promise.
See?
I told him that if you succeeded, I would use all my influence to obtain a pardon for you.
A pardon?
There were a few objections, but not many. The work you've done has far more than paid your debt to society.
You mean...
I mean that thanks to the service you have rendered us and to the Lone Ranger, you're a free man.
Free? Free again? Amigo! Senor Lone Ranger, do you hear that? I am free. But he's gone.
There he goes with Tonto, Black Caballero. But I doubt that this is the last time you three will ride together.
Hello, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old boy! There's adventure on the trail ahead! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
This short cigar belongs to the man with no name. This long gun belongs to the man with no name. This poncho belongs to the man with no name.
Rico! Heard you wanted to see me. What's wrong, Ramon? You losing your touch? Shoot to kill, you better hit the heart. Aim for the heart or you'll never stop me.
The man with no name. Danger fits him like a tight black glove. He is perhaps the most dangerous man who ever lived.
Get 3 coffins ready.
I don't think it's nice, you laughing.
You see, my mule don't like people laughing. He gets the crazy idea you're laughing at him. Now, if you apologize like I know you're going to, I might convince him that you really didn't mean it.
My mistake. Work often.
This man with no name is played by Clint Eastwood. He's going to trigger a whole new style in adventure. A Fistful of Dollars is the first motion picture of its kind. It won't be the last.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
This is Nightline, the line that's open at the right place at the right moment, and this is Walter O'Keefe. Good evening, and here's our first Nightline call tonight from Hollywood. Groucho Marx and You Bet Your Life. Hey, George, you tell us, what is tonight's secret word?
The secret word tonight is face. F-A-C-E.
You can spell, too, huh?
You bet your life.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz show transcribed from Hollywood. Groucho meets our first contestants in just 1 minute.
Forgive my heart, my foolish heart. It won't believe we're through.
Folks, this is Nat King Cole. Let's face it, it's one thing to be foolish about your heart when it concerns your romance, but it's quite another thing to be foolish about your heart when it concerns your life. The smart way, of course, is to do all you can to help protect your heart and the hearts of your loved ones from heart disease, our number one health enemy. You can do it by helping to support medical science in its efforts to find the causes of heart disease and its cures. Help turn the tables on heart disease by giving now, and giving generously to your local heart association or to Heart, care of your post office.
And here he is, the one, the only...
Well, here I am again with a chance for each of our couples to win up to $10,000. And if any of them say the secret word, they'll win an extra $100. George, who's first?
Well, Groucho, Irene Schlunecker is waiting to speak to you now, and her partner is a special guest, one whom I think you'll find quite surprising, Mr. Truman Tomlin. So, folks, you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Truman Schlunecker and Irene Truman. Now, which one? Your name is Schlunecker?
No, sir.
Your name is Schlunecker?
My name is Schlunecker.
There isn't anybody named Schlunecker, and you know it.
Me.
Sind Sie verheiratet?
Mm-hmm.
To whom?
Conrad Schlunecker.
Now, what was your maiden name?
Spear.
And you let go of a name like that to trade it for a Schlunecker? You're a brave woman, Irene. Huh? And you're Truman Schlunecker, huh?
No, sir.
You're Truman Tomlin. Tomlin, huh?
Yes, sir.
Truman and Schlunecker, huh? Sounds like the Democratic ticket in 1948. What sort of work do you do, Truman?
For the past 10 years, Groucho, I've been in the oil business. Out here in Los Angeles, I have an office in Beverly Hills.
Oh, well, there's a lot of oil in L.A., and most of it comes from the city council. Well, have you always been in this crooked business?
Well, no, sir, I was in show business, Groucho, for
Oh, you were in
years.
another crooked business.
Yes, sir.
You've led a pretty shady life, haven't you?
I was a singer and wrote several songs.
A songwriter?
Yes, sir.
Truman Tomlin. Oh. Now, just a moment. Are you Pinky Tomlin?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, snap my suspenders. I thought you were Carmen Lombardo. Truman, I remember you very well. You were the Georgia Gibbs of the 1930s. What was that song you were always singing? Who's Your Little Whooses or something?
No,
Didn't you write that?
Well, no, I think the one you might be thinking about was The Object of My Affection.
Well, yeah, sure. The object of my affections. Da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum. I remember that. Do you remember that song, Eileen?
Heavens, yes. You couldn't turn on a radio in the 30s without hearing that.
Why don't you sing it, Pinky?
I'd like to. Thank you.
Do you have any particular key that you'd like to sing it in?
I prefer one, yes, sir. I'd like the key of G, please.
Key of G? Would you like some oil on the key?
That'd help a little. D7s, George, or something like that.
Give him a D7, then. Sing it, George Truman.
I'll try, sir. Oh, the object of my affection can change my complexion from white to rosy red. Oh, anytime she holds my hand and tells me that she's mine, baby, all mine. There are many girls who can thrill me, some who can fill me with dreams of happiness. Oh, but I know I'll never rest until she says she's mine. Oh, now I'm not afraid that she'll leave me, 'cause she's not the kind who'll be unfair. But instead I trust her implicitly. She can go where she wants to go, do what she wants to do, I sure don't care. The object of my affection can change my complexion from white to a rosy red. Oh, anytime she holds my hand and tells me that she's mine.
That song is as good today as it was 25 years ago, and it's a vast improvement over the many songs that you hear now.
Bless you. I appreciate that.
Well, you're both a couple of charmers, and I'm sure you'll get married later on this evening. I've enjoyed talking to you, Pinky. You wrote some real good songs, and I think you should write more. We need more of those.
Thank you.
Now let's play You Bet Your Life.
You selected plants, animals, and birds. If you miss 2 in a row, you're out. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000.
Now, all spiders have the same number of legs. How many do they have?
6.
Very close. It's 8.
Well, that
I mean, goodness.
wipes out the 3. You now have 1 wrong.
Now, what kind of fruit is a Rome beauty?
An apple.
I was going to say Lola Lala Brigida. An apple is right, eh?
Well, you're on the right track again. You have 1 right.
What is the proper word for a group of fish?
School.
A school is right, yeah.
You now have 2 right.
What are wrens, thrashes, and finches?
They're birds.
I thought that was a law firm, huh? That's right.
You now have 3 right. Get the next one right, and $1,000 is yours.
What do you call a flower that blooms and dies in one season? In other words, it requires replanting each year.
An annual.
Annual is right.
You got 4 in a row, you win $1,000.
Now you've won $1,000. You can keep it and quit, or else you can come back at the end of the show and try to double your money. You may even get a chance at $10,000. So go over and sit down and think about it. No matter what you decide to do, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
Thank you.
In just a moment, our second couple will join Groucho to play You Bet Your Life.
Are you under 40?
Lots of people are.
Feeling fine and healthy? Don't press your luck too far. Don't press your luck. Get polio protected. Get your shots now. Don't wait till it's too late. It takes 8 months for shots to be effective. Don't press your luck. Be smart and play it safe.
When polio strikes young adults, it strikes the hardest. So whatever you do,
Don't press your luck. Make sure everyone in your family is protected. How? By starting on your 3 shots now. Your doctor or the local health authorities will give you all the information. Don't press your luck. Get your polio shots now.
Don't press your luck. Get polio protected.
Groucho, we have Nancy Oots and Frank Sampson on deck. So, folks, come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide an extra $100. It's a common word, something you'll always have with you. Nancy Oots, eh? Where did you get a name like Oots?
Well, we traced it back, and it's a German name. We traced it back 6, 7 generations.
Was your father a Quaker? Perhaps it was Quaker roots. Well, I certainly can't continue to call you Miss Oots. Shall I just call you Nancy?
No, why don't you call me by my nickname, Tootsie?
Oh. How would it be if I called you in the morning? Tootsie Ootsy, is that it?
Yeah, Tootsie Oots. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's a most unusual name, even for this show. Let's see, you're Frank Oots, is that your name?
No, I'm Frank Sampson.
Frank Sampson?
Yes.
Well, that name fits you. You look strong and hale and hearty. Are you an ex-football player?
No, I'm a tree surgeon, Groucho.
Oh.
The Sampson Tree Service in Beverly Hills.
What kind of service do you give the trees? Do you check the tires on the rubber tree, for instance?
Well, no, ours is kind of a shady business, and I'm trying to turn over a new leaf. And we do everything from trimming trunks to pruning limbs on nice saplings.
Oh. Now, how did I get into this? I suppose you live out of a trunk and you have little branches all over Southern California. Huh?
Well, no, we have a sprouting business, but my bill collectors seem to have me out on a limb, and there's a lot of fallout in this organization.
You know, you keep this up and somebody's going to hang you from one of your patients. I thought we'd never get out of the woods. Do you have a job, Tootsie?
Yeah, I'm a stewardess for United Airlines.
You stewed with United Airlines? I thought they only allowed 2 drinks to a passenger.
That's right. I'm a stewardess.
Oh, you're a steward. I don't hear very well.
You don't.
See, my collar is too tight. You know, if you were actually a stewardess in an airline, as soon as you walked out here, you'd have put a pillow under my head, shoved a plate of baked chicken on my lap, and said, sorry, we'd be 3 hours late getting into Salt Lake City.
No, I wouldn't have done that.
You wouldn't?
Because I don't fly to Salt Lake City.
Tootsie, are you for higher up?
Sir?
Well, let me rephrase that.
Yeah, you do that.
Are you hooked?
No, sir.
You're not married?
No, sir.
You ought to be ashamed of yourself, an attractive girl like you. Are you engaged?
No, sir.
Well, how is it you haven't snagged one of your handsome, wealthy passengers?
But United doesn't employ married girls.
They don't employ married girls? Well, how come?
Well, most...
And why do they call it United? That's not the American way. Why don't they employ married girls?
Well, most of the airlines have this rule.
Oh, well, that's ridiculous. If all employees adopted that attitude, the human race would disappear in 50 years. Which at present it's going to do in 25. Now, what's the reason for this old-fashioned and selfish attitude?
Well, they figure that if you're married and you have to stay over in Denver somewhere, that you'll be concerned about your husband. See?
Why should an airline stewardess worry more than any other wife?
Well, other wives are home, you see, when their husbands come in.
That's what you think, eh? Good many of them are still at the bingo table. Playing for frozen dinners. Sampson, does your wife worry when you're up there in a plane with a pretty stewardess like Tootsie?
Well, I'm not married, Groucho.
You're not married? Well, hot diggity dog. Here we go. You say you're not married? What kind of a girl are you after?
Well, a nice feminine type.
Feminine. Well, they're the best kind, the feminine. Tootsie, would you say that you're the feminine type? For example, do you like to cook?
Yeah, I don't cook too well, though. I cook grits real well.
Grits?
Yeah. Well, grits are real good.
Grits are good?
Yeah, especially in the morning with ham gravy on them, for breakfast. I know you Westerners never have heard of that.
Listen, anything is good with ham gravy on it. Even an old shoe. Well, you're a nice couple, and my guess is that you'll be married in very short order. You'll hate each other, but you're going to get married anyhow. Well, anyhow, let's see how you work together as a team. Now, you have chosen locations of famous landmarks. You ought to be good at this because you're always traveling around.
Hey, Joe.
You know Mr. Fenneman?
Yeah, I met him.
You like him?
Yeah.
Would you like to slip him some grits?
You think you'd like them?
I've never had them, I don't think.
Oh, you haven't?
No.
Oh, well.
She said if you supply the ham, and you've got plenty of that, she'll supply the grits. All right. I'm going to ask you some questions. If you miss two in a row, you're kaput. You know what that means?
Yeah, I know. We're out. Uh-huh.
Yeah. If you get 4 in a row right, you win $1,000. Now, remember your partner, so don't answer before you...
I'm going to talk to him first.
Yeah. And he's going to talk to you last, too. Now, in what city do you find Trafalgar Square? Talk it over.
You say.
How about Denmark, Groucho?
Oh, I think Denmark is very nice, but obviously that's not the right answer, though. It's London, England.
We have one wrong now. If you get the next one wrong, you're out of the game.
Now, in what city do you find the Arc de Triomphe or Triumph?
In Paris.
That's
Groucho.
right, yeah.
Now you're going. You have one right.
Used to be in Denmark and moved. All right. Now, in what country would you find Monte Carlo, the Monte Carlo Resort? In what country? Now, that's been in the news a lot.
France, Groucho?
No, I'm sorry. It's Monaco. They moved it from Denmark.
You now have one wrong.
Yeah.
Get the next one wrong, and you're out of the game.
Okay.
Now, in what country would you find the Kiel Canal? Kiel. We've got one wrong.
Yes.
Should we try Finland? Finland, Groucho.
No, it's Germany.
Germany.
Well, you missed 2 in a row,
Yeah,
and
you
I
did.
don't think there was much chance of you getting 4 in a row right. So, I think it's just as well that you leave now. We don't want you to go away broke because we like you personally, but you're real cute, and I hope you two do get married. And you can be up in the tree together.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask you one question for $100. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Now, this is something different than what we normally do. Now, listen very carefully. I'm going to read your mind. Are you ready? Now, take a number. Don't tell me what it is. Take a number from... You could do it any number, but take a number from 1 to 10, just for convenience.
Okay.
All right? Now, double it.
Okay.
Now, add 8. I thought I would throw him. Now, divide it by 2, the total that you have. All right? Now, subtract the original number that you started with.
Okay.
Your answer is 4. Is that right?
How did you know?
Isn't that right? You all got 4? Right?
That's right. That was very good.
Well, all right. Now, you win $100. Give him the money.
Oh,
Me?
congrats.
Give him the money.
Thank you.
Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you.
We'll find out if our first couple will try for $10,000 in just a moment.
Music
and fun.
So you housewives won't be glum.
In your kitchen.
Going shopping in your car.
Just turn the dial.
And there we are. Dorothy?
Skitch and me. We're the NBC Bandstand 3. Dorothy Olson.
I sing pop songs and songs with a folk tune ring.
Skitch.
Henderson is my name, and I lead the Band of Stars. That's my game.
And me. I'm Bert Parks, and I'm MC. So tune us in wherever you are, in your home or in your car. We'll make your morning chores a breeze. Just tune us in. We aim to please. Enjoy 90 minutes of music and fun live on NBC Bandstand, weekday mornings over most of these stations. With music and fun.
So your housewives won't be glum.
In your kitchen.
Going shopping in your car.
Just turn the dial.
And there we are.
Dorothy?
Skitch.
And me.
Mr. Fenneman, who wants to get a crack at the money?
Well, Irene Schlunegger and Pinky Tomlin are all set to try, and here they are.
You won $1,000. Now, if you decide to try for the 10 and you fail, you wind up with a total of 500. What are you going to do?
We're going to take
You're going to go ahead, huh?
Yes, sir.
Pick a number from 1 to 10 and spin the wheel. If any number besides the one you pick comes up, the question is worth $2,000. If your number comes up, the question is worth 10. Now, what number do you want? Have you chosen a number?
5.
Is that all right with
Yes,
you?
sir, that's
Well,
fine.
Give it a turn.
Give it a good hard twist.
Well, you picked 5 and it came 2, so this question is worth $2,000. Let's see how well you read your newspaper. For $2,000, tell me who succeeded Charles Wilson as Secretary of Defense in 1957. This is fairly recent. Answer? Take a guess.
McLean.
Well, you're close with McLean. It's McElroy. Neil H. McElroy. Well, I'm sorry you missed it, but so you wind up with $500 together. It isn't too bad. Congratulations, and thanks for being with us.
Thank you.
Sorry you didn't win more.
Thank you, sir.
You Bet Your Life is transcribed in Hollywood. Produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman reminding you to tune in again next week, same time, same station, to hear the one, the only Groucho. And see Groucho every Thursday evening on NBC television. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces around the world.
The popular American basso Giorgio Tozzi appears as guest soloist on the telephone hour tonight over most of these NBC stations.
right here since 7 o'clock.
Yes, with your back to me. When I invite a woman to dinner, I expect her to look at my face. That's the price she has to pay.
You check, sir.
$9.40? This is an outrage. If I were you, I wouldn't pay it.
Stewart?
Ah, come right ahead.
Hey,
Stewart.
Roscoe, the food.
Been waiting all that?
Food.
For you,
Come to the
Stewart.
food. Come on.
You're fired. Do you understand? You're fired.
Hey, you big bully, what's the idea of hitting that little bully?
Will you kindly let me handle my own affairs? Get out. Now, what do you got to say to me?
Just this. Can you sleep on your stomach with such big buttons on your pajamas?
Why, you...
So, Sid, I've been meaning to ask you, have you gotten the French Mafia off your back? I know they really wanted you to buy the Eiffel Tower. Yep, I sure did, Matt. I handled the problem all by myself. How did you get the money to buy the Eiffel Tower? Well, I didn't, Matt. That was the beauty of it. I just convinced them that I could trade them a U.S. city for it. And they took me up on it. What city did you trade? Portland, Oregon. I figure even if they somehow manage to take it, nobody will really care. Well, almost nobody. What do you mean? Well, it kinda killed my deal for a film with Disney. They didn't like the fact that I had given away the one city in America they make their movies for. So I'm back to square one on my movie career. Guess there's nothing left to do but continue practicing my acting in the hope someone, somewhere, will cast me at some point. Yeah, that seems where you are. It just goes to show there are no shortcuts, not even Twitter hashtags. Well, see you next time, folks.
you.